Hello, everybody, and welcome to America's Day at the Races here out at Aqueduct Racetrack for Belmont at the Big A. A lot of action today here, a lot of action at Monmouth Park as well. A warm summer day, and we're in New York City, a nice shot of downtown New York. And here you see, fast and firm out at Aqueduct, a nice warm summer day, and sort of getting used to the idea that we're at Aqueduct in the summer. It's the first time we've been here in the summer in almost 50 years, actually. 1976. She is Sarah Baldwin. I'm Andy Serling, and welcome back. You've been out all week.
I have. I'm back to help out with everything. Clearly, you've missed me, and there have been some difficulties.
Been some tears.
I know that you've really had a hard time
tears.
Without me here.
It wasn't just me. It was really the whole TV
Really,
department.
everyone? Oh, okay.
Yeah. In fact,
but especially you.
Frank Langton considered retiring after 50 years when you were.
Because I wasn't
but
there
once
for the race.
you were coming back, he's decided to continue to stay on with us.
Good.
Frank, of course, celebrated 50 years at NYRA yesterday. A big moment for anybody. Frank, a big part of our TV show, but a lot of good stuff going on today. 9 races today, headed by the Dancing Renee, who's a nice runner for trainer Bobby Triola about a little less than 30 years ago. And you've got Sterling Silver as the heavy morning line favorite, making her first start for trainer Bill Mott. She has been facing some very heady company recently.
When you look at the kinds of horses that she's been in against over her last 2 Grade 1 attempts, it's those leaders of the division, the older filly and mare sprinters, Alva Star, Vava, even Flying Connection, who came back to run pretty well in her last start after that Derby City Distaff. But this is her winning the Iroquois over Lilu, and when she's been able to get the right kind of setup, and even sometimes when she hasn't, she's one of those reliable closing sprinters. She does show up with that closing kick, and she deserves to be the favorite coming into this very competitive 6-horse field.
And she has shown she's able to win races when the paces aren't that fast, and she has to sit a bit closer. She's simply faster than these horses. Arguably, she may have been a little bit close, made her move a little too early last time out Derby City Distaff. She also wasn't beating Vava or Alva Star.
No, of course not, and she is a little bit of a cut below those types of horses, but when looking at this race that she's going to be in today, the company is getting a bit easier for her overall in terms of who she's been facing as of late.
Joel Rosario picks her to mount on Lilu, as Dylan Davis will not be riding today. So Dylan Davis not riding today. Joel Rosario certainly never going to be a bad substitution. And there's Dylan, but he's not here. That's a better shot. He's had that rough day yesterday for Dylan, so he's out. We'll see him again next week. And of course, Dylan's coming off of a very good winter of racing. Can't Hurry Love, I know you think she has a solid upset chance here. I'm not going to disagree with you. She is no slouch. She's going to have to hope, though, that Sterling Silver doesn't run her best race if she's going to be able to beat her.
No, I don't really know how much of an upset it would be overall, but she's been ultra consistent. She's kept in good form as of late. They're making a little bit of an equipment change now with her, where she narrowly finished second to Hot Fudge in the correction that we're taking a look at here. Blinkers going on for her, and it doesn't seem as though the intent is to have her send from that inside post position of post number 2. She's a horse that can win from off the pace, get a little forward position, and just keep that focus. And maybe she's one that didn't just handle the 7 furlongs. Maybe this 6 furlongs is what she wants to do. Could look a little bit dirtied up based on some of those 7 furlong races.
No, I agree with you. She's better at 6 furlongs. The problem is she better than Sterling Silver? And Sterling Silver, she's 4 to 5 for a reason. Of course, Bill Motto now trains her. Tommy Albertrani, her trainer for most of her career, has retired. Tommy Albertrani was an assistant and a rider for Bill Mott for many years before going out on his own. But a fun day of racing here. Some good racing going on down at Monmouth Park as well. We'll take a look at today's races, I believe, and always best way to play is to play through NYRA Bets. If you're not a member of NYRA Bets, head on over and use the promo code MATCH200, and we will match the $200 of your initial deposit at NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, at any time. Play through NYRA Bets. Today's races brought to you or presented by Claiborne Farm. We've got 9 races here. We've got a nice allowance on the turf, really a kind of a stakes quality allowance in race number 3. Cross country pick 5 will kick off at race 6, 3 from Belmont at the Big A, and 2 from Monmouth. And the Dancing Renee, race number 8. The feature at Monmouth is race number 9, the Tail of the Cat Stakes. And Tail of the Cat was actually a very good dirt horse. I remember the debut, I think it's Saratoga on the turf. Julie Crone rode Tail of the Cat that day. And for more on the Tail of the Cat down at Monmouth, let's go to our man on the ground, Paul Duca. How are you today, Paulie?
Yeah, Andy, we got a good addition of the Tail of the Cat this year, and he was a really nice horse. But, you know, when you look at this race, it's Carson's Run's race to lose, isn't it? But it seems like he's been his worst own enemy. I mean, he keeps on getting himself into a ton of trouble. Although, his draw in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile was probably not the best of draws. But this horse, last year as a 2-year-old won the summer at Woodbine. That's usually a really key race. I think it's a better key race than a lot of people think it was. Second in the with anticipation. Like I said, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile turf, he just did not have the trip. And then his last time out in the Woodhaven, he was all over the place and just had nowhere to go. Now the big torpedo came out of that race, obviously to come back to win. You get Vincent Chaminade on today for Christophe Clement. I think he's going to be a handful today in the Tail of the Cat. If you're looking for some other horse in there, I think Abrumar, the 7 there for Safi Joseph, the son of Divizadero, is another horse for the Ramses that have shown speed before and could be a horse that could show some money. But I thought Fretronelli was a very, very interesting sort in there, Andy. An Uncle Mo going long for the first time for George Weaver. Very, very, very good edition of the Tail of the Cat. That's going to be in race number 9 today. We got 10 races on the card. We'll start race number 1 here in a little bit, Andy.
Thanks, Paulie. And as far as Feltrinelli, I don't know. I mean, this horse has speed, but I'm not the kind of person that runs to bet these sprinters stretching out. He's obviously got some talent, though, as a turf sprinter. How much talent he has is open to debate.
Exactly, and I like this horse quite a bit, turf sprinting. I don't know that I want him going a little bit longer. I will say that on debut in that off-the-turf race at Saratoga, he didn't run that badly on the dirt, finishing 3rd, but we haven't exactly seen that be an overall productive field in terms of what we've gotten from those horses, and he's just taken that big step forward in his last 2 starts on the turf sprinting. I don't really know how he's going to handle the stretch out and distance, and I don't really know if I want him as the 2nd or even 3rd choice in this race.
See what happens? Seems like the bulk of the major contenders are sort of towards the outside part of the field in the Tail of the Cat. Every time I look at that shot of the backstretch here at Aqueduct, it looks more and more like Belmont Park. The cross-country pick 5 sequence starts with race number 6 here, an interesting allowance race. Starter optional claimers is turf sprint in there, 7 furlongs. 2 pretty interesting races. Then we've got the 8th at Monmouth, the Dancing Renee, and the Tail of the Cat to close it out. A fun sequence in the cross-country pick 5 beginning at 3:39 or thereabouts.
Precisely, 3:39.
And this is race number 1 at Monmouth Park, which is coming up shortly here. And this is at 5.5 furlongs in the turf. And is it me, or are they running a lot more turf races at Monmouth? Feels like pretty much every other race is a turf race at Monmouth.
It seems like they're definitely using that course quite a bit more as we go on with the summer.
Yeah, the 2 is trying the turf for the first time, Sir Robert Hall. There really is not a lot of form to go on. A little bit of pedigree for both that horse and the 3, who knows, both 7-2. That's the first race at Monmouth. They'll be going 5.5 furlongs on a firm turf course. The horses are getting ready to be saddled up for race number 1. Paula Duke will have more on race number 1. Sarah and I as well as we come back. A lot more to come. The whole card at Monmouth, the whole card at the Belmont at the Big A. We'll be back on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, we're going to enjoy the last, we've got 9 days left, including today of racing here at Aqueduct, Belmont, the Big A. But Saratoga just around the corner. We are, Sarah, 18 days away from opening day, July 11th, and it's always nice to get back to Saratoga, especially after we got that little taste of Saratoga a couple of weeks ago.
Right, that appetizer, really that indicator what kind of summer meet we might be able to have coming up there for a little bit for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And if the crowds and the enthusiasm and even the wagering is anything at all similar to what we experienced during that weekend, we have so much to look forward to coming up this summer.
Yes, we were hoping for slightly better weather than last year, but that's the way Saratoga goes, but it's always great to be in Saratoga for sure. Fox Saturdays, we'll start out with that CCA Oaks and the likely return of Torpedo Anna, be a heavy favorite, and we'll be on 6 Saturdays, 6 of the 8 Saturdays, covering the CCA Oaks, the Jim Dandy, the Whitney, the 4-Star Dave, the Alabama, the DraftKings Travers, and of course so many other stakes as well. Giveaways up in Saratoga. I know you're pretty excited about these, Sarah. The giveaways look pretty good this year. We got the water cooler. This is going to be hugely popular.
I like the
Saratoga
jersey.
baseball jersey is going to be very, very big. I expect to see. You know, that could really put some pressure on Jonathan's shirt sales. They call this the trucker hat for Saratoga.
Okay.
Sure. And we have
a rain jacket, I think.
Windbreaker. That is on Labor Day weekend, I believe.
Nice.
I think these are on Fridays. I'm not sure if this one is on a Friday. That is September 1st, which is actually closing Sunday. We'll close on Monday, September 2nd. But yeah, going to be a lot of fun. The giveaways, the drink tumbler has started out. Giveaways are always big. Whatever we do in Saratoga is big, Sarah.
That's very true. It almost doesn't even matter what we're giving away. Someone will be there to scap it right up. And I still have one of those coolers from last year that
Nobody bought it off you putting it on eBay?
No.
Race number 1, well, we've got 4 2-year-olds lined up. We had a field of 7 entered, but only 4 are going to play, and the heavy favorite right now is the number 4, Carmen's Candy Jar, a first-time starter for Rapoli Stable, and Todd Pletcher as well, named for Carmen Barrera, who was a very popular employee at NYRA, working in horseman's relation for many years. Richie will have more to talk about. Are we going to Richie now? We're not ready quite for Richie. He's getting himself ready as the horses are coming out of the paddock, but a lot more on a horse. It's a tribute to a popular employee of the New York Racing Association who died suddenly back in 2019, in fact, during the Saratoga meet. But we've got that race coming up, the 2-year-olds. We've got a very good 2-year-old turf race later today as well, with a ton of pedigree in there.
Yeah,
good pedigree.
Race 4 is extremely competitive. You have a lot of horses that have that good dam side turf pedigree. Many of the progeny of graded stakes winners as well. Some hot connections in there. That looks like a very competitive race, and definitely one to watch moving forwards is where those horses end up going, even if they don't win today.
Yeah, no, I thought that looks like an unusually interesting group. I mean, there's some pretty one of the more interesting pedigree horses, one who was scratched, and Graham Ocean's horse didn't ship in and could have gotten it off. The also eligible is a horse I hear they've kind of liked, and he, of course, won our 2-year-old race on Thursday or Friday, whichever day it was. Maybe I can't remember. Everything's kind of a blur at this point from this week.
It's the heat.
No, it's just, the races all start to blend into one. It's not only the races we ran, but it's the races we've looked at, as I've already done a lot of work on Thursday and Friday's card. So a lot of races going on, a lot of good racing to come. So we're looking forward to getting to Saratoga, but we're really enjoying this time of the year because while we're at Aqueduct, it's really kind of the Belmont Park meeting. And number 4, Carmen's Candy Jar, the heavy favorite right now, making her way to the paddock. And let's get more from the MIG.
Hey, Andy. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, I really am touched and thankful to Mike Rapoli for naming the 4-horse Carmen's Candy Jar for Carmen Barrera, who unfortunately lost way too soon. It's 5 years now since she passed, and I had known Carmen since I'm 14 years old. Her dad, Louis Barrera, who trained Summing, a Belmont Stakes winner, amongst many others, and was assistant to Laz Barrera, who had affirmed, were a tremendous family, and not only a tremendous racing family, but just tremendous people. And I was living on the track in Barn 46, and Mr. Barrera would bring me home for dinner a few times a week, and I would sit there with Carmen and Mr. Barrera's wife, and we would just have wonderful conversations. And so she became like a big sister to me. She's a few years older than me, and I would stay at the house with her mom and dad, have dinner. They might take me to the movies. She was a little bit older, so she'd go out with her friends. But that's when our relationship started, and it just continued to strengthen over the years. And honestly, one of my dearest friends for 35 years, and very, very privileged to have known the entire Barrera family, but Carmen was extremely special, and she always kept a big jar of candy on her desk in the Horseman's Relations office, and everybody used to go in and have a visit with Carmen and get a little bit of candy.
Thanks a lot, Richie, and we'll get more from Richie down in the paddock as these 2-year-olds are making their way into the paddock for the first race. And, you know, it's funny when you name horses after people, especially ones you really care about, that are meaningful, it can be a double-edged sword. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Now, I think in Mike Rapoli's case, obviously he's trying, when you name a horse, you're trying to have a good horse. He names his horses pretty late. So my guess is this horse has shown them enough. I'm going to try to beat this horse. You scratched into her. She's a very short price, but you know, these Pletcher firsters are always taking a lot of money. Whether or not there are reports these horse working well, I have no idea.
I don't either, but there is pedigree for this horse to be rather precocious. While the dam was unraced, the second dam did win her second start with a 101 Beyer speed figure. Finished second to My Miss Aurelia, who eventually won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies first time out. So there is that precocity built into the pedigree. You know, these are connections that can get those horses ready to roll first time out. And as you said, if he is naming these horses a little bit later on, it's likely that he's seen something from them in the mornings to give that confidence boost to name them after someone so important.
And still a Vino Rosso at 5.5 furlongs as we switched around to Monmouth Park for the first race, where it seems to me that first-timers on the turf might be the direction you end up wanting to go into this race as the horses are making their way onto the track for the first race. 5.5 furlongs to number 4. Papa Do is scratched from here, and the favor is on the far outside, and that's number 9, Natural Star, who's getting on the turf for the first time since the second career start at Woodbine, which was a win in a slow race. The one chief engineer back on the grass as well for Russell Cash and Samuel Marin.
At least this one is one of those horses that has tried this surface in the past and has been able to hit the board.
Rendon is riding Sir Robert Hall for Kathleen O'Connell.
This horse has a little bit of turf pedigree on the dam side. Not great stats for Kathleen O'Connell switching surfaces.
The number 3, Who Knows? Also first-time turf for Michael Pino and Paco Lopez. We missed that one, sorry. Ellie's boyfriend, the number 5.
Yet to try the turf. Best race was the first one on dirt. It is a synthetic race, but not that good.
Tilda Burnham is riding More Than a Conqueror, the number 6.
And if you want the turf form, this is the way to go.
Count Daddy goes out for Kieran McGee and Abner Adorno. That horse went by, seemingly. And the 8, Marquis with Sammy Camacho.
Hasn't been on the grass in a while, but does have some races that maybe could fit here if others don't take to the surface.
Matty Oliver on the current favorite, the number 9, Natural Star.
And it seems like this is one of those horses that's really improved a little bit as of late, finding the right type of competition. And these are always very dangerous connections.
See what happens in race number 1 as the horses will be getting ready to go over the post. We're going to get a little information from Paulie for race number 1.
Yeah, Andy, let's just start off your early pick 5 here in race number 1 here. And it's 5 furlongs in the turf. I think you're kind of right. You got to look for somebody that maybe is a horse that is trying the turf for the first time. So we'll focus on the 2 in here, Sir Robert Hall, a horse that has shown speed before, has not been on the turf. And, you know, these type of horses, you'll know right out at the get-go whether they're going to like the turf or not. And, you know, the 3 in here, Who Knows, for Michael Pino, and Paco Lopez, another potent combination. They're 30% together when they team up. So, you know, is there a ton of pedigree there? Not really. Not for Love. Obviously is an influence everywhere, but that's got to be an older mare. Not for Love. Very, very good. Actually precocious, to be honest with you, his progeny. You know, the 8 horse getting back to the turf, and Sarah kind of mentioned it a little bit. You know, Natural Star on the outside at that price. I just don't know if you want to take that price from the way outside. I get it. The horse is 1 for 1 on the turf, but it was at Woodbine. Why haven't they gone back on it? Maybe this is the right time. But I do look at Marquis, and I do feel that there is a lot of pace in here. And if you look at, you know, his efforts, he got left in all of his turf starts. He does have gait issues, but he'll come rolling late in here. And I think there's enough speed and just enough doubt with the rest of the horses in here that I'm going to try the 8 in here at a little bit of a price.
All right, well, a substantial price right now at 14-1. Look at the fixed odds. Horse is 12-1 in the fixed odds, so I wouldn't, now up to 14-1 actually in the fixed odds. So I wouldn't expect to see this horse get bet, and I'll respect Paulie taking a price in this race because, frankly, if the horse is trying the turf for the first time, and there is pedigree for the 2 and 3, at least in the dam side, there isn't a lot of form to go on.
No, absolutely not. And this is one of those races where taking a shot with an unknown or maybe one of those horses that is that bigger price where you do have some of those races to go back to, that might be the right type of way to go because is Natural Star all that appealing towards the outside at 7-5? No. And this is a horse that's only won that one race on the grass and wasn't at all near the fastest race this one has been able to run. Now, of course, going up first off the claim for Jorge Delgado, Matty Oliver aboard, these are connections that tend to take money at Monmouth, and they do tend to perform, but are you so enthused that anybody in this race is so much better than anybody else? No.
No, the argument for the 9 is twofold. One is the horse ran a 58 buyer in his second start as a 2-year-old. His form has improved since then, as it rates to as he gets older. So there's an argument to say that that 58 buyer could easily become a 68 to a 70, which makes him very much the horse to beat, obviously depending on a horse trying the turf for the first time, which is an unknown. You've also got a claim by Jorge Delgado, who's winning at a very, very high percentage, which I also think has to be taken into account. Now, I'm not saying I would want to bet this horse at 7-5, but I understand why this horse is favored because the rest of them just aren't standing on any kind of solid ground.
No, they're not. And you have a bunch of questions to be asked about everyone else in this field. And so sometimes you do end up defaulting to the horse that I guess unfortunately kind of makes the most sense, especially first off that claim based on what this one has done so far on the racetrack. Because truthfully, even the ones that have tried this surface in the past, it's not as though they've done anything spectacular.
Exactly. So I don't have a real issue. I wouldn't want to run and bet this horse. And I think right now she's over bet. Based on the fixed odds, she may go up to 9-5 in here. I'm wondering whether they're anticipating taking more money because I'm looking through and there really isn't anybody in this race that they have taking much money. I wouldn't bet her at that price. I understand why she's favored. I wish the 2 Sir Robert Hall or the 3 Who Knows, one of them had a sire, which I felt more comfortable as a turf sire. It's not that it's impossible, but neither one of them jump off the page as saying this is a turf sire move up. It's move up on the dam side, but the sire side matters as well.
It does, and when they've had this many starts and they haven't gotten to this surface yet, you start to wonder if they weren't really showing that that would be something that would improve them, and it does seem like we often see horses intended for the dirt rather than the turf, and the turf ends up being that give-up option for a lot of people. If they're not performing quite where they want them to be on the turf, if there's a little bit of pedigree, it's just a change to see if they can wake them up a little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing with Sir Robert Hall is this horse was running well enough earlier in his career. His form has declined. So that makes sense, right? As you say, take a shot. There's really no performances from Who Knows. Who Knows is going to have to be a completely different horse in the turf. And you could ask yourself, is taking 7-2 on that horse trying the turf for the first time, hoping that it's some sort of big move up with a very, at best, neutral turf stallion in race day, probably a negative, or would you rather take a known commodity, or do you want to be like Paulie? And listen, I value Paulie's being a great deal, who's taking a shot with a horse who has not been on the turf in quite a while in the number 8 Marquis. I wish these firsters were a little more appealing, and frankly, they're not particularly great prices because you're betting strictly on pedigree and you're not getting paid.
No, and you're betting complete unknowns, and of course you never want to take horses at short prices trying something new for the first time. I like the number 1 Chief Engineer a little bit, off a bit of a break last time out, getting back to the surface that he's run well on in the past, doesn't want to go a mile and a 16th, and could be the speed from the inside.
We'll see it works out. Matt Dinnerman will have the call of the first and all the races at Monmouth.
We got post 8 to the outside post, Natural Star. 10 races today, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. 5.5 on the turf to kick off our day. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Chief Engineer from the inside hustled along to show early pace. Sir Robert Hall there as well, and these two square off as they come out of the chute. Ellie's Boyfriend runs in the 3rd position. Natural Star outside, and the green jacket is 4th. More Than a Conqueror 5th, about 6 lengths off the lead as they're strung out here. Marquis is 3rd last. Count Daddy, Who Knows, those two trail the field together as they approach the 4-turn run. Battle continues on the lead. A fast tempo here set by Chief Engineer and Sir Robert Hall right together. together. Chief Engineer with a nose in front. Natural Star is creeping in from third. Ellie's Boyfriend retreats to fourth while under pressure going in the wrong direction. More Than a Conqueror not picking up the pace. Who Knows gets to the outside, begins a rally, has plenty of work to do as they come off the corner in the opener. Outside Natural Star from midfield has taken a short lead. Sir Robert Hall second. Who Knows into third, continuing to charge, but Natural Star with a nice kick on the extreme outside is going to win by open legs. Natural Star by 4 at the finish. Who Knows second. Sir Robert Hall holds third. Merricky was fourth.
And dramatic odds reversals. The one went down to 5-2, and this horse drifted all the way up to 2-1. Natural Star, making him, if you could have seen that coming, a fairly value play. And certainly Matty Oliver had this horse in an absolutely perfect position on the backstretch.
This is the kind of trip where you just feel so confident, where your horse is going to have some finish, especially getting that little bit of an uptick in price as well, which I consider to be value too, based on this one's odds prior to the race starting, and got that nice pace stool in front of him, able to go right on by to that stalking trip, and just seemed like much the best in this field of unknowns.
And the two firsters on the turf, or two of them, the 2 and 3, ran second and third. The 2 did well to run third after that vicious pace duel, which did in the number 1 Chief Engineer, but a no doubt about it winner in Natural Star, who ended up being a very generous 2-1, especially with that easy win. Well, we'll be back with 2-year-olds in race number 1. We've got a couple 2-year-olds today. Race number 1, the 4, Carmen's Candy Jar, a heavy favorite as we return on America's Day of the Races after a quick break.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on a nice afternoon here at Aqueduct as we close out the third to last racing week. 2 weeks left and just 8 days of racing after today here, but some good racing to come for sure as these 2-year-olds are hitting the racetrack. And we'll start with the number 2, Root Sensation, Melanie Givings for Bill Parcells, actually.
Joel Rosario riding this one, a big workout last time out at Belmont.
See what happens with that firster. The number 4, the firster that's getting all the action, the 4, Carmen's Candy Jar, Todd Pletcher, and Irad Ortiz back from Churchill.
The one that we've spent our time discussing, of course, going to take some money based on connections.
The number 5 is Triple Sweet. This one has experience for Carlos Martin. Eric Cancel has the mount.
Adding blinkers, we'll see if this one has that experience edge over these first-time starters.
And Sassy Shenanigans, the second choice, a firster who worked 10, a fifth, a 2-year-old sale. Manny Franco for Mike Maker.
And Maximus Mischief, the sire, has had great stats with his 2-year-old first-time starters, and maybe this one can sort of outrun the Mike Maker 2-year-old first-time starting stats.
Let's talk about the 2, Root Sensation, as this one goes out for Melanie Giddings, who trains for Bill Parcells' August Dawn Farm. $40,000 yearling purchase. The dam was okay. Her foals have not done any running to speak of so far, but Joel Rosario, who's ridden for these connections before, has the mount.
He does, and this is a sire that's fairly new here, and so we're seeing that sale fee for the $40,000 with a sire that only costs $6,500 to breed to. So clearly someone likes something in the physical of this horse. And while the dam did win 5 for 17, primarily dirt sprinting, as you mentioned, The foals have yet to really do much so far on the racetrack. One's 0 for 7, half to 2 that have won once each. But it seems as though this one has some early speed. Seems to be working well based on that last bullet drill.
Yeah, Honest Mischief was a talented sprinter for Juddmonte that Trad Brown trained. He never really lived up to the expectations, but when you're a Juddmonte horse for Chad Brown, there are going to be high expectations. But he wasn't untalented. As the son of Into Mischief, he's going to get a chance at stud. We'll see if he can be effective. I thought Sassy Shenanigans was probably, and the public agrees, the likelier direction to go. If you want, go against the 4. I just took a little bit of a stab with the 2. No information. Maximus Mischief has been a successful sire, but this one, like the number 2, the foals, have not done much running.
No, I will say that at least with Maximus Mischief, you are getting that nice first-time starting success rate. And look, Mike Maker doesn't have absolutely terrible stats with 2-year-old first-time starters, but they're not really great overall. 2-year-old firsters and dirt sprints at NYRA, he's only 12%, 80 cent ROI. 4
New York breds are going to line up for the first race. For much more on this field, let's go back to our man, the MIG.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm a small but select field here of 4 New York bred fillies. We'll start down on the inside, the 2 Root Sensation. You get Joel Rosario here from Melanie Giddens. This is a very sharp-looking daughter of Honest Mischief. I really like the kind of attitude she was projecting in the paddock. Inside post, short run of that turn. Sports a nice 5 furlong work. And I like to see kind of one of those stamina-building works kind of sprinkled in there, if you will. For me, I'm not going to pick against the 4 Carmen's Candy Jar for a number of reasons. Obviously, top-class connections. The fact that the namesake Carmen Barrera was a dear friend of mine. She looks sharp, but she also looks like she's trying to figure out, all the proceedings here. Wasn't exactly locked in, but I like the fact now that Irad's taken her away from the pony, kind of getting her a little bit more in the bridle. And, a lot of these horses, they need to kind of figure out what their job is. And it seems to me like this could be even a little on-the-job training. I'm sure that Mike Rapoli did not name a horse that he didn't think had some ability for Carmen Barrera as much as she meant to everybody. So I'm going to pick her, but I do have a couple of reservations, and the 2 Root Sensation would be, to me, the most likely upsetter. The other horse taking serious money on the outside is the 6 Sassy Shenanigans. Big long striding filly. Loved her warm-up under Manny Franco. Will say I think she'll be better as they start to stretch out, but she does have a good outside post in a small field. So even if it takes her, 100 yards or so to kind of get her legs unwound, if you will, she shouldn't be hampered by kickback or anything like that. I will say again, guys, it's not as hot as it's been, but it is humid, and I want to see horses get a sweat on. And at least as far as before she left the paddock, Sassy Shenanigans was dry. She had no sweat on whatsoever. Going to try to, watch her as she gets closer to the gate and see if that warm-up kind of got her going, with a good sweat. It's so important on days like this. Horses sweat. Their internal coolant system is working properly then. You have more of a problem when you see horses too dry on a day like today.
I want to know if Richie's working up a good sweat down in the paddock yet. It might be a little breezy down there. Is there a nice breeze down there, Richie?
There is a little bit of a breeze, and it is coming off of Jamaica Bay, so you're getting a little bit of that kind of, salty beach smell, if you will. But it's humid. And full disclosure, I'm dripping wet, Andy.
So Richie's healthy. He's getting a good sweat going.
His natural coolant systems are working.
So we know he's working, and we're glad to hear that. He is our man. Thanks a lot, Richie. Race number 5, Triple Sweet. It's the only horse we haven't mentioned. This is the only one with experience, and experience can count for a lot.
Absolutely.
But this horse just did no running first time.
Right, and I get that, yes, we're looking at a situation where the horse is adding the blinkers, was a little bit further back, a little bit reactive early on to some of that kickback, but did this horse really make up ground? Or did this horse just kind of fall into third place? I don't know.
This horse did no running for my book, but somebody's going to bet on the horse. You saw the first race at Monmouth, official now, 660 on the win. That horse's odds went way up. I think if I knew you were getting 660, I might have dipped in a little bit off the claim for Jorge Delgado. It's so fun this time of the year, and it seems a little odd seeing these kind of 2-year-old races. We have got the big turf field later. We had a couple of terrific races last week where we saw the Full to Fierceness just barely hold on against a promising George Weaver horse.
That horse was rolling.
We haven't seen this at Aqueduct because we rarely run 2-year-old races, but we're here now, so this is sort of the Belmont meeting. In fact, it is the Belmont meeting. And I just love when we get to Saratoga and we start running the 2-year-olds. And you're going to see a lot that people tell you can run, that can't run. But you know when you go up there, you're going to see some exciting ones.
And we've seen so many horses debut at Saratoga that have gone on to have such promising, fruitful careers overall. You never know what you're going to get on just a Wednesday maiden race. You could be seeing a future star in the making.
No question about it. As the ambulance is blocking our camera there, as they're heading the gate, they are almost all in line for race number 1. Let's head upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call of race number 1.
Sassy Shenanigans. Just waiting for Triple Sweet, almost in the gate. And in. Manny Franco, Sassy Shenanigans. Is in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Sassy Shenanigans from the far outside draw. Triple Sweet is right there, and also Carmen's Candy Jar. That's the leading trio, and settling well off of them as Route Sensation is going to be the trailer, but now quickly catches up to the field as they've got less than 4 furlongs to travel. Sassy Shenanigans has the lead, but here comes a big move here towards the outside from Route Sensation, is now within a neck of the leader. Carmen's Candy Jar has moved through at the rail, is now alone in third. Triple Sweet is the trailer, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Sassy Shenanigans has the lead. A quarter mile left to go. Sassy Shenanigans kicks on. Carmen's Candy Jar is looking to get off the rail. Right there is Route Sensation. These three throw it down here as they approach the final furlong. Sassy Shenanigans is still there. It's Sassy Shenanigans, but here comes Carmen's Candy Jar. Carmen's Candy Jar moving sweetly towards the outside. Carmen's Candy Jar pushes on by. Carmen's Candy Jar wins the Sunday opener. It's Carmen's Candy Jar who wins it over Sassy Shenanigans. Then came Route Sensation and Triple Sweet in 58.53 seconds.
Some anxious moments to the favorite, who really didn't have the speed, and you just usually expect these sort of heavily bet firsters to have speed, but the 6 took a lot of money and did come out of the gate. Even Route Sensation, who didn't come out that, didn't break badly, but sort of looped the field, but at the end of the day, a professional debut and a nice future ahead for Carmen's Candy Jar.
Exactly, and maybe the instructions were to sort of give this horse that kind of education, taking back behind horses, saving ground towards the inside, angling out and being able to pass some, and I felt that she leveled off very nicely, and Root Sensation didn't break badly, but broke inwards kind of awkwardly, and then ended up towards the outside, and I think that's one worth watching next time out, as well as Sassy Shenanigans. That was some good early speed to just get run down by a horse that was heavily bet.
Yeah, it did feel like the number 6 might be in control, Sassy Shenanigans, but the favorite, Carmen's Candy Jar, had too much for her, but very professional debut for this first-time starter. And Irad Ortiz, he's back, and he's breathing down the neck of Manny Franco. I think this gets him 5 behind, though I am not 100% sure. Another look here, and I guess a lot of times you think when, especially with heavily bet first-time 2-year-olds, they are usually speed horses, and this horse is not a speed horse.
And we do tend to see those horses go gate to wire when they win their 2-year-old debuts or when they do win as a 2-year-old. But knowing that this horse can pass horses, that's something worth keeping in mind going forwards, and definitely a feather in her cap as the races get a little bit more difficult, to know that she can go by somebody that's on the front end.
And we'll see if they end up going into the open company route with her in the stakes in Saratoga. I think a lot will depend on what kind of speed figures they get, and also the timing of the races, because we do have the 2-year-old stakes for 2-year-olds up there for New York breds as well. I think we'll be seeing her up there. We look forward to seeing her up there. She was a good-looking winner and a very professional winner of her first start. Carmen's Candy Jar, named for the late Carmen Barrera, gets it done, and she will carry things forward. And it's nice to see a horse named for somebody that was popular and very meaningful, of course, the connections as well. I think it's a relief. I'm sure Mike Ravolli's thinking, I think I named a good one here, but until they run, you just never quite know.
Exactly. You never know what you're going to get out on the racetrack. But I think Mike Rapoli's seen a couple of horses work out in the morning. Can usually tell if they might be able to run just a little bit.
Sometimes you see him work in the morning and you think they can run and they can't run. And there's Carmen Barrera there. Obviously, and Carmen, a popular figure of the New York Racing Association for many, many years. And Elise Jacobs bringing the Candy Jar down to the winner's circle.
Amazing. Love to see that.
A lot more to come. We're just getting started. We saw a nice 2-year-old to start out the day. 2-year-olds in race number 4 as well. But we'll go back to yesterday to talk a little bit about a very promising 3-year-old that made his second start here, a winning one. He's 2 for 2, and that's Unmatched Wisdom. The sky could be the limit.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as Carmen's Candy Jar makes her way back to the winner's circle for a popular, successful winning debut in race number 1.
Yeah, she was extremely professional sitting off of horses, able to save that ground towards the inside, take some kickback, and really get that spot in between horses to accelerate on through to just grab a loose on the lead pace setter in Sassy Shenanigans. And I think we might end up hearing from these top 3 further down the line.
See how things work out with these New York breds, but definitely a nice performance by the winner here. As you say, a very professional win by her, getting it done, and look forward to seeing more from her when we head up to Saratoga, as I hopefully imagine she will be heading. All things go well after her first start. But Carmen's Candy Jar at a very short price kicks off the action today. $3.50 in the win, being the second choice. Sassy Shenanigans. Irad Ortiz made it 5. Manny, if he held on with a 6, could have made it 7, but there's a lot of racing to go, and be interesting to see if Irad at different times is not here. You know, if he's away. I think he's riding at Churchill next Sunday. I wouldn't be surprised if he's riding there for their big day next Saturday, as the Stephen Foster is Saturday. So Manny will be looking forward to take advantage.
And with that time away still, to be that close, be in the hunt for that leadership role, I mean, that's still significant as we see him be so successful on the circuit, as he is everywhere.
The guy who's actually riding the highest percentage, I believe, is Flavien Prat. He has not had that many mounts. He's winning at a very high percentage, and Yeah, listen, I also think the thing for Manny Franco is Manny did not have as good a winter as he's had in the past. And I think the fact that he's really been riding extremely well now, especially as the big guns have come back, it's really good for him going forward. And we have a lot of confidence in Manny. We like him personally, but he's a terrific race rider.
He is, and this is the time to start perking up. You want to be able to secure yourself that summer business at Saratoga and show that you can compete with some of those top riders that are more of the go-tos for many of the popular trainers. If you show that you belong right there with them, you're peaking at the right time, heading into a good meet, you'll be getting those mounts.
And no matter who you are when you go to Saratoga, those first couple weeks, there's a lot of pressure. Because if you're the rider that goes 1 for 35 to start the meet out, you're the one that doesn't get the calls, perhaps, when people are thinking about who they want to ride their horses. It is a pressure-packed, a lot of fun, but a pressure-packed meet for everybody that goes to Saratoga, riders and trainers alike. Unmatched Wisdom, and a very, very impressive debut on a wet track with a 98 buyer. Dry track yesterday, 2 turns at 1 1/8. He passed the test, getting a 93 buyer in this race. On top of a fast pace, a very professional win.
And I remember this was a horse that you had some interest in on debut based on that sales work, even though it was from a little while ago. And while this 3-year-old male division is so open and we are still waiting for somebody to really run that fast race, take that big step forward, he suddenly becomes very interesting as a player for the second half of the year because you're looking for that new face that can take that step forward, be that faster horse, especially after 3 different winners of all 3 Triple Crown races.
And you got the same 93 buyer that Batten Down did in winning the Ohio Derby, a race where Catching Freedom was a no-factor 4th in there. But Unmatched Wisdom is obviously has a lot of potential. It's unusual. You see a Cairo Prince that, as you mentioned, sold for $450,000, the 2-year-old sale. It took a long time to get to the races. And he has been very, very impressive, both his starts. And in all likelihood, we'll probably see him in the Curlin at Saratoga, which hopefully could be a stepping stone to the Travers.
And that does seem like the next logical step for him to see who's really going to show up in there, because who's he supposed to be so afraid of?
I agree. I mean, it's not as though the horse in the Triple Crown races are running buyer figures that you're shaking in your boots. And if Batten Down is a contender for those races, I think you have to say that Unmatched Wisdom is as well. The Curlin will be July 19th. I believe that's a Friday. The Haskell will be on Saturday. And then a week later, the Jim Dandy. The Travers on August 24th. The Pennsylvania Derby much later. But listen, Chad Brown has been very, very high on this horse after his debut. We've been talking about it. And he's only been talking about ways he was going to get him to the Travers. So it's very exciting this time of year, and hopefully he is able to make that move forward. But he's going to have to probably get a little faster and run against a horse with more experience, and experience in some pretty big races.
Exactly. And when you do have those horses that have been on the Triple Crown trail that were able to be competitive in those earlier races for the 3-year-old males, it tells you what sort of class you're dealing with. And he still has something to prove in that aspect, but he's been fast in his 2 starts so far.
No, he's a very promising horse to be able to win at 2 turns at 1 1/8 second start and run a fast race. I'm interested to see, I called my friend Craig Mokowski, who does the figures for Timeform US. I'm interested to see what kind of pace-based figure he gave me. He gave him at 116 for his debut. His figures are usually 16 to 20 points higher than the buyer scale. So it fell in line with the buyer figure. And I'm wondering if he's going to move that race up a little bit because he was on top of a fast pace. The horse who was the speed while he was overmatched, he lost by about 40 lengths yesterday. So it was a pretty taxing pace yesterday. And it's just fun to watch these horses develop and see if they can go to the upper echelon. I was going back, and you can go back and think of some times when 3-year-olds were dominating, and a new face emerges and changes the landscape in the summer with races like the Haskell, the Jim Dandy, and the Travers. The number 1 in race number 2 with, I believe, Abner Adorno, riding for Joe Orsino, one I know you're a little interested in. Harp Be Good, we'll get back to him. General Robinson is the 2.
Another one of the Jorge Delgado trainees would have to get faster.
Contingency?
Yes.
The number 3, Secret Temptation?
Army. This one would have to get quite a bit faster as well, a big price for a reason.
A logical horse, Raw Power, the 4.
And dropping in class, has been able to go a distance of ground before in the past. Just makes some sense based on the last 2.
La Sierra C, the 5 going by. The 6, Chic and Scat. Where did that last race come from, Sarah?
I don't know, but if we see anything other than that, she's not going to win this one.
It's amazing, right? I mean, talk about a 1-number horse, and we ran out the field with Amy Mule, not surprisingly, an Army Mule, Isaac Castillo riding.
Wouldn't it be
Tony
so
Wilson.
disrespectful if she wasn't an Army Mule?
That would be one way to put it. It is amazing, getting back to Chic and Scat. I mean, I guess it was the stretch out, because this is a horse that had never broken 39 on the buyer scale, suddenly runs a 70 buyer, coming back going long last time in a maiden 12-5, but it was the first time on the dirt that this horse had stretched out.
Right, and this was a dominating performance, and if we see something like this again, this horse is going to win for fun in this race, but this horse is also facing winners for the first time. Yes, that was the first stretch out on the dirt, but it's not as though this horse had never gone long at all, having run on the synthetic, going a route of ground. It clearly has taken some sort of step forward between then and now, but it's not as though the numbers increased so dramatically to suggest this is a brand new horse prior to that stretch out in distance.
My general feeling, and I feel like Greg and I talk about this quite a bit in the show, you're supposed to bet against one number horses at short prices, and judging by the fixed odds, you're not getting 8-5. You're probably getting even money or 4-5 on this horse. And I'm not saying there's anybody else that's that exciting. Raw Power is sort of the logical horse. You had a little interest in the one, Harper Be Good.
This is the only horse that has that one number that at least is faster than the one number we saw last time out from She Can Scat, a horse that had faced some solid, while Florida bred, still solid company at Gulfstream when with the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn. Came back on the turf, off a little bit of a layoff. Short race, now dropping in class, getting back to the surface that she's been better on. I don't know if she wants to go quite this far, but with everybody else in this field, this is the only one that I want to take a shot with.
You know, and I think it's interesting. She's 5-1 in the fixed odds and 3-1 now. So in all likelihood, you're going to get a bump in price in that last flash, which is often the most important flash. But I guess she's kind of my kind of horse in the sense that she's an all or nothing. She may be a horrible bet, but she may be a great bet. And I don't really mind that if you're getting, $11 or $12 on her.
Sure, and I think we both agree, win or not, the number 6 She Can Scat is a horrible bet.
I would never bet her at the likely even money she's going to be in here. She may come back and run that number and win for fun, and if she does, I'll lose my money. I'm with you on that as they're heading into the gate for race number 2, and we send it over to the man who calls the action at Monmouth Park, Matt Dinnerman.
La Cierva C coming up. Two back, She Can Scat. To the outside post, Amy Mule. Here's Amy Mule, Isaac Castillo. We're ready to go. And Laroff, She Can Scat. Good beginning for her. Secret Temptation a little bit quicker in the first 16th of a mile. General Robinson between that pair moving up to be a joint second with She Can Scat. Secret Temptation a narrow leader into the turn. General Robinson content on being close to the pace as well. And these two hook up. It's still Secret Temptation with a neck lead. General Robinson from the outside not making things easy. A gap of 3 to She Can Scat. Eases off that tempo, is now in the 3rd position. Raw Powers between horses now with La Cierva C and Harper Be Good. That trio stretched across the track, and they're 4 better than Amy Mule, who's at the back of the pack. They're down the back stretch. General Robinson takes a hold of the bit, and with 5 furlongs to go, opens up to a lengthened 3/4 lead. Secret Temptation now tracking in 2nd. She Can Be Scat joins her. A gap of 2 to La Cierva C. She's 4th now, racing alone. Another 3. Amy Mule is getting closer from the back of the field, claims the 5th position from Raw Power, and Harper Be Good's now the trailer as they go into the far turn. General Robinson coming back to the field, and She Can Scat easily passes that front runner and becomes the front runner. And She Can Scat opens up by 2. Now it's 2.5 as she approaches the quarter pole. She Can Scat's all alone with a 3.5 length lead and a 1/4 mile more to go. Amy Mule from far out of it has claimed the 2nd position and begins a run, and she's moving quickly. Needs to catch She Can Scat, who has a 2-length cushion and 3/16 to go. Amy Mule bearing down from the outside 2nd. She Can Scat is asked for her best. Amy Mule outside continues to rally, but She Can Scat drifted out, and Amy Mule had to steady because of that. She Can Scat is going to win. She Can Scat your winner over Amy Mule, La Cierva C, and General Robinson.
There will be an inquiry in race number 2 at Monmouth Park. And first of all, I think we have to maybe not pay as much attention to the fixed odds because this horse went up as the 9-5 second choice, Chic and Scat. The number 4, Raw Power, went down to the 3-2 favorite in the last flash. So things changed a little bit. Now, Amy Mule went up 7-1. She appeared to be cruising by here when under a left-handed crop, Sammy Camacho came out and really interfered, in my opinion. There's going to be an inquiry. They're going to say there was no contact. Sarah, I would take this horse down.
There was no contact from what we can see, but at the same time, I agree with you. This is a clear move out in front of that horse's path when that horse did have so much room towards the inside. And I think that the horse wasn't exactly done running. You saw her sort of come back and make that move towards the end. I think that that speaks to more of that interference rather than just getting in front of a tired horse.
And there has already been an inquiry posted here, no surprise. And the other thing I would say also is, and this is something I'd be interested in talking to Richie about, these are lower level horses. Not knocking them. They are who they are. The better horses can sort of deal with the adversity maybe a little bit better. That's what makes them better horses. These are not the kind of horses that are going to deal with that adversity. And I mean, I would say that Chic and Scat completely stopped the momentum of Amy Mule, who really appeared to be going by.
And it's not as though she didn't stop running. That's what's so meaningful to me.
Back.
She did come back and really close that margin towards the end of the race. So I think that that's more of an argument for the fact that there was solid interference that may have cost her some sort of placing.
We're seeing if we can get the head on. If we can get it, our crack crew will get the head on. But keep a look here. I mean, it's not just the 7 sort of looming along. At this point, she looks like she's just going by and has
really
her momentum
steady.
completely stopped.
Right, and when you're dealing with horses at this level of competition, those inconveniences, those stops and starts, they don't recover from them in the way that she actually kind of did. She started to re-rally and make some sort of
50 more yards.
Right, so I think that,
or less.
Well, neither of us like this horse. I think that she was the one that ran the better race of the top 2 finishers by far.
Yeah, we'll hopefully be able to get you a head on of that if we can get it. We will bring it to you, obviously. It's a little easier to get at Aqueduct than obviously it is at Monmouth, but and they haven't shown it on their feed as well, which Sarah and I are keeping an eye on. I don't even care what the head-on looks like. This is one that, based on the pan, I think he's coming down. We'll see if that's the case. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see if the inquiry's still going on. Race number 2 at Monmouth, 6-7-5-2-3 unofficially, but an inquiry against the winner, the 6, Chic and Scat. We'll be back with race number 2 here at Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The Cross Country Big 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Welcome back to America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, and really is a tremendous place. If you're in the Lexington area and you get a chance, heading out to Claiborne for a tour, we're going to show the head-on. It's even worse. This is a deliberate attempt by Sammy Camacho. This is bad.
This is steering in the direction of your competition and never really making that attempt to correct your horse. He continues to use the crop on that inside rather than switching hands to get the horse to straighten up. And I agree with you. It seemed like there was some direct steering, direct intensive use with the crop to get this horse to come out to meet the competition and really go into.
This is bad. I'm sorry. This is bad. We'll keep you abreast. When we see a change, we'll let you know. But we are 4 minutes away from race number 2 here at Aqueduct as the horses are on the racetrack. And we're showing the 2. The 1, Clubhouse, is scratched. The 2 is Boss Tweed, who's coming off a big maiden victory. Gary Contessa and Junior Alvarado.
Maybe this horse is the speed, but would need to see if this one can compete class-wise.
Number 3, Screamin' Uncle, goes out for Randy Persaud with our man, Romero Mirage.
A horse that is in good form right now. Can he take a little bit of step up?
High Heat goes out for Orlando Noda with Lane Luzzy riding.
I wonder if this one's form was better a couple months ago and if he's kind of tailed off a bit.
Tivy, who likes to run third and is 1 for 16 with 12 seconds and thirds. Second choice, Javier riding for Jenna Antonucci.
He doesn't like to win, but he is consistent. He's been facing better.
The number 6 is Borletti, who is favored in doubles. Irad riding for Rick Dutrow.
A horse that is taking all of that money right now, has run well on both the turf and the dirt.
I'm sorry Richie can't see that head on at Monmouth, but let's find out more of the second race as we go to the MIG.
I'm actually dying to see that head on at Monmouth. We don't have any monitors down in the paddock office, so I'm listening to you guys, but I sure wish I could weigh in. Let's start here with the 4-horse High Heat. You know, I'm just going to talk about horses from a physical perspective first, and what are we trying to do? We're trying to match up what we see on paper with what we see in the flesh. High Heat is outstanding. He's turned out incredibly well. I love everything I'm seeing from him. I think he does have to improve a little bit to handle some of these, but I do think he's going to run his A effort. And he is also a horse, the most winningest horse in the race. He does sport 5 wins as opposed to some of his rivals. So I thought he was pretty interesting at a price. He's the biggest price in a small field. But he is also speed. And it looks like there's an abundance of speed here, including the 5 Tivy, who I can't knock from a physical perspective. He's a very thick horse. Being by his intermischief, you see a lot of his male horses kind of carry that weight up in their shoulders and their neck, and they're kind of thicker individuals. But he is 1 for 16. He has run faster than the other horses. I agree with Sarah. He's run against better horses, but he's another one that I think does his best running when he's up on the pace. And I think that's going to be a crowded place. And then you've got Borletti, who is 6 to 5, and I'm going to pick him. You get Irad Ortiz for Rick Dutrow, and he is a horse that is better running at horses, and he is going to have 4 horses inside of him that I think are going to be, scrimmaging for the lead. So I went with the favorite here, Borletti, just because I think the way the race projects to play out. Guys, I'm kind of curious to see what you think as far as the pace and how it will play out here.
Thanks a lot, Richie. And I agree with you, Richie, with Borletti. I prefer his form around here. Now, to be fair, Sarah's the 5 Tivy, but you scratched into this horse when Clubhouse was scratched.
I did, and this is not really the type of horse that I love to pick on top. A horse that has had so many opportunities, really has those thirds stacking up, so much more so than the seconds and even the wins.
Let me just interrupt. There was a change at Monmouth Park. They made the right call, and they took down the 6 Chic and Scat. Army Mule, the unofficial winner, at 7 to 1. Sorry, Sarah.
Amy Mule. Army Mule's not winning any more races. But, I mean, I think that was the right call, and we both agreed on that. It seemed like a very deliberate type of ride to really switch this horse over to interfere with your eventual official winner.
No, I'm glad the stewards made the right call there. That kind of riding should not be condoned. We'll see what happens. I got to be honest, I thought Tivy would be favored over Borletti. The Irad Ortiz factor, though, is a very difficult thing to overcome at the windows as they're heading into the gate for this race. It does appear on paper to be a 2-horse race, Sarah. The other horses just don't look good enough.
No, and I think based on the company that everybody's kept as of late, it's really Tivy and Borletti that have faced some better horses than anybody else has in their more recent starts, at least where they've been able to be competitive. And I mean, I don't know if anybody's really up to the task to upset either of these two.
We'll see what happens as the horses are heading in the gate. The number 2 Boss Tweed off a big win against Lesser last time. If he can step forward, I guess he's probably the third likeliest winner here, as he's 8-1, the fourth choice now. Both 6-5 as they head in the gate. Let's go up to Chris Griffin to get the call of today's second.
Tivy. Borletti. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Tivy breaks well, and so does Boss Tweed, and Boss Tweed is now quickest, is up by 3/4 of a length. There's right towards the outside. Moving forward is High Heat. To the outside of them comes Tivy, and Borletti joins them 4 across the racetrack. The early trailer is Screaming Uncle. They're 4 across the track. It's Boss Tweed, and Junior Alvarado's got the lead at 9-1, is up by 3/4 of a length. Pressure towards the outside from High Heat is engaged from second. Here comes a 3-wide run from Tivy, who's in pursuit, 22-1 for that opening quarter mile. Also trying to run on there comes Borletti, is in the 4th position, starts to close in, is still 2.5 off the leaders. The trailer is Screaming Uncle. They're getting set to reach the top of the stretch, and Boss Tweed is still there. It's Boss Tweed trying to take them all the way and is very game towards the inside. Tivy with every shot to run right on by, and Tivy's trying to cut into the margin, but Boss Tweed is still there. It's Boss Tweed now with a final furlong to go and is still up by about 1.5 lengths. Tivy is trying to cut in one final time inside that final 16th. Boss Tweed, Tivy, Boss Tweed, Tivy, Boss Tweed. At 9-1, Boss Tweed pulls off the upset. Tivy, late run, Screaming Uncle, a woman at 10-1.
Back-to-back wins for Boss Tweed, for Gary Contessa and Junior Alvarado, and Junior came out aggressively, set what seemed to be a pretty quick pace, so the track's played pretty glib, and was able to hold off Tivy, who couldn't get by, and Borletti was bad.
It seemed like Borletti was the one getting the right kind of setup, sitting in that stalking position, and Tivy had every shot to run down this early pace setter. And when you're dealing with these horses that just don't want to get themselves into the winner's circle, that are 1 for 20-something with 9/3, this is not the kind of trip you want to see as they continue to hang and not want to pass horses that, yes, he set a legitimate pace, but he'd been working some bullets coming in, and Junior gave him the right kind of aggressive ride against some horses that just don't really want to pass.
And the way the number 3 Screamin' Uncle closed for third right on the rail, I'm beginning to wonder if we may have a little bit of an advantage to horses that are saving ground. As for the first race and this race, we'll keep an eye on that as things go forward. But an upset in race number 2, 9-1 on Boss Tweed, getting it done. Junior Alvarado riding for Gary Contessa in our second race. 2-5-3-6. And unless there's a strong bias, that was an inexcusable performance for Borletti, who simply had nothing.
Yeah, I think that's definitely worth paying attention to going forward, because these are the types of results that make you think that that might be the case, especially with horses that really underperform and horses that significantly overperform. Now, we could just be wrong, but...
Yeah, well, it's not a question of wrong. It's always worth noting these things. You just don't want to leap to conclusions. As we head over to Monmouth Park, where, as we said, there was a change and the stewards made the right call. I just wish it hadn't gone from inquiry to unofficial, and the call was that the numbers weren't reversed for about 40 seconds.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves.
Well, that's crazy. They did take down the 6, Chic and Scat. We'll see if Sammy Camacho gets dazed for this. And Amy Mule, Isaac Castillo, gets put up for Tony Wilson.
Yeah, it took a long time to make this decision, and I thought the head-on, as you did as well, was even more incriminating than the pan that we're taking a look at now, where Chic and Scat is really deliberately directed over to the path of Amy Mule. Amy Mule has to check, does sort of re-rally and come back to try and put her nose in front, unable to do so unofficially, but able to get that official win. And I don't love when they change the order after it goes from inquiry, objection to unofficial. That's one of my least favorite things that we do in racing.
It's a little bit strange, and this one took quite a while for it to go. It was first, it didn't come down, but what's most important is they made the right decision, and you're going to see, Sammy Camacho switches over, and this is deliberate, and I mean, and that's the thing. Listen, we talk about herding, and one of the problems with herding is, yes, guys that are better riders can do a better job controlling their horses. Lesser riders, maybe not as much, and a horse can get away from you, and I don't think Sammy Camacho's plan was to have that happen. but you risk that happening when you make the decision that he did. Fortunately, nothing happened, and the right call was made. Race number 3 at Monmouth Park. Something tells me that Brad's bet must be named for Brad Thomas, the longtime analyst for Monmouth Park and a longtime horse player as well. Used to be here in the New York circuit going back many, many years. Well, it wasn't the only Klarovich starter that did well yesterday in Unmatched Wisdom. Oversubscribed, very impressive, winning the Wild Applause. We'll have more on that when we come back after a quick break.
Gunrunner is the sire of 12 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we see the upset winner of race number 2 heading into the winner's circle with Junior Alvarado for Gary Contessa. And I'll tell you something about Junior. I've always felt Junior's an exceptional rider. To be fair, I thought he kind of had a slump a few years ago and was not riding that well. But his riding over the last couple of years, in my opinion, has been exceptional.
I think we've seen that really play out. Of course, he's always been that go-to guy for trainer Bill Mott, but really getting on some of those bigger horses, Cody's Wish being one of them, able to have that continued success overall with some of those top-rated horses. And I think that even his ride not that long ago on Nutella Fella, not a bad one either.
No, I think Junior, I mean, this is a very, very tough colony, and Junior rides a lot for Bill Mott, and he has ridden a lot for him. But I think, forgetting about that, I just think he's riding extremely well. He's always been, and it's frustrating sometimes for me to see people you know are really, really talented riders riding badly. It's one thing if somebody's just not a very good rider. They are who they are. I know Junior is a more than capable rider, one of the better riders in the circuit, and I feel like he slumped for whatever reason, but he is back on top of his game and riding as well as anybody. I mean, did the right thing there. I mean, maybe he had no choice, but I think Junior's been riding very well for quite a while.
Absolutely, definitely one to keep your eye on, and if that was the right move, of course, when you make those moves of aggression rather than those passive non-moves, it usually works out more often than not instead of staying passive and not really taking advantage of what's given to you. And that was the lead in that last race. And he just went on with it with some horses that don't really like to pass others.
And Dylan Davis not riding today. He was going to ride So High. There's a rider change on So High. And I think if you like So High today, there's a good chance you are, in fact, So High.
I mean, he should be in front, but that's all.
I'm just never
that's
getting
all,
away from. I'm never
that's your
getting away
favorite
from that
joke.
line. I love that line.
He should be in front, but that's
I
about
don't know
it.
if it's my favorite joke. I got a few others.
I've probably heard all of them.
My joke back. Nah, you don't really hear my.
They
they're
can all
mostly,
get the distance,
nah,
just a matter of how fast.
No, I
That's
mean
the-
jokes handed down from my dad.
Oh,
My
okay.
dad had a lot of good jokes.
Yeah.
You know, like.
So you have dad jokes now?
Oh, I have many dad jokes. My dad was quite a joke teller, as a matter of fact. Anyhow, very interesting looking at multi-race bets. Atoned is absolutely slammed in the double. The double is $24 for $1, suggesting that this horse is like 7 to 5. The horse paid $20 in the first race, 6 or 7 to 5. Not even favored in the pick 3, got crushed. And Atoned does not won a race since he won the Pegasus Turf, whatever it is, silly name, a year and a half ago.
I mean, he's kept good company, but overall it's been a long time since he's been to the winner's circle. And he's one of those horses that, yes, this is a graded stakes quality field, but even when he's been at a similar level to this, he hasn't quite shown up as of late. But he's got that back class for sure.
I think he is very dangerous. I flirted with putting him on top. I picked him second. We'll talk more about that race, but let's take a look at yesterday's Wild Applause. Got a lot of races named for sons and daughters of Glowing Tribute, Number Glowing Tribute. There was quite a pace duel up front, which helped set it up for oversubscribed, who won her last half at 45 and change and earned a 91 buyer speed figure.
She's been favored in all 3 of her starts so far, able to turn the tables on Makenga here, and Chantilly Road really helping her out, that uncoupled stablemate, to put that pressure on your early pace setter. Makenga ran a great race to end up finishing 3rd in here, but oversubscribed. Big step forward. 91 buyer from the other numbers that she had been running previously in her career. Seemed like she was always very highly touted from the beginning when she won in that dead heat at Tampa, and really looking forward to her in graded stakes company this summer.
She was unlucky behind Makenga in her last start, where not only Makenga was able to control, but she got into real trouble in the backstretch. She's 2 for 3, a fairly expensive purchase. They go a little over $400,000 over at Tattersall, and it just seems like since Chad Brown went to Tattersall with Peter Brandt, and he won horse for Peter, but also for Seth Klarman, they have had so much success with the horses from Tattersall program, trading one of them, but so many of them. And, you know, I see them together, and I always think back to what Seth Klarman said at the Eclipse Awards when he won leading owner. And he said that Chad and I make a good team in the sense that Chad and anybody make a good team. And, you know, and the truth is, Seth Klarman has been an owner for many, many years with Clarvich Stables. He's had some success, but not at the level he has with Chad. And when he sort of branched out and gave a number of horses to many different trainers, he ended up selecting Chad as his trainer. And things have just completely turned around for him, winning leading owner, having a horse of the year with Bricks and Mortar, but so many stakes. And I believe already this year they have 9 stakes wins.
I mean, that's a set partnership that we know to be so successful, especially on this circuit, and certainly seeing a lot of that success continue to play out going forward as he sticks with one particular trainer mostly.
Very loyal to this circuit, where he probably runs 70% or more of his starters at the New York Racing Association, and a lot of success and a great day yesterday with 3 wins. They're on the track for the 3rd at Monmouth. The one is Brad's Bet with Jomar Torres.
Has gotten a little bit quicker on the turf, would need to take another step forward in all likelihood.
They took all the time between the first and second horses in the post parade, and then about a third of a second between the other horses. Sammy Camacho on New York Strong.
This horse makes a lot of sense, dropping in for this price tag. It really has numbers that just tower above this field.
Anadolu is going by, the number 3. The 4 is Watch My Tail, a firster for Mike Deeney.
I don't love when they sell for so much less than the stud fee. This one's $7,000 purchase.
The 5 is Scratch, the number 6. I'm not going to try to pronounce this one. Going by with, I'm not sure, the 7.
Isaac
Samuel.
Castillo?
Yeah, I thought I saw that. He wasn't in the paper. He got put up. Vindicated Tiger as the 7. The 8 is Vejo Verde, Oscar Barrera, and Nick Juarez.
A horse that is trying this surface for the first time would need to really improve on the turf.
Paco Lopez rounds out the field with the AE Moonflyer, who gets in. Let's head to the man on the ground. He had a little break, Paulie. You missed all the action with the DQ.
Oh, well, you know, it was a DQ that was coming. I mean, if you actually go back and you look, I think what took so long was in the race before. The 6 didn't make contact with the 7, but it was so outrageous they had to take the horse down. The stewards made the right decision in the race before. Now getting to race number 3 in here, New York Strong is bet heavy in the will pays too. And you know, Andy and I have been talking about these fixed odds. This horse is going to go off about 3 to 5, somewhere in that area, 70 cents on the dollar, somewhere in there. And you know, with the 10 drawing in, I think you're getting more Paco Lopez money than anything else, to be honest with you, because you know, if you look up Moonflyer, I do see a couple decent races, but you can argue the 6 and the 7 are right there with the outside horse. You know, Mithridates, I'll take a shot at it for Amir Shockley, ran really well last time now. Now Isaac Castillo takes the horns, and now the 7, Vindicated Tiger, I think tactically could stay a little bit close. So the 2 is going to be really tough to handle in here, but I think the 10's taking a little bit of Paco money more than anything else. I'd rather go 2-7 and even take a little bit of a shot maybe with the first time started here with the 4 here, watch my tail, but New York Strong is going to be ultra tough.
No argument with Paulie there on New York Strong, Sarah, who does look like much the horse to beat. And wow, think of those fixed odds. This horse is 2 to 5 in the fixed odds right now.
And deservedly so. I mean, based on what anybody has done on the racetrack so far, this is the horse that's never faced level of competition that's quite like this. But I think you always have to ask, when you see a big drop in class like this, why is that happening? Why is this horse dropping in for such a short price tag? And did take that first drop in class on the dirt a little bit earlier this month, and disappointed at a very short price after setting the pace.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to try to beat this horse, to be honest. I thought Leo Fong was a little bit of the interesting horse here. How about the first-time star of the 4? I mean, this horse, the dam won 7 of 33 turf races and made almost $500,000. I know it's a first full running for a tag. They only paid $7,000 for Kitten's Joy. It's a little weird, but that's a big turf pedigree.
It is, and again, why is this horse here in this spot? Why is this
horse only $7,000?
Right. Why is this a horse that only cost that price tag?
Arcangelo cost $35,000 with $1 million pedigree, but I agree with you as a general rule. Let's get the call from Matt Dinnerman.
And to the outside is Moonflyer. Moonflyer and Paco Lopez rounding out the group of 8. We're ready to go. And Larough. Vindicated Tiger put into play early. Anadolu is there as well. Mithridates in that group. Between that pair as they come out of the chute. Anadolu is the leader coming out of the chute by about 3/4 of a length. Mithridates runs in the second spot. Vindicated Flyer is third. Moonflyer in the 4th position is next, about 5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2 to New York Strong, along with Viejo Verde. And Brad's Bet second to last, one way out of it. Watch My Tail has been outrun today, maybe 30 lengths behind the front runner as they round the far turn. Anadolu still clear on the lead, and she's opened up 1.5 lengths. Mithridates sent along from the second spot. Vindicated Tiger pushed upon third. New York Strong's going to be caught 4 or 5 wide off the turn. Rallies on the extreme outside while Moonflyer rides the rail. Coming down the stretch now. Anadolu's getting tired. Up the inside, Moonflyer ducks to the rail. Far outside, New York Strong trying to catch Vindicated Tiger, and Mithridates there as well. Vindicated Tiger in the middle of the threesome has the lead, and Vindicated Tiger wins it at 7-1. New York Strong out finishing Mithridates for second, and Brad's Bet was 4th hoe.
I feel like yesterday in the first few races here in Monmouth, we saw a lot of short prices. Not the case. An upset in race number 2 at Aqueduct. Put up a 7-1 the second race, and Vindicated Tiger, boy, it felt like New York Strong had a good trip. Maybe lost a little momentum during the stretch, Sarah, but he had the whole stretch to get it done and could not catch Vindicated Tiger.
No,
not a good effort.
Not really a big turn of foot from this horse either, even though the pace was on. It really seemed like that grinding type that was just plucking away and never really going to get there. And Vindicated Tiger, yes, it's harder to come up with this one, but there were some things to be suspicious of the number 2 New York Strong.
The third race at Aqueduct, or Belmont at the Big A, is really a stakes quality field. I mean, you've got a Grade 1 winner in Atone. You've got a Grade 2 winner in Major Dude. Running with Scissors has been in good form. Steady On is a graded stake. Actually not a winner, but has finished second grade stakes. Big Everett has won graded stakes, and Kalik has as well. This is really, really a fun race. I have done nothing but knock Big Everest throughout his career, and I thought about picking him second to Atone, but I feel like after how much I picked on him, I'd pick him on top. But pay attention to your choice, Kalik, out of the gate.
Yeah, it's a significant stumble. He was a horse that was coming off a layoff, and while he does stumble forward, it seems as though he really loses that momentum on his both front legs and ends up towards the back in this field. And he's a horse that's had that propensity to be a bit more forward in his races, more successful when up near the front end, which is where Big Everest was on this day.
And this was a pace that really fell apart. And Big Everest, one of the reasons I've knocked him is not that he's a bad horse, it's that he's not as good as his record, because he really did get many, many, many soft trips. Part of it because he has speed, and there's a dearth of speed in turf racing. I look at this race, we'll see how much speed. We'll see, as you mentioned me, so high. We'll see if the long shot shows speed. And he also lost to a very promising runner in Turf King, who had a big trip in a prior race at Gulfstream. I think he's very dangerous in the front end, and here I picked him, and maybe today he can control. Let's get more on the horses from the paddock, from the MIG.
I think this is a tremendous race here for a third race on a Sunday. It is a stakes quality field. We'll start with the 4-horse Running with Scissors. This horse looks outstanding. This is an 8-year-old that just looks fantastic. He carries great weight. His coat is terrific. He's trained by Fernando Abreu, who is a longtime assistant trainer to the late, great Alan Jerkins. This horse looks fantastic. I don't think I've ever seen him look better. The 5 Steady On making a real nice impression, coming off of a extended layoff, but he looks very fit to me. His coat's really good, like what I'm seeing from Steady On. And Big Everest is, you know, a big solid individual in his own right. But Big Everest has a problem. And that problem is right outside of him and so high. Big Everest is a horse that settles very well when he makes the lead. Joel Rosario knows him well, but when he has pressure, especially from his outside, and a horse drawn directly, pretty much directly outside him, there's one in between them, could set him off a little bit. So a lot of that depends on how he settles, and I think that could be problematic with So High, who's outfitted with cheek pieces on the outside.
Thanks, Richie, and I think it is important to see what South High does early. The 1 Atone, Kenner Carmouche, and Mike Maker.
He's got all the back class. We'll see if he can return to some of those prior efforts when he was in good form.
1 of 2 for Todd Pletcher, Major Dude with Javier Castellano.
Fair to question just how good he is. His last 2 races, not so much, but going back to early on in that 3-year-old year, faced some good ones.
Coming off a long layoff into this race, as the other Pletcher runner, Curbstone, tries the turf again.
A horse that has been on this surface before, but really got better with those long-distance races on the dirt.
Gets a class test here, but Running with Scissors in great form, Trevor McCarthy.
Run well in the last 2 starts, can handle pretty much anything, sprinting, routing, any surface.
Steady On off 15 months, Manny Franco riding for Todd Pletcher.
Some of his better races make him the horse to beat. It's just a question of if we're going to see them or not, floating up in price.
Joel Rosario rides Big Everest for Christophe Clement.
And we'll see what the pace ends up setting up as for him, but he can sit off a little bit.
Kalik, Chad Brown, and Irad.
Hoping for a better trip for this one than last time. Now second off the layoff. Anything near that Pennine Ridge puts him in the mix.
The speedy outsider, the number 8, So High.
Steady diet of graded stakes for this one, where he's been overmatched in some of them. We'll see if he can get another victory at a level that he fits in a bit better with.
If you're not a member of Naira Bets, a good time to head on over to Naira Bets. Use the promo code MATCH200 and we will match $200 of your initial deposit. Go to nairabets.com for more information. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets. Yeah, you've got a couple runners for Todd Pletcher that are stakes quality performers that are coming off long layoffs. And we'll start with the 5 Steady On. After that, talk a little about Major Dude. We'll show Steady On with a win in the Appleton over some good horses in Churchtown and Fort Washington. Listen, he has run some fast races in his time, just very hard to trust off the long layoff.
Exactly, and I wonder if this is one of those horses that when he has run some of his bigger numbers, they've been at tracks that were a little bit more to his liking, or he's been able to get more of a setup and had things his way a little bit more than some of the others have. And when he doesn't have things his way, he doesn't run quite as quickly, and I get it. He was facing some good company in that win. Fort Washington we've seen recently come back and do quite well, but I have the same questions you do on overall. How talented is he?
When he ran a 95 buyer here at Aqueduct, going back a couple of years, he rode an extremely strong inside bias with the rails down. The two major dude won the Penn Mile at Penn National last year before his form sort of eluded him. Over the last 5 years, 6 to 12 month layoffs in turf routes at Naira, Todd Pletcher's numbers are less than spectacular.
Worth taking note of, as he isn't exactly a big price in this field, though you're getting, I think, a fair price on him overall. And when you look at how he was as a 2-year-old and even the early part of his 3-year-old season, he faced some horses that went on to run pretty well. We saw 2 fills go on to do well in the Kentucky Derby. We saw Webslinger and Farbridge go on to do pretty well in graded stakes company. Yes, that Penn Mile was really gifted to him and things fell apart after that. You have to wonder how he's going to come back, but at least you know that the level of competition was there at one point with him.
No, that's very fair, and he obviously needed a break, and he's getting back for the summer racing. I'm looking forward to More Than Looks, who beat him in the Manila last year, coming back. I was texting with Cherie DeVoe, and she's hoping to get him back to the races fairly soon. Your pick, Kalikin, here. I agree on excuse last time, and I'm not against his chances here. I think he has a player. My question with him, Sarah, is was he ever really that good? Because you mentioned how much Major Dude win, and I think you made good points about him. This horse has also had very fortunate trips when he's been able to be successful.
He absolutely has, and I think you have to wonder about the level of competition that he's faced and the kinds of trips that he's gotten when he was able to defeat horses like Farbridge and Silver Knot in that Pennine Ridge. But I think with him, as a 2-year-old, he ran okay in his second start, first time getting on the turf behind Batflip, who is all right in his own right. And then as a 3-year-old, he didn't really do anything wrong in the races where he had an opportunity. He was steadied early on in that Belmont Derby, a race that maybe was a little bit farther than he wants to go. Then he didn't do well in the synthetic. He's off for a long time. Then he has a stumble last time out, doesn't get that forward position that he likes. I can make some excuses for his poor performances overall. And when he has had things more favorable to him, yes, he's been able to get the job done, but I think he's still kind of an unknown in a way.
It's fair. I don't think 7-4-1 is any bargain on him with all those variables, and that's a lot to do with the connections and IRAD riding as well. You know, you've got all these at least once stakes quality performers, but you've got a horse that's in great form, but moving up against tougher horses. And I know the MIG is interested in running with scissors. Just, Richie, bet him, don't do it.
I actually did open up my Naira bets, and I'm betting the 4 running with scissors. I think he looks outstanding. I know he's an 8-year-old, and earlier in his career, I thought he was more of a turf sprinter. But horses change, and I think this horse is a different horse now, particularly with Fernando Abreu as his conditioner. He is incredibly healthy looking. His coat is amazing. His weight is amazing. I'm just really, really taken with the 4 running with scissors, and I think he's in top form. I think he sits a good trip in behind the pace. And at 8-1, 7-1 now, I think he's square value. I will say this, he's an 8-year-old, and I'm not one of these people that subscribes to the fact that at a certain age horses shouldn't compete. I think there are no hard and fast rules when it comes to horses, and I think these things have to be applied with common sense. If a horse is in good form and enjoying their job, allow them to do it. I see plenty of horses that are much younger that obviously they're not enjoying their job. Those are the horses that need to be scrutinized more. It shouldn't be about age. It should be about the current form they're in.
Well, I agree with you, Richie, but then again, you and I are old. Having said that, I on a serious note, I agree with Richie said. This is an interesting horse, right? It shows the power of Bernstein, a Bernstein dam, and he's a tremendous turf influence. Congaree was such a great racehorse. He's had really very little success as a sire.
Look, I'm a big fan of running with scissors. Again, not the act, but the horse himself. We did see Ballooney come back to
he did win.
To win, and a horse that we were kind of suspect of in terms of his overall quality. And look, he's just so versatile. I have a lot of respect for him, but I just wonder if this field might be a little bit too tough for what he's been capable of doing as of late.
But in fairness to Richie, at 7-1.
Yeah, take a
he is a
swing
horse
if you like
that
him.
keeps showing up and running
and
his races.
The recency
and
the recent good form.
You can hope to get a little lucky at 7-1. You don't want to hope to get a little lucky at 5-2 or 3-1.
Correct.
I think a tone makes a ton of sense in this race. Soft turf last time, synthetic before that. Ridiculous trip in the Canadian turf, and he actually ran very well in the whatever the turf race in Florida
World
is.
Cup Turf
whatever.
Invitational.
Nonsense.
How many words can we put in a stakes?
Is it an invitational if you're invited to a party that anyone can go to? I think he makes a lot of sense in here, and I don't think 5-2 is an unfair price on him. He just hasn't won in a while.
I mean, when you look at the races that he's been able to put forth, he certainly towers above some of these from a class standpoint. It's just sort of a question of whether or not he's able to get himself into the winner's circle with this little bit of a drop in class.
Interesting race coming up. This could easily be a stake race, our third race. First time on the turf today. We'll get the call from Chris Griffin.
Front of the gate open here for Calic. Running with Scissors is in, and So High to the outside. Here's So High. Is in. All set. And they're off. Steady On. Flashes early speed. There's Big Everest joining this pace setter, and from the outside draw, So High wants to join them 3 across the course. It's Steady On who holds the rail position now, but Big Everest and Joel Rosario in between horses, and now they take command, and they are up by about 3/4 of a length on So High, who's now going to stalk from second. At the rail there is Steady On, who broke on top but is now back to third, ground saving as they enter that turn. To the outside of Steady On is going to be Major Dude, is in the 4th position. Running with Scissors is running freely out in the center of the course, is 3 wide, is now picking up some momentum and is about to challenge for third. They are 2 lengths in front of Atone, who's now in the 6th position, is right there as a pair with Calic, and the trailer is Curbstone. They're chasing Big Everest. Big Everest has the lead, 23-3 was that opening quarter mile, 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Big Everest at 2-1. So High is right there, ready to pounce towards the outside. Running with Scissors is now more settled. At the rail, there's Steady On, and Steady On starts to progress, is reclaiming the 3rd spot. In behind them is Major Dude, who's back there in 5th. Atone is in traffic, needs somewhere to go. Out wider, here comes Calic, and Calic is on the move, is making a wide rally. The trailer is Curbstone. They're still chasing Big Everest, who has not been asked yet, hugs the rail, and Big Everest about to get the cue. Steady On, right off the rail, is coming after the leader now. Big Everest is trying to take him all the way, and Big Everest still has plenty. Atone dives down towards the inside. Here comes Major Dude, who's a major threat now in the late stages. It's still Big Everest who's got the lead. Major Dude is catching with every stride. Big Everest almost there. Big Everest does enough. Big Everest wins it over Major Dude, then Atone and Steady On. In 1:42 flat.
Manny Franco doing the MIG, getting your position going forward, went, and Joel Rosario just sort of eased up outside of him. So High did not get an aggressive ride, and able to get a first score in 23.72 on a very firm course for a horse like this. That really set him up to be in a very good position to even get the mile in the 16th. A nice effort for Major Dude to finish second here. Atone got the run on the inside. He had nothing, but Big Everest gets it done.
And I think this is your reward for finally picking him, that he runs.
I felt a little sense of pride.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you going to go like down really quick and congratulate him in the winner's circle?
I am hard on this horse, and he's a good horse. But let's be honest. He also got a very good trip to get it done today. And I'm not trying to knock him, but you've got a horse. I mean, he's got a remarkable record. He's now 9 for 18. But he also shows the value of having some speed and some stamina in turf racing, where you just don't see that many quick paces.
Right, and we also see a lot of passive rides. Of course, Manny Franco did really send Steady On to try to get some forward position, just not fast enough. But So High is a horse that could have been in front if they really wanted to, and there was no intention whatsoever.
I'm hearing from our producer that Dean Reeves, who owns in partnership, and I guess Porta Fortuna, she must have won She must have won the coronation. I did not know that at Ascot yesterday. So congratulations to them. It's a great. Had a win yesterday. Yes, had a win. Was it Friday with the maiden, Fabulous Fox. Not sure who won yesterday, but I'll trust in Terrence.
Didn't Porta Fortuna run second?
Oh, Instamatic.
Yes.
Instamatic had the win, and the win at Ascot. And the coronation is one of the premier 3-year-old races of the entire year, and that's an exciting win. She had taken a tough beat in the English Guineas a little bit earlier as well.
Didn't she run over here in the Breeders' Cup?
She ran in the Breeders' Cup,
yeah. I picked her, and she ran second, right?
Yeah, no, she's a nice horse,
yeah,
and
she's
Big
nice.
Everest gets it done as well. Firing at all cylinders, Big Everest gets it done with Joel. A nice performance, though, off the layup for Major Dude to finish second, considering the pace. A lot of good racing to come, is basically a stakes quality allowance in race 3. America's Day at the Races will continue after a quick break.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The son of Run Happy, Natala Fella, has won the hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back in the winner's circle for race number 3. Joel Rosario guiding Big Everest to the winner's circle after guiding him to victory. Christophe Clement sitting by. Dean Reeves not obviously back yet from Ascot. Understandable after the big win yesterday. But Big Everest, I mean, opportunistic or not, 9 for 18 is a pretty strong record running against some pretty nice horses throughout his career.
Exactly, and I guess it's your redemption for finally choosing him on top, and he's able to get the victory in this spot. A nice ride from Joel Rosario to be forwardly placed without really being dead sent to get that lead away, just having that natural speed to take him there. Nice run from Major Dude, finishing second off of that layoff, but when you get good trips that often, it's not really just a coincidence, is it?
Well, I mean, it's because he has speed. I mean, it's the value of speed. We see so many races that just basically lack speed in turf races, and a horse that has talent and is able to run up front, and he's shown an ability to rate if he has to. It's a huge advantage for a horse because so many of these turf horses just don't seem to have much early speed, and speed is very deadly. Better on dirt, but it can win on turf as well. Race number 4 is the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. The 2-year-old race of the day is brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And this is a good one, Sarah.
This is one of the best races on the card today. Very contentious, a lot of pedigree going on with many high-profile connections. And you could make a case for several contenders in this field, as many of them have the opportunity to do something going forward, even if they don't win today.
I mean, you look at this race, sometimes we get these turf races with maidens and even maiden specials, and you go, boy, there isn't much pedigree here. This race almost has too much pedigree.
It's hard to decide who you really think is going to step up and be successful in this spot, because you have the half-siblings to many successful runners, full siblings, much dam-side turf pedigree as well for many of these, and it's going to be a fun race to see how it stands up going forward.
Yeah, early in the season, but this is a very appealing-looking turf race, and the two pivotal moments, speaking of Reeves Thoroughbred, who owns the Source and Partnership, worked a very impressive 9 3/5 at OBS. We'll take a look at that workout and more, as well as the 4th race at Monmouth when America's Day at the Races returns.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and sales rate, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Beyond Brilliant, Gear Jockey, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. By the legendary Candy Ride. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Sarah Albadwi, Richard Migliori, Paul LaDuca, and Andy Serling. For now, Greg Wolf will be upstairs as well, and I assume Maggie will be joining us a little bit later also. Actually, Jonathan will be joining us. Maybe Richie. Is Richie? Whatever.
Someone will be here other than you and I.
The good news for you guys is someone or ones will be here, and they won't be me and Sarah. They're on the track for race number 4, where the 5-horse Iron Clover, who was the favorite in last year's Gotham, as Sarah pointed out to me, is the heavy 4-5 favorite this time. The one is 10 gauge. Going out for Daniel Velasquez and Andy Hernandez.
Race 2 back would certainly put this one into contention. Where did it come from, and can it be repeated?
Kozaris goes out for Terry Pompey, who you may not know won a hopeful with Currency Swap.
I remember Currency Swap. Very interesting. This is a horse that's really done better against state breds overall. We need to get a bit faster.
A matter of time. Isaac Castillo
has been running well in those Jersey bred races, taking a little bit of a step up.
Anti-Gravity, who you point out, ran in the Haskell, and the number 5, Iron Clover, the heavy favorite.
And a horse that has some of that back class as well. It's really the outside 3 of the where have you been in terms of who have you faced and where are you now in terms of your overall ability.
Yeah.
This one, no exception.
Market Maven, who you said to me ran in the Wood Memorial quite a few years ago. 3, in fact.
70-1 that day.
Let's take a look at Iron Clover winning last year's Hot Springs over Gunpilot. It's okay.
Absolutely, and this was a rebound effort after going off as the favorite in that Gotham, finishing 4th that day, had won his first 2 starts of his career and able to get that 80 Beyer speed figure in this spot, and it didn't even run that badly when finishing 3rd in his next start at Lone Star. Kind of really fell off in the Iowa Derby, and we have yet to really see him return to this sort of level of competition, but his last couple of races, they've been quick enough to get the job done here.
Well, the question with Iron Clover is his form eluding him, or is he just getting, Paulie, some needed class relief?
Well, that's the question you need to answer. It really is. This is Brad Cox's first runner that he's shipped in here to the Jersey Shore of this meet, so it's a tough read. He obviously employs the top jockey in Paco Lopez, and it looks like he's going to try to control in the front end. And, you know, when I look at Brad Cox runner, and he's been tinkering with this horse with blinkers or not, and this is kind of a salty group in here, but he does have the edge in here when it comes to the horse to beat. I mean, he's a 4-year-old facing some other horses, like the 3-horse in here, who I think has got a very good shot in here. A matter of time. But the problem with a matter of time is this horse was 0 for 12 last year. Am I supposed to expect the 9-year-old is going to win back-to-back races or run those, back-to-back good races? And so I got off the 3 a little bit, and I kind of landed on the 4 Anti-Gravity. Like I said, I do think their favorite's going to be tough to beat. But Dan Ward and Joe Bravo go way back. This is a reclaim for Dan. This horse galloped 2 back, and then last time got behind the 8 ball a little bit and had too much to do. I just think that if anybody's going to have a hiccup here, the Brad Cox runner, I think it's going to be Anti-Gravity from off the pace in here, guys. The 110 gauge to me is a horse that's very inconsistent and really tough to gauge, no pun intended. So like I said, I'm going to land on Anti-Gravity, trying to beat the Brad Cox runner, Andy. I just think you might be right. He could be going the wrong way.
It'll be interesting to see. Ships in for, dare I say it, 10 Strike Racing, Marshall Graham and company. Iron Clover is the horse to beat. You have an idea against this horse. Paulie likes the 4 Anti-Gravity as a sort of little bit of an upsetter, not a huge opinion, sounds
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go against the outside 3 for me, at least in this spot. And I think that Iron Clover is your likeliest winner. I'm not really rushing to place a win bet, but looking at who he's faced in his last couple of starts, I mean, he's not of the same caliber as horses like Extra Añejo, Raise Cane, at least not anymore. And I think you can make the argument that maybe this is just finding the right kind of level for a horse that showed some promise early on and maybe tailing off in terms of what sort of company that he can keep. But if you want to talk about back class, I mean, number 4 Anti-Gravity is really the horse that has run in some high profile races and against some tough company. I mean, when you look back, even when he wasn't running in the best of the best races, he's still against Market Analysis, he's still against Highly Motivated, Proxy. I mean, everybody that he has faced in the Wayback Machine, it's been better company than he's likely running into today. So at the current price he's at, I think he's an interesting alternative.
Highly Motivated, who is a half-brother too.
I know this, but I don't know this.
Ways and Means.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, highly motivated. It was a really nice horse. I loved Hot Rod Charlie. I
You
thought,
were obsessed with Hot Rod Charlie.
I thought that Belmont Stakes with him and Essential Quality was just such a thrilling race. I mean, it was a real throwdown. I felt bad when he lost. I didn't bet him. I don't know that I really picked him. I just thought he was a really, really good horse.
And he ran the better race to me in that Belmont Stakes
agree.
of his career. Really, truly, that's one of the
race
best
he ever ran. Yeah, I
yes,
agree.
and then I think truly one of the best races that Midnight Bourbon ever ran, another horse who was around that same time period, was in the Travers when he finished second to Essential Quality.
I made my biggest bet of the Saratoga meet on Midnight Bourbon.
Yeah,
I
I
had
did
COVID,
too.
and that was when I was back in my. He had no excuse.
No.
He was a tremendous bet at like 5.5 to 1 in there. He
Got
was
the
the speed. He had
lead.
every chance to win. He lost fair and square, but I'd do it again. It's like a situation where if the same situation came up again, I'd make a big bet on him again, and we'd win. They're heading at the gate for race number 4.
Alternate
Matt
reality.
Ditterman has the call.
Clover and Market Maven. Hein Clover goes into the gate. Market Maven to round out the field of a half dozen. We're ready to go. And Laruff. Hein Clover got away alertly. Kozaris on the lead too. 10 gauge there. 10 gauge from the inside with the lead. Kozaris hounding him. Hein Clover right off in the third position going into the turn. Market Maven off that trio in fourth as the top three pretty much line up in the early stages. A matter of time, second to last. Anti-Gravity at the back of the pack as they round the clubhouse turn. Hein Clover went off at 3 to 5. Has the lead with 10 gauge, who's on the inside holding the rail spot and the front running position. Those two together as they make their way up the backstretch. A gap of 2 to Kozaris. Settles off the pace, is third track in the pace. 2 better than Market Maven. Anti-Gravity now second to last. A matter of time is the clear trailer. 7 lengths off dueling leaders down the backstretch. Hein Clover, Paco Lopez outside of 10 gauge and Andy Hernandez. They're nose and nose, stride for stride with a half mile to go. There's a gap of 4 lengths back to another pair. Anti-Gravity has made his way into third and he's gotten to the rail entering the 4-turn run. Kozaris alongside of him. Market Maven is going in the wrong direction, has plummeted back, has not run his best race today. A matter of time just past him. 10 gauge calls it a day. Hein Clover trying to stick around on the lead, and he's got company now from Kozaris. It's Hein Clover with the lead. Kozaris at 8 to 1, trying to spring the upset. Hein Clover's got something for the final 3/16. Kozaris second. Anti-Gravity made that early move, is flattened out. A matter of time into third, but well out of it. Hein Clover approaches the 16th pole. He's a length in front. Kozaris has the ears pinned back. He wants to get to him. He's determined. He's going to do it. Kozaris runs by to win. Kozaris over Hein Clover. Anti-Gravity re-rallies for third. A matter of time was fourth.
Kind of a wild race, Sarah, when it looked like the sprinter stretching out. Kozaris sort of made his run to Hein Clover, but Hein Clover turned him away. But Kozaris in the shadow of the wire gets the job done, an upset.
Yeah, an exciting result here as we saw a very close finish. And I guess looking at him overall in hindsight handicapping, he does look more like that sprinting type. But when you think about the company that he's capped, even if it was against some of those state races in Florida, he's faced some pretty good ones sprinting.
This horse got a nice win there for Terry Pompey. Congrats if you had Kozaris. We've seen some upsets at Monmouth Park. We're going to take a break. We will be back coming up with that excellent 2-year-old race on the grass after a quick break.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're in the paddock here for the 4th race, the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And let's start out with the 2-horse, appropriately enough, by Bolt de Oro, standing at Spendthrift Farm, a very successful stallion. This horse just got a great look for Christophe Clements. Had an opportunity to work on the turf course up in Saratoga, really making a nice impression. Very professional-looking individual. Joel Rosario takes the call for Christophe Clements, and he looks like he is very well prepared here for his debut. The 1-horse Simulate, also been training up in Saratoga, does not sport one of those turf workouts for trainer Bill Mott. Looks fit, looks ready to go. And then the 7-horse Pharaoh's Dynasty by American Pharaoh, a Triple Crown winner, Wesley Ward, so good at getting these horses ready. Reaches out to Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, and he looks like he's got his game face on, guys.
Thanks, Richie. The number 1 Simulate going by, a Claiborne Farm horse, Junior Alvarado riding for Bill Mott.
And the dam, a half-sister to Grade 1 winner Lee, so some pedigree for both surfaces.
Yeah, a lot of pedigree in that second generation. Pivotal Moment, 9 3/5, a 2-year-old sale for Christophe Clements.
An impressive workout, the horse that is your current favorite.
Connections looking for back-to-back wins all around. War Warrior, Mark Cassie.
This one does actually have a little bit of experience. I have to Cabo Spirit, who was best on turf.
Very exciting 3-horse field this horse was in last
yes.
time out. Brendan Walsh has a nice 2-year-old work, 10 flat, 0-year-old sales. Kendrick Carmouche.
And there's some turf pedigree on the dam side. A 4-time winning turf router was Lamari.
This field's so strong, even the 49-1 Thunder Princess has pedigree.
Yeah, exactly. A horse that maybe looks like that bit of an outsider, but there's even pedigree with this one, as you mentioned.
Strong pedigree on the dam side with Pharaoh's Dynasty for Wesley Ward and John Velasquez.
Exactly. The full 2 4-wheel drive, who we saw be very precocious and get plenty of victories.
Gary Contessa and Ruben Silvero team up on the 8-2.
Does have that turf workout and experience as well after running in the Tremont. We need to improve.
Your pick leading role, an Oscar Performance first-time stars, a half the talented Red Carpet Ready.
Yeah, actually a full sibling to Red Carpet Ready, who was more proficient on the dirt, but this one seems to have the pedigree to handle both.
A lot more dirt pedigree on the Todd Pletcher first or the outside, but taking some money, but that's Irad Ortiz on this one, said about.
With all the pedigree going on in this race, I'd be willing to go in a different direction, but obviously always dangerous connections.
Yeah, no, this is a fascinating race, and we'll take a look at Pivotal Moments. 9 3/5 workout. Half to 3 turf winners from 5 to try it. You get influence from Bolt Doro on the turf as well. And what I like so much is not just the fact that obviously the workout was quick, but that this horse was able to get to the races just a couple of months after this workout.
Always a good sign when you have those horses that you're able to get out of a sale and really have them professional and ready to go on the racetrack. Obviously a quick work as well. It's not exactly like it's an overwhelming turf pedigree, but it's certainly enough that this one should be able to handle this surface and seems to have that speed as well, which as we know in these turf sprints is at a premium.
The number 7 Pharaoh's Dynasty was my pick in here. I scratched into when Ortley Avenue came out. The ever-dangerous Wesley Ward with this one, $330,000 and a half to 4-wheel drive, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
And we know that this is the type of Wesley Ward horse that's going to get bet. John Velasquez aboard, a horse that he has some connection with in terms of having a sibling of this one as well. And usually with these Wesley Ward horses, they're pretty quick and able to establish some early position. And there's nobody that I want more on a horse that's likely to be forward than John Velasquez.
Okay. Your pick, the number 9 leading role, as you mentioned, a full red carpet ready. Does it bother you that one is more efficient on the dirt?
Maybe if this horse was with another trainer, but I feel very confident in George Weaver's ability to discern between a turf and a dirt horse overall. I like that he's tried her working out on both surfaces, and I think that making this decision is likely the right one for this particular horse, given that he's gotten to see her work over both dirt, or him work over both dirt and turf, and maybe making that decision based on what looked better to him.
Not taking any money, but George Weaver won with some big long shots in these kind of 2-year-old races last year. So the fact that this horse is not live on the board may be absolutely meaningless. And there's so much going on in here.
Someone's going to get
two
lost.
2-to-1s. Horses are going to get lost in here. The MIG likes the one Simulate. Big second dam pedigree on this one, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting that good Claiborne Farm, Adele Dilschneider pedigree here. Simulate made a really nice impression. He got kind of away from the pony, and the pony, the pony rider, I should say, left the strap on. Junior Alvarado did some job being able to reach up, get the strap out from the bit, and hang on to it, not let it go. He's a big price, but I was really impressed with this son of Kitten's Joy. Made a really nice impression out of a war front mare. Like you said, you get that good, strong pedigree. He's got an inside post. It'll be interesting to see how professional he is. It's always a tough task for a young horse to be down inside, but I was taken with him from a physical perspective. The 2 pivotal moment, obviously with that big work and his pedigree, and Christophe Clement, and just a really logical kind of horse taking that money, and he made also a nice impression. Horse that did not grab me in the paddock, but really elevated to me on the racetrack was the 9 leading role. I understand what you're saying, Andy, too, about the pedigree. Sibling maybe better on the dirt, but being by Oscar Performance, you got to think there's something to it. And the horse has some works on the turf, both at Palm Beach Downs and then in Saratoga. And George Weaver, we know, is very proficient with first-time starters. He just clicked down to 10-1, so maybe taking a little bit of a nibble. But I'm going to the inside. It's all about Simulate for me.
There is turf pedigree, not just Oscar Performance, who obviously an influence is a half to a turf winner as well. I'm just more noting about Red Carpet Ready being the better one from that family. Let's talk a little bit about the number 4 West Beach here. The Dam was a very nice turf horse, won 4 or 13 turf starts, and I thought worked a very impressive 10 flat. And this one could be the one that's just getting lost here for Brendan Walsh, who's a very, very good trainer.
He is, and reaching out to Kendrick Carmouche here for this one, that he's one of those riders that will try to establish some sort of forward position if at all possible. You can at least count on him to attempt to do that, and that's going to be key in one of these turf sprints. But overall with him, I kind of wonder, the Omaha Beaches, we've seen him be so successful with his first-time starters, but much more so on the dirt than in turf sprints.
No, that's very fair. He is a war front, though, so you are getting that turf influence there, but I think all the things are fair. Just a long shot that does have enough pedigree. The 3-War Warrior. What worries me about this horse is, first of all, lost at 3-5 in a 3-horse field first time out. This is not a pedigree that's screaming this horse is going to move forward on the turf. Not saying it's not a pedigree that could handle it, but just not a pedigree to move forward. And doesn't this horse have to really move forward? That was a bad race first time.
It was. I think that experience value certainly speaks for something, but when you have so many live-seeming first-time starters in a race like this, it doesn't really mean quite as much to have that one race under your belt where someone in here is supposed to be a runner.
It's one thing, right? It's one thing if there's one horse taking money and the rest of them are sort of may, right? Then you're just like, okay, maybe that horse is a bit of a trip, but I think it's a great point. You've got the 2 and 7 for serious high-profile connections taking money. You've got the 9 who you're interested in here as well. Rich interested in the 1. I agree. There's a lot of horses have to not be able to run that seem to have the pedigree. Even the 4, who's 14-1, might be the wrong weekend though to be betting against Dean Reeves and considering the success he's had and
Absolutely.
Pivotal Moment obviously going out, and it's a pivotal moment for him. I like the name.
Yeah.
That's a cool name.
I think it's well designed with a tipping point, Bolt Toro, Pivotal Moment.
I like that. I think that's a very, very
clever.
cool name. I like that a lot, actually. And, once again, we mentioned that Dean Reeves is a part owner of Porta Fortuna, who won yesterday's coronation. That is a huge win. That is one of the most prestigious races in the world for 3-year-old fillies.
That horse has some talent. I remember when she was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, Fillies Turf here and ran a good second with a little bit of a trip towards the inside. Really interested to see how that horse does going forward. Would love to see her come back to the U.S.
I didn't even know that the horse was named by Acacia. Now I'm kind of mad I was being so nice to her. She just texted me. She named this horse. Nice
did
job,
she?
Geisha. Geisha's a
Very
very,
smart.
she's an underrated horse namer.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, great job. I like that a lot. I said that. I had no idea that Keisha named that horse. Once again, I want to remind people this is the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And with the call of that race, Chris Griffin.
Last alone. Set about goes in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Pivotal Moment, the early trailer. West Beach has early speed, and so does Pharaoh's Dynasty. They're 1-2. Pharaoh's Dynasty is quickest, is now up by 3/4 of a length with West Beach down towards the inside as a challenging second. It's a tight hold on Dew. Wants to go, is right there in the third position at the rail, now progressing. Pivotal Moment, after breaking awkwardly, is now taken fourth. It's to the inside of War Warrior, who's there in fifth. Less than a half mile to go. There's Simulate up towards the outside, is now tracking in the sixth position. And behind Simulate is going to be Thunder Princess. Second to last. Set about, and the trailer is leading roll. They work into the far turn, and they're still chasing on the front end. Pharaoh's Dynasty, 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. Right there is the Grey Dew in between horses, and here comes War Warrior, who's ready to pounce, and War Warrior with a charge down the center of the course. Also at the rail, West Beach is going to find some room, is trying to bull on through, but Pharaoh's Dynasty is still there, and Pharaoh's Dynasty is kicked on now. Pharaoh's Dynasty is up by 2. It's Pharaoh's Dynasty sprinting away. West Beach, the only one within range. Pharaoh's Dynasty almost there. Pharaoh's Dynasty wins it. Pharaoh's Dynasty over West Beach. Then came Pivotal Moment. Then a photo. Dew with War Warrior in 1 minute 8 and 4.
Well, we often say at the start of races is the most important part of a race, and it was the bad part of the race for Pivotal Moment, unfortunately. In fact, it was his pivotal moment, but the number 7, like so many Wesley Ward horses, broke sharply in here, went to the front, and was able to dominate. And we mentioned West Beach as having that pedigree for Brennan Walsh, the one who kind of got lost. An exceptional ride by Kendrick, was just second best. But Pivotal Moment, I don't want to say he was best, though I could understand somebody making the argument it would have been a lot different if he had broken.
And I think that it was 2 points of trouble, not just the slow start for him and getting steadied back, but when he had made up that ground towards the inside, then he got steadied back again.
Well, I'll say something else, Sarah, and I think you'll agree. Look at the fractions, 46 flat, 22-31. They were able to come home in 11.6 seconds. If the 2 had broken the way he so facilely moved up that ground, we were not going to see a 22-7-1 first quarter. So either the 7 was going to have to work harder, and maybe they would have battled and set it up for the 4, but it was going to be a much different race if he broke in there, whether or not he won the race.
I absolutely agree with that. I think that this is one of those horses that's going to be that proverbial trip horse going forward, going to be overbet in next start, but this is legitimate trouble at multiple points in the race. Of course, first to start, being last early, rushing up, and then having to take back again towards the inside.
But also the way he's so easily able to get in that position after that break. That's
he has
not
some
an easy
ability.
thing to do. It's almost like a push-button car in here, and I don't know if we'll see the head-on if it was him braking slowly or somebody came over on him.
Then he
but
has
he
to
was
steady again,
clearly
coming up right
unlucky.
here.
Yeah, he steadies off of heels near. This horse can run.
Yes.
He just was unlucky.
There he
And
goes.
Listen, it happens with firsters. It's just one of those things. It's frustrating, but he will be around to fight another day. It just would have been such a different race if he had broken, and that's what bothers me. And let's take a look at the head-on, Sarah, and see what happens. The number 2, the 3 came over and took him out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he off a slight step slow, but he never had that clear path going forwards and really did need to steady back, and that cost him a lot of valuable position. He made it up, cost himself again, and clearly a horse to watch going forwards that has that turn of foot and some ability.
It was the pivotal moment for Pivotal Moment at the start, and unfortunate for him, but he'll be back to fight another day. But the number 7, Pharaoh's Dynasty, Johnny Velasquez and Wesley Ward, able to get it done first time out. 108.85 on this turf course. A fun race, the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, lived up to the billing. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races. Sterling Silver looks to be the heavy favorite in the Dancing Renee later on today's card.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650. $650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I don't know, Sarah. I had a dream I was just there, but it obviously was a dream because we're still 18 days away from opening day at Saratoga, and it is one of the happiest days every year when you get into Saratoga for opening day of the meet, even with the Belmont Stakes behind us. So great to get to Saratoga, knowing you'll be there for a full 2 months.
It's still the traditional Saratoga meet. We still have that same hype with the quality of horses and quality of racing that we're going to see coming up this summer. And do you dream about horse racing frequently?
My alarm woke me up in the middle of a stretch stool the other day.
Did you
I'm
win?
Pretty pissed. I'm not going to know. My alarm woke me up.
You'll need to see the photo.
I wonder if my brain knew the alarm was coming. I'm still pissed off. I'll never find out. I feel like I was going to win. It was going to be a life-changing score.
I mean, you could just make
I'll
it up.
never know. Of course I dream about horse racing constantly. Absolutely. A lot of good 2-year-old races. The Schuylerville, also the Coronation Cup, the 3-year-old fillies on the turf, 5.5 furlongs. A daughter of Glowing Tribute, as a matter of fact. The Wilton, which we saw randomized win last year. The Diana, the Kelso, the Sanford. 2-year-old boys, the Sanford, and the Quick Call, a fun race for the 3-year-olds on the turf. That race presented by the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation as well. So much to look forward to, and a lot for Wesley Ward to look forward to. The question for me with Wesley is, how many more times we're going to see this horse? Because a lot of times he runs them fairly sparingly.
Over under on less than 5?
This year? Oh, 5. I would take the under on 5 for $1 million. This year, got away with a pretty easy first quarter, which really helped him. And obviously the 2, what happened at the gate, changed the entire running of this race.
Of course, and pivotal moment, having that trouble early on, having to steady back with that ground that he was able to make up, and then having to steady again. I mean, he has some promise going forward. This was a solid debut effort, even with that trouble.
Right. I mean, you always want to win, but when your horse runs as well as he did, and this was not his fault. This was the fall of the 3 coming over that really changed things. They're the spendthrift prices for race number 4. Pharaoh's Dynasty, $7 even. West Beach finishing second at 10-1. They combined for an exact, they paid $33.25 for $1. Race number 5, we're going to see a very, very heavy favorite. Lost in Rome. They scratched secret rules. Doesn't matter. Is this a function of not only Lost in Rome, but it's just hard to sort of latch on to anybody else as a major player, especially with a scratch the 5 life changer.
I just don't know who you're really supposed to like in this race based on recent form. And while Lost in Rome is a short price, he figures to sit close, has Ira Ortiz Jr. aboard. And overall, looking at who has been running lately and what they've been doing, I'm not that enthused by anybody else.
Right. Lost in Rome, I think he's one of these horses who can only lose this race. If he shows up with his decent effort, he is, in fact, 2 to 5 to win this race. But they don't always show up. These are claimers. You don't really know if they're going to show up. And if he doesn't, there are a number of candidates that are possible. Dot Stoller is a candidate. The horse that you picked, the 8, Joking Way, who's a little bit interesting as well. But it's going to be a case of whether or not the favorite shows up. Show up, and he'll win.
Exactly, and there is a lot of pace in this race. One of those pace players coming out with Secret Rules, but there's still plenty of horses that want to have some forward position. Lost in Rome does not need the lead to win. He can sit right off that early pace that may or may not develop.
No, he's not a speed horse. He's the horse to beat as we head over to Monmouth Park for their 5th race and 5.5 furlongs on the turf, where the favorite is the number 1, Outlaw Country. I feel like this horse George Weaver had once. Am I right or not?
Isn't he?
I thought he originally had this horse.
First start.
Randy Hill,
First
I think.
start,
I think Randy Hill had this horse, yeah. I remember
You
the
are
Salmon
correct.
Silks.
Salmon silks vividly in your dreams.
I can just remember them. I picture horses. Don't you picture horses by their silks? I do.
I do by the number
Paco
they were.
Lopez riding this horse for Kelly Breen.
A little bit of a trip last time. Had to check out of some room. I ended up running 3rd in there.
Cold Feet, Cathal Lynch.
I mean, it has run well on both dirt and turf. Maybe needs to step forward here to compete.
Judge Davis for Shug.
I remember this horse, one of the
Been around a while.
has-beens that we have seen in some graded stakes here.
Yeah, I remember him first starting. The 4 is Point Liam. Terry Pompey looking for back-to-back wins.
Certainly improved on turf and synthetic, but how much?
Jorge Gonzalez rides Fitz, who went by us. The 6 is Flying Liam. Tony Margata and Jairo Rendon.
Maybe arguable this horse has gotten better overall back to the turf.
Maya Prince, Mike Trombetta.
Did run second in that
Ruiz.
common race with Outlaw Country last time out behind Son of a Birch.
Can the once very talented Ikigai refine the form that's been eluding him?
I mean, this is a horse that used to have significant early speed. If he can back to some of those races we saw in the past, he could wire this field.
Take a look at some of the video of Maya Prince losing by a desperate nose last time out, but also includes the trouble that the number 1 Outlaw Country had in that race.
And look, when you have a situation like this where you have one of those horses have a bit more of a trip than another one, I'm always looking to bet back the horse that had more trouble in a race and ran similarly. Is the margin that significant? Was the steady that significant? I don't know. I mean, I think overall form tells you that this is an evenly matched type of duel that these two have, but looking at how wide Outlaw Country had to go in this race, I want to say maybe he is the horse to beat in here more so than Maya Prince based on that, and based on Maya Prince being able to save more ground than he did.
Okay. I'm going to say that the trouble was meaningless, but the fact that he had to swing wide and then got carried out to the stretch, and getting carried out, the field kind of got away from, maybe took the race away from. I'm ambivalent on this one. Paulie, how are you feeling about that trouble and the chance of the favorite Outlaw Country?
Well, I think he just gets the best of the draws in here. You know, the 2 horse in here is very, very fast, and I don't see anybody else quickening to the front like the 2 in here. So Outlaw Country, when you look at the 3 and the 4 in here, they're both horses that don't really break well. So if the 1 can fall out of the gate and kind of just sit in that good trip, he could be chasing the 2 around. Now, the other horse in here, the 7, Maya Prince, she just gets left in the gate every time. That's the way she runs. She runs her races upside down. She's just going to come from way out of it. Now she draws the complete outside. She's been able to, make up for some of the times where she's gotten left. She comes with some furious rallies. She is 0 for 2 over this turf course. But like I said, when you look at the 3 does not break, and the course is cutting back in distance. The 4 doesn't really have much speed. So the 5 and the 6 are going to have to put some kind of pressure on the 2 here, or this could run 1-2 around the racetrack with the 7 closing here, guys.
Thanks, Paulie. The horses are making their way to the gate for race number 5 here at Monmouth Park. Sarah, you got any ideas?
I think the Cold Feet is a little bit intriguing, a horse that has run well on both turf and dirt, and I don't really see a big difference in the form on either surface for this one. Could be a horse that has some forward position.
Looks like the speed, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, has that speed that he showed last time and really broke quickly. And Paul's talking about horses that don't quite get out of the gate at shorter prices. At least with this one, you know that he can get himself out of the gate and into position.
I think the interesting thing, does Ikigai, the long shot in the outside, have any of that speed left? Because there was a time that he had blinding speed. I don't know if he still has that kind of speed, though, but he did show speed last time, despite faltering badly.
He did, and he was really put away in that race. But
can he get in the way too early?
I think that's a fair question to ask. I just wonder with him, where is he going? Because when he doesn't end up on the lead, and all of his recent races.
I'm not defending his chance of this race. I'm just asking you if you think he could get into the way of the two Cold Feet. But I think you'll agree that Cold Feet probably needs to control in here.
I do. I think that he is a horse that does much better when he's able to have things his own way on the front end. And you make a great point about Ikigai being a horse that had shown some speed in the past, and if he does so, could end up setting this race up for somebody else. And
what about Judge Davis?
What about him? Is he any good?
Well, I mean, he's running speed figures at 5.5 furlongs and 5 furlongs that are comparable. He does have a win at Keeneland at 5.5, so maybe this is a turn back to a distance he's better at. He is going to need some pace in front of him, though.
And don't you really,
I don't love him.
Looking at who he's faced overall in his career, you could say that, yes, there have been races where he's significantly been outclassed, both on dirt and on turf, but he just hasn't really done much in his last couple of races.
But they were going long.
He's also showing a lot of things that I don't like to see in a horse that's had this much experience, with pulling early on, being a little bit ranked, getting into a wide position. I just wonder.
But that's why you cut them back. They're going to pull going longer, and by cutting them back, they're going to go faster up front. And this is something I learned from Chad Brown. When you have horses that pull, you want to cut them back in distance because the faster pace will naturally allow them to find their rhythm. So that would be a sign that this is a good turn back.
If he had run so much better in his 2 turf sprints earlier on this year, yes, but he's actually run kind of faster in the last 2 turf routes.
Those were some pretty reasonable fields he was running against relative to who he's facing here. I'm not in love with him, but I think at a price, he's dangerous. I think that Outlaw Country is a mediocre bet. This horse is burning a lot of money in his last 5 starts.
And we talked about it earlier on with Tivi, a horse that just isn't getting themselves into the winner's circle as of late. Now, he's not quite the same. He has those 7 wins overall in his career versus only winning once and having those 9 seconds, but over his last couple of starts, he has really not sealed the deal, and that's not how I want to take a horse at a short price.
All right, Sarah, thank you. As they head in the gate for race number 5, you'll be getting rid of Sarah and I soon, but Matt Dinnerman, he'll be around all day. He's got the call of race number 5.
Here's Ikigai. We're ready to go. And they're off. All 8 runners broke in a straight line. Cold Feet, where he likes to be, up on the pace. Fitz is right there battling. Flying Liam sent hard in the 3 path, joined 3rd. Ikigai 4 deep on the course as these 4 tussle on the front end. Cold Feet with a head lead coming out of the chute. Coming back to Point Liam. He's in 5th now with Outlaw Country to the inside. Maya Prince is 3 wide. Judge Davis will attempt to pass them all. Gets to the rail. Is only about 6 or 7 behind as the 8 entrants charge into the forward turn. Cold Feet setting the pace a half length. Flying Liam still aggressively ridden to keep up, but Cold Feet scampers away to a length and a half lead approaching the quarter pole. Flying Liam retreats. On the inside, Judge Davis is trying to make up some ground. Fitz is also right there. Judge Davis behind a wall of horses searching for racing room, and one of them clipped heels there, Flying Liam, but the rider did a good job to stay on. Cold Feet with a furlong to go is still in charge. He's got a 2-length lead. Outlaw Country is surging after him on the outside. Cold Feet needs the line. He's almost there. It's going to be tight. Cold Feet and Outlaw Country in the photo. It got tight. Cold Feet on the inside. Outlaw Country was outside. Point Liam was next, and Judge Davis was 4th with a rough journey. The stewards have already posted the inquiry sign, folks, so please continue to stand by.
Very tough to call whether the number 2 held on, who had the run of the race, Cold Feet, seemingly a pretty moderate pace. The number 1 able to pull out and might have got him at the May. It looks like he may have got him. It's very, very close. Outlaw Country. I'm just glad there wasn't an instant because Judge Davis almost went down the stretch. Now, I'm going to say they're looking at it, and they should. I'm not sure he really had the room to get through. He might have won this race because still was able to regather and finish 4th.
I agree, and now we're taking a look at the head-on of that, where really he just did not have the opportunity to go through between horses, and as you said,
he's 3 off the rail.
Glad that things didn't end up worse than this, and he was able to stay aboard.
Right in here.
Yeah. I mean, Is there a little contact now
That's
between
that.
the
I don't
one
know
and
when
the
it happened.
two?
Can we
It's
go-
before that.
We'd have to go back on that. If I can't tell from what we saw there when it happened because it was severe. I mean,
It was before that.
He dipped down badly. Unfortunately, everybody's okay. They're showing the one, but we've seen that song before. He is in teal, about 3 off the rail, and he's going to try to
Right
come.
there, it just happened.
I don't think you're going to say that one came out and interfered with him.
I don't know. I mean, I think
don't get
that's
the
where he
rule.
was looking for a spot that wasn't really in existence. But now looking at the head-on as we continue on, maybe you say that there's a little bit of contact between the 1 and the 2 in this race deeper in the stretch that we looked at the first time we looked at it. So who
Using
knows?
head-on for that shot is taking the term loosely. That was a side shot of the head-on. Sarah, you and I are going to be gone by the time this decision is made, if there is a
Can't wait.
decision. And I don't even know if we'll be around to see the official or a finish, because I know we got to get out of here soon. And Greg and Jonathan they're like sharks, sort of.
They're circling us.
They're circling us. They really are. I'm a little uncomfortable. I'm a little worried here for my safety. That Kinshin guy's a little shady.
Trying to stay cool up here.
They're
And
showing the one.
No, I will say, at least you got a fair price on the 1 if you liked this horse, because heavy favorite throughout, and then going off at 4-1 as we take a look at that trouble again, and Judge Davis really does significantly stumble.
I just wonder if it's the one was coming over, if he really didn't have the spot. It's very, very hard to tell, and you can't tell from the pan.
No.
Looks like, are they saying a dead heat?
Oh, okay.
Dead heat in an inquiry, Outlaw Country at 4-1. Wow, he went up.
Right.
Seen a lot of horses going up, which is also unusual.
Very strange.
I think this is going to do it for you and I.
We've had a quite exciting time.
It's been a lot of fun. I agree. And now it's going to get really fun, though. You got Greg, you got Kinshin. It's all happening here. A dead heat, and if there is a decision on the inquiry, it's going to happen without us.
Well, I
Terrence,
guess
what
I
are we
picked the
doing?
winner, technically.
We're going to break. We're out of here. Greg and JK are coming in. A lot more to come, though, on America's Day at the Races. Have a great afternoon.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
The nation's #1 Horses of Racing Age sale. Over the last decade, this sale has produced earners of more than $88 million. Top grads include recent graded stakes winners Newgrange and Fort Washington, Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, and Breeders' Cup champion Wavell Avenue. Fasig-Tipton July selected Horses of Racing Age, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back here at the Jersey Shore, a dead heat for win in race number 5 between Cold Feet and Outlaw Country. Now, there was an inquiry up a little bit earlier, but now Paco Lopez, when they were taking the winner the pictures of the photos of the horses, has now claimed foul against the 2 Cold Feet. I don't know where it was right now. Paco's on the phone. Gabriel Maldonado got off the phone just a minute ago, so we'll see what happens. But right now, it's a dead heat, but the stewards are looking at it in an objection from Paco Lopez on the bug rider here, Gabriel Maldonado. Back to New York, guys.
All right, Paulie, thanks. So we'll keep you posted on what happens in here. And it has gone official as we say that. So dead heat between Outlaw Country and Cold Feet, and that will stand.
Yeah, look, you never want to get mad at someone for claiming foul. You're doing what's best for the owners, what's best for the bettors as well, and leave it up to the judges. They'll make the best decision possible. Hopefully.
We hope, yeah.
They'll try to make, well, you know what I meant.
Sometimes it's difficult. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin stepping in for Andy and Sarah. We're going to take you the rest of the way here in New York. Outlaw Country. Cold Feet and that dead heat for the victory. Cold Feet. Now 3 for 3 on the turf. Outlaw Country 5 for 8 on the grass. All right, we'll get to the 6th in a bit. We return to New York, South Ozone Park for this 5th. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here in the 6.5 furlong sprint, $40,000 claiming race, 1-2 on the entry of the remaining half of the entry, I should say. Lost in Rome. Linda Rice, Arad Ortiz Jr. Here's the 1 to kick things off. Todd Stoller.
Yeah, this horse has a race 2 back that I thought was a little bit interesting, but that was against $16,000 claimers, a little bit deeper waters here.
Dominant win last time out, 4 lost in Rome, 440,000.
Look, I tried to find a way to beat this horse, and I simply couldn't find one.
Big jump up to 4-5 from 1-2. Here's the rail runner, Notable Bob.
Yeah, and this horse has had a couple of races in the U.S., and none of them are even remotely close to beating these horses.
Poppy's Pride, what do you think with Lane Leslie?
I just think that race 2 back was an outlier. I just don't trust it. The tote board's making me double think my thoughts.
Rider change Roman Vasquez on Cup.
Yeah, this one has a couple of back races too, but the last 2 weren't very good.
21-1 Flint Ridge, who comes off a win.
Yeah, just it has right there with the numbers. 21-1 seems a little generous. They're probably over-betting the 2 here a little bit, making the 7 be a viable price.
And Joking Way on the outside, a 3-time winner.
It's another one of these horses that are in here that have a race that could make them competitive, but they only have 1 race, while the favorite in here, Lost in Rome, has about 7 races that have this horse winning by 5 lengths.
Kicks off the late pick 5. You can play with us all summer long and beyond by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the code right there for new members. Match 200. Go to NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Here we go. Late pick 5 starts here, and maybe a horse you can key in the sequence to kick things off. This 4-5 favorite, Lost in Rome, Linda Rice off the claim. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne. To kick things off here, this 5th race, start of this late pick 5. We're fast and firm here in South Ozone Park, and that's the case as well out at Oceanport. We have the tail of the cat still to come as their feature race out in Oceanport, New Jersey. As we look at the Dance and Renee, our feature later today, the defending champ of this race is back, but wow, Sterling Silver, who was beat by Can't Hurry Love in this race last year, really seems to have gone on with it.
Yeah, Sterling Silver, though, is one of those horses, when you look at her past performances, you see Vava, you see Alva Star, and to me, she just feels like one of those horses just better than these. And I know that she's going a little bit shorter at 6 furlongs, and there's some questions about the pace of this race. I think she's actually going to be better at 6 furlongs. I'm not comparing her to Elite Power. I'm just using him as an example. He was a late-running sprinter that wasn't as good going 7. His run was even more intense going 6, and I think she's going to be tough to beat in here. I don't think there's really anyone can take advantage of the fact that it's a quote-unquote paceless race.
And not even close in terms of who she has kept company with the last few starts and kind of figures she's been running. Sterling Silver looks like a very strong favorite in that Dance and Renee, which we'll get to a little bit later on. Back to this 5th here. And Lost in Rome back to odds on here. Arad Ortiz Jr. for Linda Rice. Dominant 3-length win in this race back on May 19th.
Yeah, and the thing with Lost in Rome is that, you know, he's been kind of bouncing around a little bit. He was with, Rick Dutrow. Then he was with Rob Atras. Then he was Linda Rice. But the thing is that when a horse like this will run well for various connections, when they go to someone like Linda Rice, whatever the secret, thing is with this horse, she's going to find it as well. Rick Dutrow found it, Rob Atras found it, and you'd like to think that Linda will be able to duplicate this performance. And look, I mean, if you look at what's been happening historically over the last few years, there's even a chance that Linda will move this horse up. Any version of Lost in Rome, whether it's the Rick Dutrow version, whether it's the Rob Atras version, or it's the Linda Rice version, is going to be enough, I think, in this race.
3-5 favorite. Linda Rice did have a couple of odds-on favorites get beat just the other day on the program. But this one looks really tough in this spot, and maybe a horse to key. Here's Poppy's Pride, 3-1. This one for Orlando Nota. Had a big win 2 starts back, going 6.5 furlongs.
And that's the one I think that's probably leading to people playing this horse. You know, I mean, obviously people are looking for an alternative to the 3-5 shot. You know, as I'm coming in off the train today, people are always like, who do you love today? Who do you love today? And I Lost in Rome's going to be pretty tough. And then their next question is, yeah, but he's going to be 1-2. I understand people want to look for other options, and I guess Poppy's Pride is one. The problem I have with Poppy's Pride is that fast race 2 back was a bit of an outlier. That race doesn't really match the rest of Poppy's Pride's resume. And when you have an outlier like that, you start to ask yourself, well, what happened? Why was there that outlier? You know, it wasn't a $16,000 claiming race. This is significantly deeper waters. The Poppy's Pride probably got a little bit brave on the front end when they turned for home, had a 1-length lead. I don't foresee Poppy's Pride having a 1-length lead when they turn for home against these horses.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Lost in Rome, too, wins and fits at this level. That Poppy's Pride, yeah, that was – sometimes you get those bigger figures against easier levels of competition, and when you step up, you get a reality check.
Yeah, look, if I go out there and run 100 against, you know, and I can kind of do it easy against, you know, my 12-year-old son, it's going to be different if I go out there and with someone who's got my equal ability. It's just more pressure. You got to run harder for longer. It's just a different experience, and I think that sometimes it can lead to horses, you know, kind of getting brave and getting full of themselves out there and running a little bit faster than I think that they really are capable of doing on a consistent basis.
You got about a year or 2 left, and Austin's going to run right on by you, so enjoy it.
It's close. It's close. If I was healthy, if I had a good knee, but I got him at least for a little bit longer.
2-5 favorite, Rad Ortiz Jr. for Linda Rice. First off the claim, and a deserving heavy favorite to start this late pick 5. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Flint Ridge. Joking Way. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Stumble after the start for Cup. It's going to be mid-pack. It's hard scent, though, but Cup stumbled at the start. Poppy's Pride right out to the front, and Poppy's Pride is a clear leader. Here comes Cup to apply the pressure now, is within a half length of the lead. Dot's Dollar is at the rail, is in third, is now a shared third with Lost in Rome, who's moving forward, is now challenging for that third spot. Joking Way is progressing center of the racetrack. The 2 at the back, that's Flint Ridge with the trailer. Notable Bob, 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Poppy's Pride's got the lead. It's Poppy's Pride. Cup is under a drive here from second, trying to catch this pace setter. Here comes the run from Lost in Rome is 3 wide. 4 wide is going to be Joking Way. Dot's Dollar still patiently ridden at the rail, waiting for a seam as Poppy's Pride is still there. It's Poppy's Pride in front, 45 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Dot's Dollar just looking for a lane, and now Dot's Dollar tips to the outside. Poppy's Pride is at the top of the stretch and still about 2 in front, but here they come. Here's Dot's Dollar to the outside, and Lost in Rome also challenging as Flint Ridge on the grandstand side. Dot's Dollar trying to push on by a very game Poppy's Pride, who's now back to second. Dot's Dollar, Flavia and Pratt, they're in front. They kick away. They're up by a full length. Dot's Dollar at 8-1. Dot's Dollar wins it over Poppy's Pride, Lost in Rome, and Flint Ridge in 1 minute 16.51 seconds.
Big upset to start the late pick 5. A 1-2 favorite defeated. 8-1 on Dot's Dollar. And Flavia and Pratt 3-win day Saturday. Picks up 1 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a nice ride, sticking down towards the inside. And look, I don't think the favorite really fired in here, but Dot's Dollar did work out a nice trip. Flavia and Pratt sat right in behind those horses, saving all the ground. And then once they got about to the quarter pole, he started to try to work his way out. And right about here, he had clear run. And it was just a matter of how far at this point.
8-time winner now, this 5-year-old Dot Stoller, who has moved around from a lot of barns. Linda Rice, Mike Maker, back to Linda, Wayne Potts, now Gustavo Rodriguez. And we'll see if this one got taken again.
I would think so. I mean, I think in this race there's probably a lot of horses there's probably a few claims in here for some horses that have shown some talent, and especially with Saratoga around the corner. You know, everybody wants to kind of load up
Get some ammo?
Yeah, absolutely. Load up the barn to have some options and some opportunities, chase those big purses, and more than even chasing those big purses, having a chance to get your picture taken at Saratoga in that winner's circle. I think that to some people might mean more than the money.
This horse was some major backlash. I mean, this horse was facing allowance optional 80, won against allowance optional 62 last summer in New York. This horse had a pretty big resume as well. At the recent form, not quite what was there for Lost in Rome, but this horse shows up today. Lost in Rome does not run his best. And an 8-1 upset. Maybe a little bit bigger pride. Maybe people got with, a Rad on board as well. Lost in Rome, 1-2, maybe a little short.
Yeah, probably a little
Hindsight.
short. Yeah, 1-2. Of course it is in hindsight. But, I mean, a lot of times Irad's going to be over bet, but Irad's going to be on the best horses. So it makes sense as to why he takes that kind of money. And if you look at the resume of Lost in Rome, it makes sense why the horse was bet the way that he was. But, it's why they run the races.
Have those prices coming up in a moment. Meanwhile, as we showed you, it was a dead heat for the win back at Monmouth. Going 5.5 furlongs on the turf, Outlaw Country, cold feet. If you didn't believe us, the photo proves it.
That's a heater, all right. That is a dead heat.
Both these two have been very good on the lawn. So we move on to race 6. 6 furlong sprint coming up. 3-year-olds and up who have not won a race since December 23rd or who have never won 3. Eben hammered right now on the board. Beat by a nose last start. Drops down in class 3-5 with Sammy Camacho. We're going to take a timeout. 18 days away. Can we make it?
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
We're almost there, but we got a lot of big races still to run before we head upstate. Stay with us. We'll be back.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards, the win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Back at our Sunday coverage, America's Day of the Races, 18 days away, as we said, from Saratoga. And if you're looking for the perfect spot at the track to host this summer's company outing or family get-together, check out the Stella Artois Spa Verandas, located on the final turn. Trackside suites accommodate up to 50 guests. Provide trackside race viewing along the rail. Each private space includes partial cover, lounge furniture, betting machines, TVs, and customizable food beverage menu. Call 844-NYRA-TIX or go to NYRA.com/Saratoga.
You know what I'll say about that spot at the racetrack? My favorite place to watch races is at the top of the stretch, right about the 8th pole, maybe even the quarter pole. I promise you can always tell who's going to win when you have that perspective. You can see who's traveling better. That, you know, it's hard to tell in the pan when they turn from home and watching it on TV. It's hard.
Yeah.
But at that spot, I think it's the best place to watch a race. You really know what's going to happen at that spot.
Reserve it now. Get those big days. They go very fast. There's a lot of big days, too. In fact, pick one of these because they're probably running out at those Spa Verandas. It's our Fox Saturday schedules. Kicks off with Torpedo Anna and Kenny McPeak, by the way, saying still on the table to face the boys in the Travers. Coaching Club American Oaks and then either Alabama or Travers.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I get it. If she wins the Coaching Club American Oaks, I mean, I think she's probably the champion 3-year-old filly anyways, no matter what, at this point, after winning the Acorn and the Kentucky Oaks. But, look, there's nothing wrong with the 1.25 mile Alabama. Nothing at all.
No, there's not. But it would be fun to see her against the boys, wouldn't it? Here are some of the giveaways. The tumbler, the baseball jersey. I think first time ever that's being given away here at the meet. Got to get the cap if you got the jersey to go with it. And final weekend of the meet. Protect you from that rain.
No rain, no rain.
The windbreaker. We're not going to have any rain this year.
Don't speak like that.
No, we had enough last year for the next 5 or 6 years. So we're good to go. There's the dates. That drink tumbler. It's the one I want, July 19th.
Well, you'll be there.
Can you make sure I get one? I'm so bad at getting the giveaway stuff.
You got to get there early.
All right.
I'm sure you probably know somebody that could, help you out a little bit.
Picture time for Dots Dollar. Flavian Pratt for Gustavo Rodriguez. Novak Stable. And an 8th career win for this 5-year-old.
Yeah, it was a great ride by Flavian. Saving ground. You know, it's the great equalizer, right? Geometry is in your favor from time to time. If you're traveling the shorter distance than the other horses, you don't necessarily have to be the fastest horse. You're going to get there first. And although I thought Dots Dollar did run extremely well, the trip in the ride made it look a little bit easier.
Pulls away late for this win here. But yeah, well done by Flavian Pratt. $19.20 on this horse. Not only that, beating a 1-2 favorite. That's the kind of way you love to start off a Pick 5. It makes you feel like, okay, now I got a chance to hit this.
Yeah, and you got a chance to hit it for a significant amount when you can beat a horse like that. You got to think, when you beat, it's not even so much the fact that you got a $19 horse. It's the fact that you beat everyone else's single. That goes a long way.
Cross Country Pick 5 starts next with the 6th. Here at Belmont at the Big A. Includes the 7th, includes the 8th, and then races 8 and 9 from Monmouth, including that Tail of the Cat to close it out, the anchor leg. Let's set up the 6th. 1 1/8 on the grass, New York breds. First allowance condition and first time in forever. Guess who's aboard? Flavian Pratt, the 8-5 favorite right now.
Yeah, this horse is a New York bred who's spent a lot of time out in California, but when you got a New York bred in California, sometimes it makes a little sense to get on an airplane and head out to this side of the world.
There's nothing more that just takes the wind out of your sails when you talk about playing Pick 5s when you're deep as can be and a favorite wins. I just feel like you're doomed.
Yeah, it does hurt, and usually when that happens, you're probably in trouble from an equity standpoint already.
Oh yeah.
You know, you probably need something crazy to happen the rest of the way, or you're going to be one of those deals where you spent $72 on the ticket and you're going to get back 48.
Been plenty of those days. Back to Monmouth, 6 furlongs in this condition claiming race coming up. We'll get to the 4-5 favorite in a moment. We start with Rascally Rebel.
Yeah, Rascally Rebel doesn't have a lot of speed from the inside, although those 2s and the 1s could trick you. The pace figures suggest not very quick.
Empire's score. This could be his 9th start of the year.
Yeah, another one who didn't do much running last time, but that race 2, 3, 4 back, 5 back, make this one competitive.
Shanghai Warrior, 9-1, second off the bench.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of lean on this horse a little bit for some value in this sequence. This horse has a ton of early speed.
3-5 favorite, 13-time winner Eben.
Yeah, this horse makes sense as being the favorite last time. Fastest pace figures and the fastest final figure usually is a good combination.
Create again went by. Here's Mosifus.
Yeah, this is the one that I ended up landing on. This horse is extremely fast and does have competitive final numbers and is the speed drawn outside of all the other speed.
Yeah, Beach Warrior 10-1 outside.
Yeah, I've been running on synthetics and on turf. We'll need to try to transfer that form over to the dirt.
And dirt form has been sort of non-existent in 3 prior starts. Back to the favorite Eben. The 13-time winner, over $570,000 in earnings for this elder statesman.
Yeah, I mean, look, this feels like the winner. It looks like the winner, but we just saw that a few minutes ago at Lost in Rome. At 3-5, it's got to make you feel warm and fuzzy. And Lost in Rome did make me feel warm and fuzzy, got beat. Eben doesn't quite make me feel warm and fuzzy. There seems to be a lot of other speed horses in here that could at least just get in the way of what Eben's going to try to accomplish here. Definitely deserves to be the favorite. And I'm not even saying the horse doesn't necessarily deserve to be odds on. I just think there's some other interesting ideas rather than taking the 3-5.
He's won at several different racetracks, takes his game, with him wherever he goes. 9-year-old now, but he's put up pretty impressive resume over the career. 47 career starts so far.
Yeah, when you can have that kind of consistency, it's it's the kind of horse you'd like to own. Always kind of shows up, runs, competitive, and has been doing it for quite some time.
So it's Mosifus for you, right? The 7?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 7. This horse has extremely fast pace figures. And to me, all that is, when we're talking about pace figures, we're talking about energy used, right? If a horse is going very, very fast early in a race, they're using a lot of energy, and that needs to be taken into account when you look at their final time, how they earned that number. And drawn towards the outside of the other speed, Mosifus feels like the type of horse that doesn't necessarily have to go to the front, but won't have to use a lot of energy because he's so naturally fast to stay connected with these horses. And when they turn for home, I'm just hoping at 3-1 that Mosifus has a little bit of energy left instead of Eben.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 6 for Monmouth.
Here's Beach Warrior walking up to the gate. Start of the late pick 5 here. Beach Warrior working with him. He's almost in. Now he's in. We're ready to go. And let rough. Mosifus gets the first call, bounced into the bridle right away. Beach Warrior on the outside of him. Here comes Shanghai Warrior. Eben, the favorite, is not far off as well. Shanghai Warrior comes out of the pack to take a short lead. Eben a half length back, along with Mosifus, who's right there. A space of 2 to Empire's score, passing Beach Warrior, who's now racing in midfield, 3/4 of a length ahead of Create Again. And Rascally Rebel already pushed along at the back of affairs with a half mile to go. Battle on the lead. Eben in between horses takes the lead away. Shanghai Warrior has to tap on the brakes when in tight while trying to lug out as well. And here's Mosifus running right by Eben, the 1-5 favorite, who's in chase mode now. Mosifus, the leader at half length. Eben on the inside, hugs the rail. He's still second. Counter punches from the inside. Beach Warrior makes his way into third. The others are well out of it. It's Mosifus and Cesar Gonzalez opening up the lead to 2. And Eben still in the second position, diving to the rail for a renewed effort. Eben's coming on now. He's finding his best stride. And Eben runs by Mosifus. There were some anxious moments for his backers, but Eben's going to see it out. Eben a length and a half in front with the ears pricked late. Mosifus second. Rascally Rebel from a mile behind rallies for third, and Create Again was fourth.
Oh, fans got excited. If you like Mosifus, looked like he put Eben away. Went off at 1-5, not so fast. Re-rallies, and now picks up the 14th win of his career.
This is where we need a little picture-in-picture camera in the bottom right corner so you can watch me. Right here, I'm yelling, oh, he moved too soon. Wolfie, he moved too soon. This guy, he moved too soon. Oh, wait, no, he didn't. Wow. Okay, cool. We picked a winner. That's good. That'll be fun. We picked a winner. Oh, no. He did move too soon. Oh, no, he did move too soon. Evan just kept sticking with it. Look, it was an ambitious ride on Mosifus, and I don't have a problem with that. I think that when you're playing this game, you have to make a choice whether you want your rides to be passive and safe or aggressive. I don't think it's fair to go back and forth where you wanted a safe ride here, but oh no, you want an aggressive ride there. I am one of the people that wants aggressive rides all the time, so I can't knock that.
Took it to the 1-5 favorite and tried to make something happen. Looked like it was going to in the end. Eben just too good, battles back. Again, a 1-5 is a massive favorite to start off the late Pick 5 in Monmouth. Start of the cross-country Pick 5s coming up next. And first time in forever, still your 8-5 favorite. All 3 wins on grass coming out on the West Coast. We'll see if he can collect what she can here out in New York for Leonard Powell with Pratt aboard. Post-parade next.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Can't Hurry Love is in second. Sterling Silver is down towards the rail. It is Granny's Connection in front as they move for the 16th pole. Sterling Silver down at the rail. Can't Hurry Love. Betsy Blue on the outside. Granny's Connection trying to hang in there. For another 100 yards is Granny's Connection and Can't Hurry Love, and it's a bang-bang finish.
What a gritty effort in last year's Dancing Renee from Can't Hurry Love. Just up in time for the win. David Duggan initially didn't think they got up with this mare. And boy, what a switch, moving to his barn. 3 wins, first 5 starts when she moved to the David Duggan barn.
Yeah, look, it's always, you always want to see that for connections that they get a chance with a good horse and you want them to still have that success. And that's what Can't Hurry Love has had with Dave Duggan.
She'll try and go back-to-back. It's going to be a tough proposition with the group that's lining up, and including what she beat in the race last year, but still Sterling Silver seemingly has become a lot better since that time, and she's been facing a ton tougher company than anybody in this group.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of people think that Sterling Silver might be at a disadvantage going the 6 furlongs. I disagree. I think that her late kick might even be more devastating going 6 furlongs than it is going 7.
Named after this tremendous runner, and this is the Honorable Miss, Dancing Renee, she won the final 7 starts of her career. Familiar guy on board. The MiG, he was on board for 4 of those final 7 wins.
Of course he was. Of course he was.
MiG, very easy to spot with that form. You got low.
Yeah, I could fold up for the center on the jockey basketball team. I could fold this frame up pretty good, and it's also a lot easier when you got a horse running up underneath you. It makes life much easier. When a horse is stopping, their head's up in your face, there's no place to hide. When they can drop their head and they're running to the wire, you can kind of meld into them, if you will. Got an interesting group here. I love these turf races. Big fields, competitive. You know, you can glean maybe that little nugget at a price. The 4-horse from Hello just looks terrific. Bruce Brown does such great work, and his horses look good. And this horse ran really well last time off of 1 race off the bench on the dirt, and then got back to her preferred surface. And she's making a really nice impression here today. The 6-horse Midnight Concerto trying the turf for the first time by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn was good on dirt, but he was also good on turf. Grade 1 winner on turf, as a matter of fact. Doesn't have that big, wide, flat foot that you kind of tend to correlate with a turf horse, but does have those slacker pasterns. Gives me the impression she will handle the turf just fine. The 7 Boxed Wine looks tremendous. Really like what I'm seeing here. Phil Antonacci does a really good job with his horses, and she is making a really nice impression. Kendrick Carmouche stays. Didn't break particularly well last time. And then the 8, first time in forever. She has been extremely unlucky since she came to New York, and last time really ran out of room at a critical juncture in the midst of her rally. If she can work out a clean trip, but she has been prone to trouble, and sometimes horses start to create their own trouble. Hopefully she can work out a cleaner trip and show her true ability today.
Mig, thanks. We're up to the 3 in our post parade here at Rat Ortiz Jr. for Jorge Abreu on Highway Harmony.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit. I thought this horse ran well last time, trying to close into a slow pace.
From Hello, who Mick brought up, only beat a neck at this condition last start.
Yeah, this one was a little bit close to a pace that wasn't particularly quick, so I kind of downgraded off of that.
Bruce Levine, Echo in Eternity, turf debut.
Yeah, switching to the turf and doesn't have much to lean on. One sibling one on the turf.
Another turf debut for Midnight Concerto, Mendelssohn filly.
Yeah, you got the Mendelssohn, so that says a lot about the grass ability, but nothing really to lean on from the female side.
Some excuses for Boxed Wine last time out. Before that, a maiden win.
Yeah, I thought this horse was interesting as well. It broke a little bit slow last time and finished up pretty good.
Pratt, first time in forever. Pratt looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, this horse just seems to be a little bit better. The numbers from California kind of lay over this group now, gets New York breds.
Lady of Thoroton, 1 for 17 on turf.
Yeah, 1 for 17 and has some back numbers, but seems to be going the wrong direction.
Can't fool me. Ran decent off the bench on the grass.
Yeah, another one. I thought closing into a slow pace last time. I thought this one was interesting as well, especially at 6-1.
Bertrill, that 100-1 winner for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, feels like 100-1 was the time, wasn't it?
And 14-1 on Stella Mars. Blinkers coming off outside.
Yeah, look, I thought this one was okay, but just okay with this post is typically not usually ending with a win.
Yeah, out of the chute here. So far outside post. You don't forget, you can play all the action in a pick 4 that starts right here by playing with Nauer Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code MATCH200 at sign-up for new members. Again, right there at NauerBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, even money on first time in forever. Did you expect that?
I didn't expect that, but if you look at the couple of races at Santa Anita, I mean, if those figures, this horse runs those figures, should be tough.
Let's go back to Highway Harmony. Got just the second try on the lawn last time out, so Rat Ortiz Jr. will ride today for Jorge Abreu, and good performance. A little rank early on in this race.
Yeah, and look, I thought ran well, but a lot of energy being wasted here. The rider was just really kind of trying to pull her back. I don't leave her in that position. Let her give her head a little bit. I don't know. I'll defer to Richie on those types of things, but at least from a betting standpoint, I would prefer if I bet on the 1 here that the rider would kind of give her head a little bit. Now you get Irad Ortiz switching to Irad, and obviously nothing wrong with that. But it also does affect your price a little bit too. 9-2, you're going to get here on Highway Harmony today.
No question. She was not happy early, wasting energy fighting with her rider in that race. And despite that, she was a pretty good finish here.
Yeah, you'd like to think that the professional that Irad is, he's going to watch that and understand that she might want to do that early again. And I'd assume he'll have a plan. So, I'm not trying to knock Ramon Vasquez. Sometimes, you get caught off guard, and then you kind of set it up for the next guy to figure out, where the issues are.
All right, now Highway Harmony 9-2 with a pilot switch to Arad, who's still trying to chase down Manny Franco. He went out of town yesterday, got that big win on Vava in that Fillion Mare Sprint Division. Taking a look there at a huge long shot. We got a couple trying the turf, as we talked about, for the first time. 6-5 favorite remains. First time in forever. Those back-to-back wins out west came with Frankie Dettori. And that last start, what went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, odds on. Had a little bit of trouble. Was stuck in behind there. I don't think that was the best situation for first time in forever. You'll see down on the inside here, just crying out for room to run. Looking for the split here, then tries to get off the inside. Dives down to the inside. And has to check here.
Bad.
Yeah, I mean that was a. It only amounts to like 2 or 3 lengths, but that was a no way you can win from here check. And you'll never really know what was going to happen once they kind of got that hole, and she started to kind of run through there.
Looked like she was putting in a winning move. Well, 6-5 off that massively troubled performance. For more, let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, listen, she both times was compromised. We're talking about the 8 for first time in forever with outside posts. And last time, Flavien Prat tried to compensate for that post by going forward, getting over as best he could, and then getting her to relax. So ultimately making 2 runs and then got into traffic trouble at a critical juncture in the race. So, yes, absolutely. I think she was the best horse last time. But I also think out of the same race, the 7 Boxed Wine had trouble, 2 different kinds of trouble. The fact that she didn't break well, was never in position in a race that, you talked about it, Jonathan, didn't really have a tremendous amount of pace. I think it just really compromised her. So you got to look at it. Do you want 6-5 on the 8, who absolutely had glaring trouble, or do you want 8-1 on the 7 Boxed Wine, who had more subtle trouble, if you will, because never in position? I'll take the 8-1 with Boxed Wine. Looks fantastic from a physical perspective. You get Kendrick Carmouche staying put here. And I just think the disparity in price will lead me in that direction, fully admitting that the 8, first time in forever, is absolutely the horse to beat. I just think that they both look good from a physical perspective, and they both make a lot of sense. I don't think the disparity in price makes a lot of sense. And getting back quickly to the 3 Highway Harmony, Ramon Vasquez is a really good rider. Doesn't ride the turf as much as our guys here in New York, who steadily, they ride in the winter, they're riding turf races all winter. And riding the dirt and riding the turf are completely 2 different things. Ramon Vasquez, the more he rides the turf, the more comfortable and the more instinctual he becomes. I do think it's a big upgrade in that respect, because Irad Ortiz rides the turf extremely well, guys.
All right, Mick, thanks. So, yeah, going to be probably a bit of a learning curve getting up to speed here on the lawn, being a new face here on the circuit. As we've mentioned, start of the cross-country Pick 5 begins here. And you wanted to bring up a long shot here.
I just think the 1's going to run better than 40-1. This horse tried the turf. It was wet turf. And then now is in the best form that this horse has ever been in. Now gets firm turf. Maybe, just maybe, they'll get what they were always looking for.
Inside Joel Rosario on a 40-1 shot with potentially some upside from the rail here for Jamie Begg. We go to Chris Griffin. Start of this cross-country Pick 5. Here we go.
Goes in. All set. they're off. First Time in Forever has early speed, so does Highway Harmony and Saratoga Gaze in the early mix, but Highway Harmony is quickest as they get set to come out of the chute. It's Highway Harmony and Arad Ortiz Jr., they secure the front, an easy lead now as Boxed Wine. No pressure here for that leader. It's going to be Highway Harmony easily to the front, is up by 2.5. Boxed Wine is to the outside here of Saratoga Gaze. They're second and third with Echo, An Eternity in between horses in fourth. Out wider, First Time in Forever broke with the leaders, is now 3 wide, and that's third grouping there. At the rail, it's From Hello in the yellow cap as the leader starts to skip away, is now 4 lengths clear. Back there in the 7th position comes Can't Fool Me, is sharing that spot with Stella Mars. It's another 3. Back to Bertrill, who's to the outside here of Lady of Thornton. The 2 at the back, Baroness Bourbon and Midnight Concerto. They're chasing 9-2 shot Highway Harmony. Highway Harmony does it nicely, 49.52 for that half-mile time. It's Highway Harmony all alone up front, is still 5 clear. Moving closer now is Boxed Wine. Here comes the run from Saratoga Gaze down towards the inside, and From Hello, Katie Davis wants to muscle on through here at the rail. Ground-saving journey as they start to bunch up now in behind the leader. A host of pursuers. It's Highway Harmony, but Boxed Wine ready to pounce, and Boxed Wine makes a quick move here into the turn, and Boxed Wine is taking it right to Highway Harmony. First Time in Forever is just watching these front two is looming up 3 wide as they reach the top of the lane. Here comes the run from First Time in Forever, and First Time in Forever is trying to splint clear. It's First Time in Forever. Boxed Wine. Here comes a late run too from Can't Fool Me. Can't Fool Me starts to roll on the grandstand side. First Time in Forever, but here comes Can't Fool Me. Can't Fool Me pushing on by. It's Can't Fool Me up by a length. Can't Fool Me. Manny Franco gets the win. First Time in Forever finishes second. It was a photo there for show. There was an oncoming Midnight Concertos in there with Lady of Thornton and also Highway Harmony in 1 minute 51 flat.
Can't Fool Me had that productive effort off the bench, second off the layoff. Even better, picture time.
Absolutely. I mean, Manny Franco was masterful here. He wasn't the first move. He was the second move. You know, they always say in the coaching world, you don't want to be the guy that follows the guy. You want to be the guy that follows the guy that followed the guy. That's exactly what Manny did, right? He just waited. Flavian moved at those leaders, and then Manny made that next move. Flavian rode this horse really well, the 8-horse First Time in Forever. But like I said, Manny followed Flavian and waited for him to move, and then he made that second one.
3 might have got nailed for third even. And here, very close, photo for show. But it's Can't Fool Me about to enter your picture right about now.
There she was.
9-2. Things are looking awfully good if you're 2 for 2 in this late pick 5.
Oh yeah, You're sitting on. We like to say you're sitting on a ticket.
And the 3 did get nailed for third. 19-1 shot. Midnight Concerto getting on turf for the first time, able to get up for third. Under Junior Alvarado, 10-8-6-3. Can't Fool Me. Horacio de Paz, Manny Franco, 5-year-old mare with the upset win. Start the pick 4.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Can't fool me. Manny Franco, Horacio to pause, second off the layoff for this 5-year-old mare, and wins it 9-2 to kick off the late pick 4.
Yeah, second off a layoff of 188 days. You know, I think it's an important thing when you can find a horse who ran well off of a long break. You can expect them to take another step forward in that second start, and that's exactly what the 10 Can't Fool Me did, and Manny Franco with an outstanding ride. You'll see Flavian Pratt on the 8 horse, the favorite here, who's going to move first to take the lead, and Manny moves second.
Kind of drafting in behind, getting that cover. And then Manny there with a right-handed crop, asks for more, and he gets it from Can't Fool Me, who rolls right on by the favorite for the win. Pratt, obviously, one of the elite riders in this game. Manny Franco, though, one of the very best, too, who's over the last few years starting to get in those bigger and bigger opportunities. Got that, really that first taste of things in the Triple Crown, which is the law.
It's funny you mentioned, you know, Mig said about Ramon Vasquez about not riding as much on the grass, but Irad rides a lot on the grass too. Manny, once upon a time, used to be one of those guys that didn't ride the grass a lot. He stayed here in the winter when they was always on dirt. But now, especially with his relationship with Chad Brown, how that's grown, Manny's getting a lot of experience on the grass, and now he's giving you rides like that.
And he's come through for Chad Brown a lot too, which has meant a lot for that relationship. 7th at Belmont, 6 furlongs, sprinting on the grass. Starter optional claiming field, wide open betting board. Your favorite, I know we have 7-2 on Gaslight Dancer, but that's going to click to 4-1 in a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that horse is definitely interesting. I thought the 3 was interesting, Devil's Key for Tom Morley. A horse that had shown a lot of speed on the dirt, tried the turf last time, ran well on the turf, but showed no speed. Something tells me that horse is going to show more speed this time, and if he does, I think he could be tough.
John Velasquez, by the way, filling in for Dylan Davis on Devil's Key for the Morley Barn as we get back to Monmouth. Coming onto the track here for this 7th race. 5.5 furlongs, sprinting on the grass in this maiden special weight. Rails out 24 feet, by the way. Keep that in mind out in Monmouth this afternoon. Here's the 1, Play Misty.
Yeah, it was extremely wide last time. Now draws the inside.
Clint Eastwood fans all over that one. Money Magnets, speed on turf and dirt.
I love speed and turf sprints. This one is definitely interesting with very fast pace figures.
My Girl Is a Bomb beat a neck for maiden 40 last start.
You said it, the key word, maiden 40, or key 2 words.
Tougher today, no question. 3-5, far and few.
Yeah, this is another one that has some speed. You get George Weaver here. George has had a ton of success as of late with his 2-year-old, with his 2 and 3-year-old turf sprinters.
More speed with the 5 who went by, and then here's Miss Ellery.
Miss Ellery for Rob Falcone. Doesn't have a ton of early speed. Made the lead, but that was going 9 furlongs.
A little interesting. That was a turf debut going long. Here's the 8 Gaja Ray.
It does have some turf pedigree with the siblings.
Alas Doradas. 11-1 on the outside.
Yeah, another one with some early speed. Last time going 5 at Monmouth and drawn towards the outside.
Well, Paulie, what do we do? 3-5 here on a George Weaver filly who's shown ability on the grass, or do we look at some new faces?
I think it's a tough call. As I'm standing here right here in front of the members-only club here, the Winter Circle Club here in the clubhouse area. So if you come up here, you got to have your own little members to get in there, as well as serve lunch too as well. It's actually a cool little spot. Went in there, and the bartender was very, very nice. But to get to this race in here, the 4 are far and few. Right now, it looks like the horse is going to go off about 3-5, 4-5, somewhere in that area. And, you know, like Jonathan said, what's going to give here? Is this horse going to, you know, get to the front end and control in here? I just don't know. You make a good point with the 2 Money Magnets. Now, Terry Pompey already won a race on the card today. And then, you know, the outside horse, the 9, who's not too far off numbers-wise. So, you know, the 4 is going to be tough to beat, and I get it. Now, the 7 in here, the filling by Munnings, is going to try sprinting for the first time in a long time for Juan Avila and Carlos Oliveira. I would think she's going to be launching from way, way out of it. They're going to need a lot of speed up front, and maybe they will get it, but I would think she's going to be the one. And then, you know, you look at a horse like the 6th in here, a little bit off the layoff. One try on the turf, like you said, Greg, for the Falcone barn, that, you know, it wasn't sprinting the other time sprinting. And here's the other key, getting Lasix for the first time on the 6. So I can see where people are looking at the 6 a little bit in here too as well. And then also the poor little 5 in here. How about this horse at 14-1? Maybe a horse you want to throw in. 10 second-place finishes out of 20 starts, Greg, and the horse got taken down one time. So maybe you never know in the days to day. I think this horse is maybe going to have to wait for another one, but maybe a horse you can use in your exotics. To me, it looks like 4-7 on paper, and I'm not giving you much.
Yeah, even thanks, Paulie. Nikki's notion that 5, and there you see the 5 in your picture. A lot of those runner-up finishes against a little bit softer competition, but did hit the board against, you know, maiden special weight at Monmouth. Yeah, neat horse who's earned over $65,000 kind of the hard way.
Yeah, the pace figures to me are just the issue, right? You see those runs for maiden 40 where they, you know, were maiden 25 who they got involved early, but that was against groups that aren't nearly as talented as this one. You know, I'm okay with the 4-5 on Far and Few, the 4 horse in here. You know, you look at what George has been able to do with his turf sprinters over the last couple of years. He won with Crimson Advocate at Royal Ascot last year. And for these connections as well, black type thoroughbreds, Swinbank
2-year-olds,
stables.
especially on the grass, it seems like they couldn't lose last year.
Yeah, and I don't think that anything necessarily changed. I just think that, you know, he's had some fast 2-year-olds, some horses that they were looking to some more precocious types. And to have that success, I think maybe it's just kind of, you know, snowballed into some other good ones. I think it's going to take a real runner in here to beat the 4 Far and Few.
We'll see how much pressure Money Magnets puts on. That horse quick early as well in that turf debut last start. The 2 with Isaac Castillo, and had a little bit of trouble later in the race. But yeah, Far and Few. Odds on 4-5. Paco Lopez for Weaver. And as a result, and the form, very short price as they continue to load up. Matt Dinnerman with the call. And the start of the late pick 4 from Oceanport, New Jersey.
My Girl is a Bomb going in. Miss Ellery, post position 6. Victoria's Dancer, post 7. Gaia Ray. Two back, Far and Few. Into the outside, Alas Doradas. Here's Alas Doradas coming up to the gate. We're ready to go. And Laruff. From the middle of the field, Nikki's Notion out away alertly. Far and Few up there as well. My Girl is a Bomb punching forward from the rail. Far and Few is the leader here. My Girl is a Bomb takes back to second. Nikki's Notion joins her up the back stretch. And Alas Doradas is 3 deep now into third. Far and Few with the lead here at 3-5. 3/4 of a length ahead. And second, Nikki's Notion. My Girl is a Bomb tucked in on the inside. Alas Doradas in the 4th position with Money Magnets into the far turn. Play Misty down at the rails. 6 lengths off the lead, saving ground. Gaia Ray has come under a hard ride with Victoria's Dancer, and dropping out of it at the back is Miss Ellery as they come to the top of the lane. Far and Few goes comfortably well within herself, opens up 2 as she comes off the turn, gets a confident ride here by Paco Lopez. Play Misty all the way into the 2nd position, ducking outside, but it's Far and Few who has opened up to a 3-length lead. Play Misty trying hard in 2nd to catch Far and Few. Far and Few still in front. Far and Few gets the buddy. Second home was Play Misty, then Victoria's Dancer, and Miss Ellery charged from the back of the field, but was 4th across the line.
In front, it's a beautiful place to be, especially on the turf.
Oh, absolutely. And the way that Paco was just so comfortable. You look, even here, he hasn't even asked yet. And he's got a 2.5 length, 3 length lead. Finally here, he starts kind of shaking the reins. And in fact, I think because he waited so long to kind of get to the bottom of Far and Few, it looks a little closer than it probably was. I think if he would have been a little bit more aggressive and asked at the top of the stretch and opened up, probably would have won by more. But nothing wrong with getting your maiden win down at Monmouth Park. And I'm sure they got some fun ideas for Far and Few after this win.
How about play Misty at 32-1, second time on the grass. Let's go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the 7, Victorious Dancer. And a compromised beginning. For Juan Avila. Just cutting back in distance, going from 1 16th to 5.5.
You simply can't win a turf sprint with a trip like that. Spotting the field 2 to 3 lengths. Ran extremely well to run on for third.
4-1-7-6. 3 to 5 favorite. Far and Few for the George Weaver barn. Paco Lopez, odds on. Let's start the pick 4 at Monmouth. We'll be back. Gaslight Dancer getting ready to go in the 7th next here in New York.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Gunrunner is the sire of 12 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
So War Dancer is a yearling that we bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale in 2011. And then he took us on a journey beyond our wildest imagination. He was just always an honest horse and a smart horse. There was an allowance race in Keeneland where he got held up at the gate.
And they're off, an awkward beginning for War Dancer, who broke in the air and is absolutely last.
And then it's, oh, bad start for War Dancer. War Dancer's in the back by 12 lengths. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes flying and he wins the race.
War Dancer, bold challenger positively. War Dancer, bold challenger. War Dancer, unbelievable.
Then when he retired, I said, oh, why don't we stand him stud? It'd be easy. He's by Warfront. He's made over $1 million. He's a graded stakes winner. And then we started down the journey of making him a stallion in New York, which possibly the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I'm originally from New York. My husband's originally from New York, so it was pretty much New York or nothing. In order to survive, I realized we needed a package that was unique. And right out of the gate, we started having winners. 2020, okay? That was our first crop. We have Step Dancer and Pivotal Run, 35-1 and 49-1 on Labor Day weekend. Wouldn't you know it, we come in first and second. And from there, it just kind of took off, and we've had a lot of success. Miss Big Bucks, she won the Stallion Series. And then 26 Black came in second by like a quarter of a nose in his Stallion Series. And I think we have a lot of up-and-comers.
And they're off.
A couple things I've noticed. They all bust out of the gate. You see war dancers almost get the first call. The second thing is they're level-headed, they're smart. You'll talk to most trainers, they say, I love the war dancers. So he's proven himself as a sire, and quite frankly, in New York, it's all about the racetrack. It's been very, very exciting, and I want to thank everybody who supported us because it was an uphill battle for years until you finally have runners that make it a little bit easier.
Well, we're in the paddock here for race 7 at the Belmont at the Big A meeting, and we are going 6 furlongs in the turf here, and appropriately enough, we are going to start with the 5-horse Busy Morning, a daughter, a 5-year-old mare, by War Dancer, who is by Warfront. Warfront, a prolific sire for Claiborne Farm, and has proven to be a sire of sires as well. Jorge Abreu has 2 runners in here, the 5 Busy Morning and the 6 Little Lang. They both look outstanding from a physical perspective. Jorge does such a good job. His horses look tremendous. Both of these horses were saddled by his brother Fernando, and just 2 terrific horsemen, and they do a great job. And both of these horses, to me, are extremely live on paper and strengthening my confidence in them by how good they look here in the paddock. The other horse that really caught my eye is the 8 Gaslight Dancer. This is a colt, by City of Light, Mike Maker, and just a really well-turned-out individual. And he's already shown that he is very proficient at these turf sprint distances. I'll get an eye on him on the racetrack, guys, and we'll see if any of my impressions change. You see one thing in the paddock, but a lot of times you see something else out on the racetrack.
All right, Mick, thanks. Yeah, a lot of times the horses, they're not looking great in the paddock. They really perk up when they come out onto the track. So we'll check in with Mig again as we see riders up. There's Johnny V. And hopping aboard the 8, Ramon Vasquez get another turf opportunity here on Gaslight Dancer. 9-2 for Mike Maker. So we'll see if Ramon can get things rolling here on the grass as they come up for the start of our post spread. King Moon Racer is going to kick things off at 7-1, a 2-time winner on the grass.
Well, we just saw George Weaver a little bit south of here win a turf sprint. See if he can do it again here with King Moon Racer.
Italian Symphony, Trevor McCarthy for Jane Sibeli.
Just does not have any early speed, which is a problem in turf sprints.
He's going to cut back in distance. Here's Devil's Key, Johnny V.
Yeah, this horse is the one I talked about earlier who had a bunch of speed on the dirt, didn't break particularly well last time, hoping runs a little bit more forward here.
Okaloosa coming off a maiden win on the grass. Manny Franco back aboard.
Yeah, and you can have that kind of 3 to 4-year-old improvement as well.
Here's the War Dancer. We just showed you that feature. Busy Morning.
Looks a little bit close in terms of their getting close in the pace, but just doesn't have a lot of early speed pace figure wise.
Lil Lang speed and got bumped at the break last start.
Yeah, was trying to close into a slow pace.
Collect for Mike.
Yeah, this one's gonna have to get faster.
There's Ramon Vasquez on Gaslight Dancer.
Yeah, definitely deserves to be the favorite in here. I'm surprised isn't the favorite yet.
Image of Quality has been off since late April.
Will need the pace to kind of fall apart in front.
Final Verdict, dirt speed will translate to grass.
Yeah, hasn't tried the grass before, has one sibling that has one on the grass.
Turf debut for the 11 as well.
Yeah, another one who does have 3 siblings that have won on the grass.
Street Swag, 53-1. Can you make any case?
Puts the blinkers on, switches to Rudy Rodriguez.
And back to the 9, who I believe we missed. There's Image of Quality for Chris Englehart.
I was rolling so fast, I said something about the 9. I guess I wasn't talking about
I made a mental note.
It's all right. Yeah, so
Still
the
good
9.
Info.
Yeah, it comes from off of it. We'll need the pace to materialize in front.
There's John Velasquez on Devil's Key. So 5-1 on a horse trying the grass for just the second time. Had 14 career starts. Finally got on the grass last time out. Sprinting 6 furlongs here. Wound up 4th, beat a little more than 2 lengths behind a horse who'd come back and win again.
Well, you'd like to think that Tom Morley, claimed this horse thinking we're going to switch to the grass. And to me, that decision and that feeling or that reasoning was correct. This horse ran well. and ran a very nice number on the grass last time, despite kind of not breaking the cleanest and not kind of falling out of it a little bit. This horse, once upon a time, had early speed, and I don't think that Tom tried to train that out of the horse. I just think the horse didn't break particularly well. I'm expecting this horse to be a lot closer, and if this horse is closer and continues to kind of take to the grass like I thought that he did last time, I think he could be tough in here.
Seems like he's on his toes here for try number 2 on the lawn coming up. 6-1 on Devil's Key as we get a look here at Lil Lang. So, 2 back, and it seems like that's what this horse wants to do on the engine, forward. Last time out, bump to the brake, and that really compromised this horse's chances.
Yeah, this is another one who I do believe will be helped by being a little bit closer. Definitely has some ability, got a nice figure last time, and I agree with what Richie was saying. I think Jorge Abreu does an outstanding job, an ex-assistant for Chad Brown. Horses, if you put on some red and white silks on that horse, you'd think, oh, that might be a Klarovich horse for Chad Brown. So does an outstanding job on the grass.
We'll see if this one can dictate things up front as we look at Busy Morning, the 5 now. This is the War Dancer, 5-year-old mare by War Dancer for Jorge Abreu as well. And let's go back to April 18th. The last time we saw this was it was going longer, mile at Gulfstream.
Yeah, look, the key word is a mile at Gulfstream, right? They went going a mile, and now we're sprinting a little bit. Now, it is 6 furlongs. It's not nearly as sharp as the 5.5 you'll see upstate at Saratoga, but still, you want to be forwardly placed here. And Busy Morning, once upon a time, was a sprinter, and was close enough. Yeah, it was close enough. I hate to say it like this, but I want to know where Busy Morning's going to be in the race. If they find a way to pop and get a little bit closer to the pace, I think that the 5 can win in here, but I'm just a little bit concerned from a betting standpoint. If I have to make the decision before they break away from there, I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit further back than I prefer.
7-2, cut back with a Rat Ortiz Jr. Interesting, again, Broker Maiden sprinting. Here's the 8, Gaslight Dancer, who comes in from a couple of 5 and 5.5 furlong turf sprints at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and look, and this horse has a little bit of tactical speed. Hasn't really shown it in the last 2 starts, but there is some previous runs where it has been there. I've been so impressed by City of Light as a stallion. He's had some really nice turf winners. Obviously, Gaslight Dancer is a nice turf runner as well, but also the success that he's had with 2-year-old champion Fierceness, and then he's got this mentee who's a full of fierceness. City of Lights can get you a winner on either surface.
That was a stakes win we just showed you at Keeneland, too. Horse has been facing better company than anyone in this group.
No, without a doubt. Just the last couple of starts, I guess, you'd like to think maybe are a little bit concerning, but they down at Churchill and tough competition, especially around Derby. Those races get kind of tough around there. Everyone's down there.
Saw that Mike Maker, of course, trains the 8, and you saw that stat. First time in for a tag turf sprints last 5 years. 15% for the Maker barn. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, not a lot of my impression has changed, particularly about the 6, Lil Lang, Jorge Abreu's horse. Looks tremendous on the racetrack. This is a 3-year-old, and I like the fact that Flavien Prat's had an opportunity to get familiar with this colt. He's my top selection. I just think there's a lot of upside here. He's 7-2 right now, your second choice, or co-second choice with the stablemate Busy Morning, who I think is also very live in here. A horse that definitely caught my attention more on the racetrack was number 2, Italian Symphony. And if you look a little deeper, this horse has run on the turf last few times stretching out, had already shown a proficiency for sprinting. That was on synthetic, although 1 second turf sprinting, and then stretched out on the turf. And I think proper surface today, proper distance, it's that Goldilocks effect. Everything is just right. And at 13-1, excuse me, I think this horse is live at a big price, particularly the way this horse warmed up.
All right, Mig, thanks. Trevor McCarthy will ride the 2. And, yeah, it was 13-1, still 12-1 there on the cut back in distance. 3-1 favorite. Public settling on the speedy Lil Lang. Flavien Prat, part of that duo for Jorge Abreu. They're going to break right next door to each other in the starting gate.
Yeah, look, I think the 6 or the 8 are deserve to be favored. I think they both make sense to me. I'm going to go with old Tom Morley here in the 3 horse.
Devil's Key with John Velasquez. Wide open betting race as the board reflects. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Lil Lang and Street Swag. Street Swag goes in. All set. And they're off. Okaloosa's got early speed right out towards the front. Little Lang is in the early mix. Also right there is Busy Morning in that early fray. Out wider there, 6 across the course as here comes Image of Quality trying to join them. Also, Final Verdict is going to push on through, and Final Verdict is a neck in front, but plenty of company. Image of Quality is right there. Little Lang and tightly at the rail, it's Okaloosa. Just in behind them, Busy Morning is tracking from 5th. Out wider, that's Musical Maestro in 6th. Lime Green Cap is Devil's Key is in the 7th position to the outside of King Moonracer. Following them towards the outside, they're 3 wide is going to be Street Swag. Towards the back end of the field is Italian Symphony. Orange Cap, that's going to be Gaslight Dancer. The trailer, Collect from Ike. The leader is Final Verdict, and Boca Chica, they're in front. They're trying to kick away. Image of Quality is hanging tough down towards the inside, but they reach the top of the lane, and Final Verdict is trying to put it away, but here comes Little Lang trying to bull on through. Musical Maestro is right there in the center of the course. Also, they come from behinders. Devil's Key is rallying on. Busy Morning is in there. It's still Final Verdict in front. It's a scramble on here as Little Lang is in between horses. Here comes Little Lang. Final Verdict, Little Lang down to these two. Final Verdict holds on. Big run there from Final Verdict over the oncoming Little Lang. Then came Musical Maestro in 1 minute 8.50 seconds.
Carryover. First time on the grass. Final Verdict 70-1 getting on the lawn for the first time.
Yeah.
Wow.
There it is. Yeah, there's a look. There's a sibling that won on the grass, and that's about it. There's not really anything else there to lean on to come up with this horse. But you know, I guess in situations like that, that's why it turns out to be 70-1. It looked to be a little bit of a bump here. I don't know whose fault it was or who caused it. But there was a little bit of a bump there, and I thought the photo was actually pretty close. We'll see. We'll see. I have a feeling that this isn't over yet.
All right, let's take a look at the head-on, see if there's more to it. That brown and yellow cap, your eventual winner. Final Verdict with the white blinkers. Coming out with that left-handed crop as well.
Ooh.
And a bump. And again, yes, does not look good for the 10.
You know what they say at the racetrack? Hold all tickets.
Yes. Not once, but twice. And the inquiry sign has been posted that Boca Chica came out into Flavian Pratt. Let's get another look here at this ISO replay. And it's pretty damning there. You see the left-handed crop, and that's when this horse, as a result of that, kind of ducks out and takes away space on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, look, I mean, you know, inquiries can be a little tricky. I would be shocked if this horse stayed up. I'd be very shocked. It wasn't just one infraction, there was 2.
And it was that close.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems like this may be very quick work for the stewards. Take another look at the head-on, Mig. What's your take?
I think this is an absolute no-brainer of a disqualification. The 10 Final Verdict came out not once but twice, effectively causing Little Lang forward progress. And the second time, he actually knocked him back to his left lead and really cost him any momentum. And in fact, wound up bothering the horse outside of him with Joel Rosario. You could actually make a case that this horse should be placed behind that horse because it was a chain reaction kind of foul. Listen, Abnel Boca Chica horses run for him. He's a good young kid. I think he got excited in a stiff drive, went left-handed. And after the first step out, he might have got away with that one after he corrected it. But it was coming out the second time, and you're going to see it very clearly coming up in here. He went left-handed, watched the horse in the middle and the outsiders both got knocked back to the left lead. It was a domino effect. Honestly, you can make the case that the 10 horse here should be placed third behind even the outside runner. Final verdict definitely moved out, and I believe affected the order of finish. No doubt Little Lang was going to go by him. Right there, he got him the first time. Go a little bit straight. Now we go a little further, goes at him left-handed crop again. And right there, that was the real damage. And both horses actually got forced back to the left lead. And that's not what you want when you got forward progress in the stretch. This seems like a pretty simple kind of call, guys.
Mig, thanks. Yeah, and just both times this apprentice going to the crop, and both times as a result of that, the horse veers out, interferes, and it does seem, looking at that, and Mig pointing it out, this horse probably should be placed behind the 11 as well.
Something tells me the stewards wish it was always this simple, because a lot of times it's not that clear. It's one kind of, move that you have to make a judgment call on. To me, there was like the Mig said, there was two situations, and they were both significant. So I think that probably the only decision is like you guys were discussing, does the 10 go behind the 11? I don't know, maybe even the 3. I mean, the 3 had to pop out, the 3 came out a little bit too on that last one. So I think that's probably what the decision is, and what's taking some time is to identify exactly where the 10's going to go.
I don't know, can we still have Mig with us? Can we go back to him? I want to ask Mig, as you look at Pratt there, waiting to see what happens. And he'll go make his case to the stewards. Very likely his picture is going to be put up. Wow, high five after he just got off the phone, the apprentice. Mig, after we see the apprentice go to the left-handed crop the first time, to do it again after the horse had already veered out, what was that about?
Well, honestly, you're in a pitch stretch duel. You're a young rider. You get a little excited. It's really hard at times to keep your head in the midst of a drive like that, particularly a young guy trying so hard. It was a mistake, and it's something that he has to learn from, but he definitely cost. And honestly, I can make the case that this horse should be placed third behind the 11 horse with Joel Rosario, Musical Maestro, because it forced the 6 Little Lang out into him, and it knocked him back to his left lead as well. And the reason these things take so long is obviously the stewards want to be thorough and get it right, but they also have to talk to all the connections, the riders involved in an incident like this. Personally, I don't think that they should have to talk to riders. It's pretty self-evident what you're seeing on film. And what's a rider going to tell you? He's going to tell you what he needs to say to defend his position. It's akin to a referee throwing a flag in football, calling pass interference. He's not going to the receiver and asking him, did he touch you before the ball got there? And he's not asking the defender if he waited till the guy touched the ball before he got there. Human nature, you're going to defend your position.
How do you even defend? You obviously would try and state your case even when you were in the wrong. If you're the apprentice here, what can you even say to the stewards?
Well, I will tell you, he came out of that room pretty confident, acting like he was fine. I don't see it that way. But, listen, it might sound hypocritical coming from me, because put me on the phone with the stewards, and I probably have a better chance of talking my way out of trouble. Judge, he leaned into my horse's hip. He turned me out. If he didn't turn me out, we wouldn't have had that kind of contact. It's all nonsense. At the end of the day, it's evident what's on tape, and you've got to be able to look at film and be able to see that stuff and make that judgment.
Pretty evident from there. Maybe, Mig said obviously they got to talk to all the riders involved, but maybe part of why it's taking a little bit longer too is to see if he is going to be placed behind the 11 horse as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the high five was...
No, placed second. Is DQ'd, but not behind the 11. So there is a change. That looked pretty clear. Little Lang put up to victory. Flavian Pratt will get the win for Jorge Abreu. And the 10 winds up second. You got a career as a steward in the future, JK.
No, trust me, I'm wrong about him all the time. That one was just... It was just cut and dry to me. I think like you guys said, the only decision was where did the 10 go?
So Pratt gets his second win on the Sunday card, and no carryover yet. 70 to 1 shot taken down And a 5-2 favorite getting picture taken in the winner's circle. Jorge Abreu, Flavian Pratt, and Corms Racing Stable. Back to Monmouth. 8th race up next, and this one a mile and a 16th on the main track. Allowance optional claiming field, where the 9-5 favorite, Morvino, debut winner at Tampa for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable. We start with a 1, though, for Zante.
Yeah, broke a little bit slow last time. Needs a break clean from the inside.
3-1 from the rail. Real Sensation next door.
Doesn't have a lot of early speed.
No. And the win was against considerably easier. The 5 Prairie Hawk, 7-2.
Yeah, I thought this one was pretty interesting. This horse ran extremely well last time, going 7 furlongs. Let's see how the stretch out goes for Prairie Hawk.
How good is Morvino? Start number 2 coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the horse ran well, and they won first out, and it's Rapoli, and it's Pletcher. That race wasn't particularly fast.
And a gate-to-wire win last time out against non-winners of 3 Life claiming for Impitude.
Yeah, and an absolutely crawl on the front end. Looks a lot better on paper than it was in reality, in my opinion.
And we skipped over Coach Adams, the 3, who looks like maybe the main threat to the favorite.
Yeah, I would think so for sure. This horse has the speed figures that suggest that that he is the main competition.
All right, Paulie, Morvino, is that more ammo in this 3-year-old division for Pletcher and Rapoli?
Yeah, and you can understand why he started at a mile and 40 yards for his debut at Tampa. I thought it was professionally done, but, you know, JK makes a good point. It wasn't that fast. But, you know, he's by Vino Rosso, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, out of a mare, Tisnell, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. So he's bred to run all day long. And so, you know, when you look at him, you're thinking, okay, he should just keep on going, but he was able to only beat a 5-horse field. So do you want to take 9-5 on him? When I do look at his fixed odds, they're actually almost 3-1, somewhere in that area. So he's actually a little bit of an underlay. The 5 is actually the favorite in here, Prairie Hawk, and a horse that's second off the layoff for Safi Joseph. This is a horse that was actually very prominent as a 3-year-old. It was 4th in the Tampa Bay Derby behind Tappet Trice, but now is making his second start of his 4-year-old campaign. I just don't know what to do. A horse that's, 4-1 from the 2-1 morning line might come down a little bit. And then the senior citizen in here, right? The 3 Coach Adams. You have the 7 in here, a 4-year-old, the 6, a 3-year-old, Prairie Hawk's a 4-year-old. Well, Coach Adams is a 9-year-old. And you know what? He seems like he fires best fresh. And I'm going to go with the senior citizen discount, the Grand Slam at Denny's, Coach Adams off the layoff for Dan Ward.
5-2, and then getting a little closer on the board to the debut winner for Pletcher and Rapoli.
You know, when trainers like Todd Pletcher and stables like Mike Rapoli and St. Elias show up at racetracks they're not always at, right? I mean, I know they run a lot at Monmouth, but it's not New York, it's not Kentucky, whatever. They just always seem to get a little bit overbet. Just a little bit overbet. You know, it's because people tune in and they see Mike Rapoli, they see those silks all the time, they see Todd, and they just get a little carried away. I'm not saying this horse can't win. I just don't think that he should be as short of a price as he is.
Unproven for sure. Debut winner at Tampa, and he wasn't some highly regarded short price favorite that day in the debut. He was almost 6-1 that day.
Exactly, and he gets all this time in between starts too. You like to think maybe there was an issue there.
That was back on March 10th. So start number 2 coming up. Did win at a mile and 40 yards in the debut. Mile and a 16th today for the 6 Morvino. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Impeted. Impeted goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Prairie Hawk bounced away nicely and goes to the front. Morvino takes the second position early. Frizzante off the pace in third with Real Sensation. Coach Adams is next. And Impeted gets shuffled to the back of the pack as they approach the clubhouse turn. Prairie Hawk, a clear lead for him into the turn, 1.5 lengths in front. Morvino striding in second. Frizzante moves level with that rival, a joint second. Coach Adams now fourth. He's 2.5 lengths off the pace, another length to Real Sensation. And Impeted gets to the rail. trail. A tightly clumped up field of a half dozen approach the backstretch run. They're separated by just 3.5 lengths. Prairie Hawk, the favorite, leads the way. A length and a tail ahead. Morvino right behind him in second. Frizzante third. Coach Adams niggled along a little bit with 5 furlongs to go. He's 2 or 3 lengths off the lead now, approaching the halfway mark. Impotent takes the second last spot. Real Sensation, the trailer, with a half mile to go. Prairie Hawk and the Windstar White leads 3/4 of a length. Morvino a little closer now, second. Frizzante third as they go into the turn, joined by Coach Adams, and Coach Adams now claims third from Frizzante, who's come under a hard ride. Real Sensation getting back into the game. He's only 4 behind. Impotent has dropped out of it. Coming to the top of the lane, Prairie Hawk has asked for more. Morvino moves up alongside to come and challenge, and Coach Adams makes it 3 across the track at the top of the lane. Coach Adams on the outside corrals the early front runners and kicks on. Coach Adams with a furlong to go has opened up 2. Real Sensation coming on strongly down the outside. It's Coach Adams and Isaac Castillo with a 3-length lead coming to the line for the Dan Ward barn, and they've got it. Coach Adams with a big effort. Real Sensation second, Morvino third, Frizzante was fourth.
The old man beating up the youngsters in here, the 9-year-old Coach Adams. Isaac Castillo aboard for the win.
No, look, the favorite actually ended up being the 5 Prairie Hawk, but Morvino, who took all that money early, both of those horses, the 5 and the 6, out of the exacta. And like you guys said, the 9-year-old, the 3, Coach Adams, great pick by Paul. He went with that senior discount. Didn't he say he's going to Denny's tonight? Is that what he said?
I think so.
I like the French Slam more than the Grand Slam. I like the French toast better than the pancakes. That's just me. Paulie, if you're listening.
I think Coach Adams going to be able to get whatever he wants, whole left side of the menu if he wants it after that performance. 14 career wins now, 76th career start for Coach Adams. Paulie, the 9-year-old, the vet, showing these youngsters a thing or two.
Yeah, you just got to every once in a while. These kind of horses are so cool at 9 years old. But the thing is, you got to catch them off the layoff like this. And, you know, Jonathan hit the nail on the head from the beginning of this race. Sometimes one number of horses will be the death of you, and that's what happened here with Morvino. And if you look, you're a sheet player, Greg. The 3 had the best sheet numbers by far.
Coach Adams, 3-1, 3-2-6-1 finish. 9-year-old for Dan Ward, Isaac Castillo with a victory. Our feature from here at Belmont of the Big A. Still to come. We'll get to the Dancing Renee when we come back. Can't Hurry Love looking to go back-to-back. Stay with us.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports coverage, regional networks across the country as well. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Now or Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Match $200 the code to use at sign-up for new members to take advantage. Back at Monmouth. It's like Uncle Drew taking it to the youngins. 9-year-old Coach Adams with a win.
Absolutely, and got a nice trip. You know, sat in there behind and then made that move. And it looked like everyone was all in here, but at this point, Coach Adams was going better. And within about 4 or 5 jumps, he was like a length and a half, 2 lengths ahead here. And he schooled the young fellas out there, didn't he?
Coming in from Oaklawn off since early April. Paul made a good point, too. Yeah, these older horses, bring them in fresh. They know what they're doing. This horse certainly does. 76th start of his career. Fires fresh. $8 for the win. Real Sensation Morvino. Still may have a nice career ahead of him. That's just his second ever start. Facing horses with a world more experience than him. Winds up third here for Pletcher and Rapoli. So that 8th in the books, and their feature next. Tail of the Cat on the turf at a mile and a 16th, and Carson's Run back in action for Christophe Clement, and West Point opens up at 2-1.
Yeah, opens up at 2-1 in here, and look, when you the one thing I'll say about Monmouth is because they have those the ability to play fixed odds. You'll see a lot of changes in the numbers. I think a lot of people will grab numbers early or have a position on a horse, and then you might see a late flash because they can try to, you can do some different things when you have different markets that you can play into. I think it's a really unique way to bet the races down at Monmouth Park.
And for Carson's Run, Group 1 winner, north of the border, back as a 2-year-old, and notably got beat by the Philly Gallop and we saw run yesterday. Didn't run a big effort coming back in her 3-year-old debut. We'll see if Carson's Run can get back to that talent, precociousness he showed as a 2-year-old.
I like this horse and what he did as a 2-year-old. You'll remember that race, that maiden win, broke a little bit slow and was closing into that extremely slow pace. I thought Carson's Run was really going to make some noise in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Didn't work out, but now you've allowed Carson's Run to kind of grow up a little bit, and we'll see what he does as a 3-year-old.
2-1 right now as we get set for that Tail of the Cat from Monmouth. Meanwhile, feature Belmont at the Big A. Here we go. Dancing Renee for New York Bred's 6-furlong sprint. The mare now winner last year, Can't Hurry Love, the 2 trying to do it again, but Sterling Silver, no question, Mig. The 1 to beat for Belmont. She's odds on.
Yeah, there's no question about that, but we'll start with the 2 Can't Hurry Love, who just looks outstanding. She's so well turned out. This is her distance, 6 furlongs. Dave Duggan does such good work, and I really like what I'm seeing from her. She adds blinkers today. She has natural speed. I think it depends a lot on what some of her outside rivals decide to do as far as speed goes, but my take on riding speed horses when I was a rider was, I'm going to execute my plan, and I'm going to be unwavering in my commitment to that plan. So that's going to make other people have to adjust around me. I think riders make a mistake when they allow other horses, kind of almost bait them into the race, and then things heat up and you get a contested or forced kind of pace. Now, not that Can't Hurry Love needs the lead. She's shown that she can be effective from just off the pace. But I think you come out running and make sure that other people have to adjust around you. It's almost like a intricate game of chicken, if you will. You've got to kind of let people know, I'm throwing down the gauntlet. You fix or ride your race around my plan. Sterling Silver looks fantastic. Gosh, she's a 5-year-old mare, and you want to talk about a horse that's really come into herself as far as the way she carries weight. She was always a little bit on the light side. She is filled in all the right places, and that's evident by her current form and the company she's been keeping. This is a real good, solid group, but she has faced some of the best that in that division recently, and a horse that needs to get faster. But I have to say, Security Code could not look any better. Phil Serpe does really good work. Her coat is resplendent. I always look for that rich, hydrated coat. It just speaks to a horse overall general good health. Now, again, she does have to improve, but I would be remiss not to point out how good she looks.
Mig, thanks for that. Yeah, security code, there she is, 7-1. Can she spring an upset? Stakes winner against New York Reds, 2 back. They all got to beat this mare right here, Sterling Silver. 7-time winner. Dancing Renee is next.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Dancing Renee feature on this Sunday card from Belmont of the Big 8. We start off with Captain's Daughter, a long shot.
Yeah, Captain's Daughter is going to have to really find a better performance against this group.
Can't Hurry Love. She won this race last year, and she beat Sterling Silver doing it.
She's got a little bit of a tactical edge. I just worry that she's not going to use it. She's going to be forward, but not as forward as she should be to take advantage of what Sterling Silver doesn't have.
The deserving 3-5 choice. Here's Sterling Silver.
I think she's going to be better closing going 6 furlongs than she is going 7. That might be scary for these other ones.
Lilu, 5-time winner. Joel Rosario filling in.
This one is one that feels like she might be a little bit more aggressive and take the lead in here. She's the one that I would be the most worried about beating the 3 Sterling Silver.
Last 2 times sprinting, Security Code was a winner.
Yeah, Security Code is going to have to get faster. You look at her race 3 back, that's still not good enough to beat these.
And speed outside, turf to dirt on a big long shot.
Yeah, well, you know what Kendrick's going to do from the outside, but he's got that great post. I don't feel like he's going to waste it by being too aggressive. I think he'll pop away from there, see what the other horses do to the inside.
19-1 right now, a majestic return for Michelle Giangiulio, 10-strike racing. As we approach the 5-minute mark to post in our feature, this Dancing Renee, our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. So Sterling Silver beat in this race last year by Can't Hurry Love, but really has just gone on to face the monsters of this filly and mare sprint division the last few starts and held her own.
Yeah, look, she beat her last year, but Sterling Silver is just a new horse nowadays. Like he's mentioned, she's faced Volva, she faced Alva Star. Those 2 horses would be 1-9 in this race. I just, there's this idea, and we saw it with why am I drawing a blank on Elite Power? We saw with Elite Power where people thought because he was a late-running sprinter that he was going to be better going 7 furlongs. And I'm one of the believers at times there's certain horses that their run is only going to be more devastating going a little bit shorter. That's how Elite Power was. And I think Sterling Silver is going to be the same thing. The other situation in here is that there's not like a real full-on speed ball in here. that I feel like could get loose and take advantage of the fact that Sterling Silver comes from off of it. There's a lot of forward-looking horses, but none that I feel comfortable are going to take full advantage of this situation.
You got to think the long shot outside, who may have no impact late in the race, but is going to try and go. But Can't Hurry Love, do you think connections look at this and say, look, Sterling Silver obviously has gotten a lot better than when we got her last year. That move to put the blinkers on, saying we got to try and take advantage here on the front end.
Well, it's funny because when you're entering horses for races like this, you don't necessarily know who else is going to show up. You can guess, you can have an idea based on who's nominated for the stake, so on and so forth. But putting the blinkers on, I don't think necessarily has so much to do with today's scenario.
But I mean, she's had speed in the past too, and maybe
absolutely.
They want to get
more. Maybe that's an entire change of plan. I don't think the plan changed because Sterling Silver isn't here.
3 to 5 favorite Sterling Silver as you get a look there at Lilu. Joel Rosario. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, this is a terrific race, and I have no false illusions. The 3 Sterling Silver is going to be very, very tough to beat. But I'm going to pick the 2 Can't Hurry Love. I love the way she looked in the paddock. I continue to love the way she looked on the racetrack. She's a 5-year-old mare. She adds blinkers. And sometimes just with horses, it's like people. You know, you fall into a rut, a routine, change a little something up, sparks a little more interest. Maybe you find a bit more. And I agree with Jonathan about this. I'm just not convinced that there is any confirmed front runner of speed. If I'm on the 2, I'm going to ask Dave Duggan, Dave, just take the handcuffs off. Let me come out running. If somebody really wants it, it creates separation. I protect coveted inside position. And then if someone is intent, now I've created that separation and it gives me options. If nobody wants it and I get comfortable, you know that she's a fighter, Can't Hurry Love. She's been in some real dogfights, win by a nose, lose by a nose. She doesn't go away easily. Can't Hurry Love is my kind of horse. Tough, hickory, shows up, brings her lunch pail, goes to work. The 3 Sterling Silver looks fabulous. Really, like I said, filled out in all the right places as a 5-year-old mare now. Now with Bill Mott, was with Tommy Albatrani for the majority of her career. Tom worked for Bill for a long time, was an assistant through those golden years with Cigar. Tommy also, for people that don't know, was a terrific rider. We actually had the bug together, the tail end when his bug was ending and my bug was beginning. We rode together. I rode for his uncle, Jacobetta Marco. So a horseman's horseman. He retired, and now it goes back to his former mentor and boss, Bill Mott. Sterling Silver looks outstanding, will be very tough to beat at a short price. And a horse that really was flying under the radar for me, at least in the paddock, not on paper because she's certainly a contender, but looked unbelievable in the warm-up was Lilu. God, Joel Rosario picks up the mount, Dylan Davis taking off, not handling the heat very well from yesterday. Joel picks his horse up. Boy, did she frame up beautifully, guys. I love when a horse bows their head and uses himself so efficiently in the warm-up. They're using their muscles properly, and they're really getting loosened up, and she really, really caught my eye. Like I said, flew under the radar for me in the paddock from an appearance perspective, but not on the racetrack. I think the race really obviously is being bet that way. Boils down to these 3 with Sterling Silver, a deserving and rightful favorite.
Yeah, thanks. Make a 1 to 2 favorite, and no one's going to get lost in here. And when you have a target on your back like this huge favorite does, they're not going to give you anything easy, man. Try and gang up on you a little bit, make life difficult. There's the winner from this race last year. We talked about blinkers going on today. And we'll see. She was almost 13 to 1 when she won this race last year. This will look last time out in the correction on that wet track, muddy sealed track in March at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and look, she ran well in here, and she's always one that kind of puts herself in the race. She finds herself forward. She puts the blinkers on. Now that could be, it doesn't necessarily mean that they want her to be faster early. It could mean she just wanted to finish her races a little bit, kind of have a little bit more focus. Maybe they felt like she was looking around a little bit, hanging a little bit. There's a lot of different reasons you could add the blinkers. I think the problem is that everyone, all 6 of these horses, and there are the other 5 horses outside of Sterling Silver, their connections are going to look down and they're going to say, well, we could try to get loose in here. But what I think is going to happen, they're going to pop away from there. The 2, the 4, and the 6 are all going to kind of be looking at each other, seeing who wants to take it, who doesn't want to take it, and they're going to end up inviting the 3, Sterling Silver, into the race. And she's going to run by them like they're all tied to the 8th pole when they turn for home.
Well, you got to wonder, too. I mean, the 6, there's no reason for this horse to be in here if they don't try and fly to the lead, right? I mean, this horse has turf sprint speed. You're facing a group that you're almost 30-1 against.
Yeah, but Kendrick's not going to go out there and get into a nasty duel with 2 horses that are arguably better than him. Well, let's see what they do when they pop away from there. But I have a feeling the riders on the 2, the 4, and the 6 are going to be looking sideways at each other to see who's going to go.
See what happens. You got a rider off. Luis Rivera Jr., captain's daughter, the 1, who luckily did not get far away at all. And there's Rivera's going to wait for that starting gate crew to bring that mare back around. Let's go moments ago and see what happened here with captain's daughter. From that inside slot, reared her head, broke through the gate, and ooh, scary situation there for the rider.
And remember, those gates are held together with pretty strong magnets. If the 1,000-pound animal wants to pop the door open, they're going to pop the door open.
Great job by starting gate crew to hang on to that rein and not let captain's daughter get away.
Absolutely. It's the gate crew, the outriders, the jockeys, always risking their well-being for a sport that we love.
Dancing Renee won last year by the 2. Can't Hurry Love. Can she go back-to-back? She's got blinkers on today. Trying to get another one here. Not 5-time winner, excuse me, but Sterling Silver seemingly has gone to the next level. The 3, odds-on favorite, being bet like she's too good for this group. We'll see if that's the case. Javier Castellano aboard for Belmont. Sunday feature from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Front of the gate open, and she's in. All set for the Dancing Renee. And they're off. Captain's Daughter broke well, so did Can't Hurry Love, and Majestic Return is joining them out wider. It's now Can't Hurry Love and Majestic Return. They're 1-2. Lilu has settled off of them just in 3rd, and Pink Cap is Captain's Daughter. Then comes Security Code, the big favorite. 1-2 favorite Sterling Silver is last, is 5-6 lengths the trailer. They're chasing Can't Hurry Love. It's Can't Hurry Love who's in front. Mild pressure to the outside here from Majestic Return, is now within a half length of the leader. Lilu is ready to pounce here from 3rd, has been drafting right in behind these leaders, is watching from the 3rd spot. Security Code is now on the move, is bringing Sterling Silver. Sterling Silver making hard work of it so far, but is now cutting into that leader's margin, is still 5 off the lead. They reach the top of the stretch, and Can't Hurry Love is still there. It's Can't Hurry Love who's trying to shake loose. Majestic Return continues to chase. Lilu tips towards the outside. Sterling Silver has got to go right now, right there at the rail and running out of time. Can't Hurry Love is fending him off. Now rolling late. Here comes Lilu, and Lilu is flying late. It is still Can't Hurry Love in front. Lilu is catching with every stride. Can't Hurry Love wins the Dancing Renee. Lilu got up there for 2nd, then came Sterling Silver. Another photo. Security Code with Majestic Return in 1 minute 7 and 4.
Those times were completely wrong. I wouldn't pay attention to that time. It's incorrect. But Can't Hurry Love, impressive nonetheless, going back-to-back in this Dancing Renee.
Absolutely. I mean, look, she did what she needed to do. She went out there. Yeah, like we said, we're not sure what the fractions are. Those obviously were incorrect. But she was forward, and she found herself out there, and she was aggressive in that situation. Yeah, I don't think she went 42 to the half there. But Sterling Silver, I'm not really sure why Javier went in between horses on the backside when you have a 1-2 shot. Just go around those horses. I don't think that was the reason that she got beat. I just don't know if she maybe got a little timid in there. She just didn't really run her best race in here today, but Can't Hurry Love absolutely did.
2, 4, 3, 6. Sorry, I still don't believe those. Those were incorrect. We'll try and get those. Maybe it'll take till tomorrow. But yeah, they did not go that fast. So Can't Hurry Love back to this. Look, big win, beating Sterling Silver. I know didn't run her A race, but still came in as an imposing figure in here.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to feel good if you're the connection that decided to add blinkers and get this performance out of her. And maybe that's what she's just been needing a little bit more focus. And she got it here today, and she got the win.
Trevor McCarthy, David Duggan, and back-to-back of the dancing rate for Can't Hurry Love. Let's go to Mig.
Thanks. Hey, Dave, this was some performance by Can't Hurry Love. I mean, she was aggressive. Was that the plan going in?
There was no real plan. I left it in Trevor's hands, and I told him to do what he thought was right. Who knows what was going to happen with the blinkers on, so I kind of left it. We knew that she needed a little bit of focus, but like I said, other than that, you were just adding a little bit of spice in there.
She could not look any better, Dave. She was really, really well turned out today.
I mean, I was always a bit concerned coming off a layoff, and obviously putting blinkers on, you were afraid that she was going to do that a little bit too much, but we don't have to worry right now.
All right, well, great job. Go get your picture taken.
Thank you very much.
Guys, terrific horseman. Got it done. Couple little tweaks, and speed is always dangerous.
Yes, it is. Those blinkers on, the intent to get to the front, and it pays dividends here. Last year, David Duggan said he wasn't sure if we got up. He didn't have to worry about this year. By the way, Can't Hurry Love by Cantheros, Hillendale Stallion. So congrats to them. And again, Can't Hurry Love back-to-back in the dance of Renee. All right, let's go to Monmouth. Tail of the Cat, their Sunday feature. It's going to be a mile and 16th on the turf. 3-year-olds running for a purse of $100,000 in Carson's Run. Crystal Quest dominating the board right now. As we get set for our post break, we start with speed from the rail with Izzy Doro.
Yeah, slow speed, though. Set very, very comfortable fractions last time.
8-1 next door on Noted, who has been graded stakes tested.
Yeah, Noted has just kind of been showing up in big spots and has a bunch of talent, has a chance off of a little bit of a break since May 4th.
Stakes winner on the grass, on dirt as well. Here's Rose Collector with Isaac Castillo.
Yeah, this horse ran pretty well last time. Was 4th, beating the length. Needs to take another step forward to compete with this group.
70-1, Mission Ready, blinkers coming off.
Needs to take a big step forward to compete with this group.
12-1 on Feltrinelli, who will stretch out.
Is stretching out. I prefer my stretch outs to draw all the way to the inside to get some cover and to be able to save ground.
That should be the one in front with that turf sprint speed. Here's Carson's Run, former Group 1 winner.
Yeah, look, I'm looking for this horse to take another step forward. Showed a ton of talent as a 2-year-old.
Brumar Safi Joseph Jr. trains with Paco Lopez.
Yeah, this horse ran pretty well a couple of races where they were close to the pace. Those paces weren't particularly fast.
Stakes winner at Tampa and stakes placed against Open Company, Crystal Quest.
Yeah, look, I think that last race at Pimlico, a little bit dressed up. That pace was extremely fast.
Yeah, full Nelson 10-1 outside for Jose D'Angelo.
It's another one that has shown some speed, but those pace figures not particularly quick. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with the pace of this race.
Minute to post, Tail of the Cat. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, guys, and looking at this race, I thought it really was between 2 or 3 horses in here, and I was between the 6, 7, and 8 in here. Now, Carson's Run, the 6, looks tremendous on the racetrack, and his trip in his last race in the Woodhaven was not good, and he's not had good trips in a couple of his starts, and that one being in the Breeders' Cup Turf Juvenile, when he was 8-1, so he was not dismissed after winning the summer. Like Greg said, he is a Group 1 winner, so he's the horse to beat. I mean, just based on that. Now, he's not the horse that I kind of like as the horses are going to start walking up the chute. I think the 7, Brumar, has got some hidden form. If you go back and you look, he's got 2 good races, and when Paco Lopez has been aboard him, he's been more forwardly placed. Now, when he was at Churchill in the American Turf, he drew so far outside, he had no chance slot there, drawing the 11 out of 14. His last start, he just got annihilated at the start, and actually I thought ran pretty courageous for 3rd. So with a better start today at 7-2, I think the 7 is a very good proposition, and I can understand where everybody's going with the 8 here too as well. Crystal Quest, another 3-year-old here, comes out of the same race, probably should have won that last race after having a little bit of trouble with Javier Castano. That would have been the 4th in a row. So, you know, I'm not giving you guys much between the 3 horses, the 6, 7, and 8. I think the 6 has got a ton of talent. I think the 8 has a ton of talent. I think the 7 is the horse you bet now.
All right, 7-2 on a Brumar. Seems like, I mean, you got to think with that sprint speed of the 5, that horse is going to be in front. If this horse can stretch out at all, 12-1 on Feltrinelli with Joe Bravo. Little interesting?
Absolutely. No, I mean, and look, this horse has been doing it at 6 furlongs. It's not like it's a 5 furlong, 5.5 furlong turf sprint stretch out. And if George Weaver feels like this horse has a chance to stretch, who am I to argue? I will say this, though. This horse is the only one that actually has true speed to me. Like the other horses that have those ones in the past performances, the 1, the 7 has some a little bit deeper, the 9, all of those pace figures are slow. These are horses that took advantage of slow paces in these situations. If I was riding the 5, I would be aggressive away from there.
Yeah, this is a colt with sprint speed on the grass and now stretching out. Let's take a look at this one in action. Breaking the maiden, did so Belmont and Aqueduct back in early May.
Yeah, it sure did, and was there's been a couple of horses that have come back and run okay out of that. This horse was odds on that day. My biggest concern is, what's going to happen when there's another horse looking him in the eyes early, going a little bit longer. And I do think that this horse, from a pedigree standpoint, makes some sense as one that shouldn't have a problem. But it's definitely a concern when they're trying it for the first time.
Get rewarded if he's able to handle that stretch out. 12-1 right now. Favorite, Carson's Run, the 6. Tried that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Went off at 8-1 that day. Did not work out. And then that comeback in the Woodhaven, odds-on difficult trip. We'll see what happens here in start number 2, returning.
Yeah, it's tricky with Carson's Run. It just showed so much talent. This horse runs a debut race, wins this race for fun, but that race has just kind of been a little bit elusive since then.
See if he can get back on track against this group here in the Tail of the Cat. The 6, Carson's Run, 2-1, current favorite. Let's go to Matt Ditterman for the call. Their feature on the Sunday card.
Here's Crystal Quest. Full Nelson to the outside post. We're ready to go for the Tail of the Cat Stakes. And they're off. Crystal Quest with a bad beginning, bobbled at the break. Full Nelson on the far outside, prominent in the early stages. Feltrinelli, first time routing, going a few turns here on the grass today, is prominent too. And Izzy D'Oro from the inside sprints forward to have a nose lead. Feltrinelli right there to the outside. A big gap of 4 back to Abrumar, and Full Nelson off the top pair who do battle, go at a good clip in the first quarter mile or so. Then comes Rose Collector, Carson's Run, they're side by side. Noted and Crystal Quest are together as well. Mission Ready, far out of it early, as a fast pace to chase at least. It's Izzy D'Oro inside of Feltrinelli. Feltrinelli with a neck lead now. Izzy D'Oro right there to the inside. There's still 4 ahead of Abrumar in the 3rd position. Full Nelson to the outside. Crystal Quest has advanced a few spots. He's 5th now as the top pair really slow it down here down the back stretch. Rose Collector, Carson's Run next. Noted joins them, and a big gap to Mission Ready, who's still well out of it with a half mile to go. Izzy D'Oro a neck in front. Now it's a half length. Feltrinelli sent hard, and Full Nelson in the 3 path gets closer. These 3 right across the track as they charge into the far turn. Abrumar getting a good trip in the 4th position on the rail to this point. Now Full Nelson has come under a pressure as they round the far turn. Still on the lead, Izzy D'Oro, Feltrinelli, Abrumar's ready to go. Abrumar kicks it into gear in the 3 path. Full Nelson's not done, fighting hard. Rose Collector right behind the leaders. He's pinned in, nowhere to go, and here comes Carson's Run. Carson's Run, the Grade 1 winner, is let loose on the outside and has overpowered the competition, runs away, and wins the Tail of the Cat Stakes in impressive fashion. Full Nelson out finishing Abrumar for the 2nd spot, and then Izzy D'Oro, who is next.
Carson's Run took a while, decided to finally turn it on, and when he did, he was gone.
Yeah, between the half-mile pole and the 3/8 pole, I absolutely said to you, Wolfie, Carson's Run just didn't train on. He looked like he was all in at that point and wasn't really going anywhere. And then they turned for home, and I'm glad I didn't say that out loud.
Gets a first win of his 3-year-old campaign here. Start number 2 coming back. He definitely made everybody wait a little bit before he found his footing on the turf, but he handled this group with ease. 142-3 final time for the mile and a 16th, and maybe bigger and better things to come from this horse who showed so much talent early on.
Absolutely. I mean, he showed so much talent on debut, and then just, he just never really turned into what you thought he was going to be after that one race at Saratoga. And this is what it was always supposed to be. I don't know if he just doesn't like running the turns. I don't know if he didn't like being around horses. He just didn't look like he was traveling well on the turn. But once he straightened up for home, man, he was impressive. Congratulations to West Point Thoroughbred and Steve Boucher.
6-9-7-1 Carson's run back big in the second start of his 3-year-old season. This is only 18 days away. Get ready. We'll be back.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Back at our Fox Sports 2 coverage, countdown is on. 18 days away. Get those coolers ready. Spreads for the picnic tables. Reserve those seats. Saratoga is coming, and it's coming fast. We're going to be there all meet long.
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm ready to go. Got a nice little taster a couple weeks ago, and looking forward to it. Yeah, you're right. You got to get your coolers ready.
We're going to have, can I give it away? We have a new location.
We are.
For one of our sets.
I got to tell you.
I don't know. I've not even seen exactly where it's going to be or how it's going to feel, but it's going to be interesting.
The back of my neck is very excited.
Yes. We will not be blasted by the sun, so that's good news. Opening weekend schedule loaded as usual. Schuylerville for 2-year-old fillies on opening day. Coronation Cup in the Wilton for 3-year-old fillies on that Friday. Then look at that lineup on Saturday. Grade 1 Diana. Filly and mares on the turf. I think Chad Brown might have a runner or two in that race. Kelso, and then the Sanford for 2-year-olds. First of those 3 graded stakes for the 2-year-old boys. What a meet it is going to be. Hope to see you there. If not, we're going to be covering it all meet long. Back at Monmouth. Feature in the books. And our winner circle lead-in brought to you by Phasing Tipton's July sales. Don't miss the July selected Horses of Racing Age sale on July 8th and the July selected yearly sale on July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Carson's Run turns it on late for a dominant performance. Wins for the third time in his career. Let's go to Paulie.
With winning jockey Vincent Chaminade, who's won the Carson's Run here with the team here from West Point Thoroughbreds here. They're out here in full force here, Vincent. Take us through your trip because he was kind of spinning his wheels a little bit in the back.
Yeah, the speed was very fast today, you know. I was in a middle spot. I was okay, but I was scared about the last turn because he needed to breathe, you know. But when he saw the straight for the end, he was the best today, you know.
What was your plan going into the race? This is the first time you've been on the horse. Did Christoph say anything to you?
No, just he told me just be careful for the end because the last time he was scared about nothing, you know. That's why I was staying about the horse, you know, in front of me and to come outside and try to stay straight, you know, a long time, and he did well today.
Well, congratulations on the win. In West Point Thoroughbreds, let's give everybody a big round of applause. They showed up today.
Happy winner circle right there and a big win and really kind of a big comeback here for this horse. This was an important race for him.
Absolutely. I mean, this horse was supposed to be a legitimate stakes-type horse, and he showed a ton of talent. He ran well in that summer stakes up at Woodbine, but then he just kind of didn't run well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. His comeback race was a little bit disappointing, but this is what he was supposed to be doing. This is the kind of performances we expected from Carson's Run, and we got it here today.
See if we'll get a date with him this summer at Saratoga with some important races on the grass. In upstate New York cross country, pick 5 comes back over $2,100. Nice return with the biggest price in that first leg. Can't fool me, $11.80.
The cross country pick 5 always pays pretty well. It does. I don't think the computers play it nearly as much. I don't think they like those kind of, you know, moving around wagers.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We still have the nightcap to come here at Belmont of the Big A, approaching the 7-minute mark to post.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Buy in July. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. A catalog packed with precocious yearlings by the nation's best sires, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2024. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Carson's Run, Candy, and Go Rocket Ride, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. The Phasing Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2, regional networks across the country. Watching America's Day at the Races nightcaps to come at both Belmont at the Big A here in South Ozone Park, New York, and at Monmouth and Oceanport, New Jersey. Going to close things out here in New York with a $40,000 maiden claiming mile and a 16th turf race as we start with the 1 in here, remaining half of the entry. Wake Up Lauren.
Yeah, I thought this horse was going to be a little bit of a shorter price based on that race 2 back against Grayosh. That figure is much better than anything else in here has run.
It's going to break middle of the pack. The rail to this one, that's the Fat Jack.
Yeah, this is one who was beaten by 32 lengths last time. You don't see that very often.
Flavian Pratt on a first-time starter for Ray Handel, Lions Miracle Mo.
Yeah, Ray Handel in his career, 5% with first-time starters, but he's really kind of turned it around as of late. That was just the beginning of his career.
Linda Rice, firster.
Yeah, this is a horse that Linda does not do particularly well with first-time starters, and she doesn't really do it very often, debuting and maiden claiming races on the turf.
Turf debut for True Myth, who goes by. Here's the 6, Sisney.
Yeah, Sisney took some money last time, didn't do much running, broke slow.
Favorite, Chad Brown, Klarovich under agreement. And here's the 9, Summer Festival, first-timer.
Yeah, shows up in here for Louis Lazanero and others. First-time starters, 10% for Dominic Schettino.
Perfect Girl was 64-1 first time out. Another big price here. Here's the 11, Sonia's Flame.
Yeah, getting on the turf for the first time. Hasn't done much running in those 3 starts.
Classic Kara at 21-1.
Takes the blinkers off and projects to be extremely wide. 68-1 last time, 59-1 the time before that.
And a hood again for Magic 8-Ball. Trevor McCarthy for Tom Morley.
Yeah, this horse ran okay from a speed figure standpoint 2 races back. There's been 2 horses that have come back out of that race and won, so it's a productive race back in November as a 2-year-old.
4 minutes to post. Finale on the Sunday card from New York. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, another full field turf racing, bout trips, always intriguing. We'll start with the 1, Wake Up Lauren, making a really nice physical impression here. Was in it off the turf for last time with Lanfranco Dettori aboard. Start before that, I thought was a decent effort in a maiden allowance. Now drops to maiden 40. You get Manny Franco. I think Wake Up Lauren is a major, major player here. The 5-horse True Myth. They tried to get her on the turf last fall. This is a turf horse. You look at her, everything from a physical perspective says turf. She's got those longer, slacker pasterns, wider, flatter feet. Looks very fit to me coming off the layoff for John Terranova. She is my top selection. I just think she is very live here as well, and also taking that drop in class. And then the 7-horse, excuse me, my notes getting a little mixed. Under agreement, first-time starter, Chad Brown. Well prepped, looks great, has that European pedigree and has that European look to her. Lighter frame, looks very sleek, very well turned out, and can totally understand why she's your favorite. Horse that's a new face in a race where I think you want to lean on a horse that's maybe a little less exposed than some of the others. But I'm going to go with the 5, True Myth.
9-2 on True Myth, Mig. Thank you. So getting on turf for the first time. They tried to get on grass last start, and it was taken off.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This horse took money on both starts. That's why I'm going to pick the 5, but there's a couple of horses that I thought were interesting. I'm going to pick the 5 because this horse took money, and I think that when you can take money in maiden special races like this, there's obviously a little bit of talent. And I think getting to the grass might actually wake this horse up. I wanted to pick the 1, Wake Up Lauren, but I expected this horse to be a shorter price than 4-1, and the fact the horse is 4-1 makes me think that might be a little bit cold on the board. And then obviously we got to talk a little bit about the favorite, 7, Under Agreement. Look, we all know the damage that Chad Brown does on the grass in New York and frankly across the country. When he has horses for Klarovich Stables that he runs first time out in maiden claiming races, he's only done it 25 times. There's been 4 winners at 16%. Now, there's a lot of trainers on the backside here and a lot of trainers in this world that would be happy if they were doing anything at 16%. But that's kind of a lower number for what Chad typically does. And I'm not saying this horse can't win or won't win, but at 9-5, it's not a great wager to make based on the lower percentage for a trainer who's being bet as heavily as Under Agreement is.
A barn that's so good at getting the best talent out of what he has, and to immediately say, look, we're not even going to mess around. We're going to drop this horse in for a tag. Not a great sign.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's just a smart. It's a smart way to own horses, but not everyone has the privilege of doing it. You have to kind of cut ties, cut losses. A lot of people will kind of hang on. They might pay $200 for a horse and say, oh, I can't run the horse for $40. I paid $200. but really, you're better off losing 160 than 200 if you're playing the long game. And maybe even less than that, because if you can win the race as well with a horse you're dropping, you could even cut the loss even a little bit more. But I think that when Chad has horses for Seth Klarman and Klarvich Stables, and he gives up this quickly, to me, because I feel like Chad has kind of full autonomy when it comes to those decisions for Klarvich Stables. When he does it, they usually can't run. Now, sometimes they could run faster than the rest of these maiden 40s, but at 9-5, I would look elsewhere.
And yeah, I'm with you. Even 7-2. I wake up Lauren the 1. Not getting bet like you would think, taking a drop out of a maiden special weight when this horse showed some ability on grass against better. Maker, Manny Franco, but not taking much support. Finale on the Sunday card for Belmont at the Big A. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Sisney. Under agreement. Classic Cara. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Under agreement breaks well, so does Magic 8 Ball right out towards the front, and early speed from Banana Pudding. Tightly at the rail will be That's the Fact, Jack. They line up. Here from the outside draws, Sonia's Flame wants to join the leaders, and now we'll assert it's Sonia's Flame, who's up by a full length and a half. Magic 8 Ball's well settled into second. Classic Cara from that far outside draw has taken third. At the rail is going to be That's the Fact, Jack, and Lane Leslie going to save ground towards the inside as they work into that turn. Then comes a patiently ridden Under Agreement, is right there in fifth as the leader starts to skip away. Back there in behind Under Agreement is going to be Sisney, is followed to the outside by Summer Festival. Then at the rail, Black Silks is Banana Pudding. Followed by Wake Up Lauren towards the outside of that rival. And the three at the back, Perfect Girl, is back there with True Myth. And the trailer, Lions, Miracle Mo. They work up the backstretch and now tightly packed. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. 48-3 was the half mile time, and Magic 8 Ball has now come back in front, and Magic 8 Ball's got the lead. The big long shot Sonia's Flame is back to second. Here comes the run from Classic Cara, also progressing. That's the Fact, Jack. They're right in behind that big long shot. Under Agreement is now under drive here from fifth and starts to pick rivals up quickly. Out wider, that's Summer Festival. The rest with some running to do. Sisney's trying to rally on. Wake Up Lauren from the back. Perfect Girl. They still haven't got to Magic 8 Ball. Magic 8 Ball's got the lead at the top of the lane. Classic Cara is in full pursuit. The front two are well clear. Under Agreement is trying to pick them up, both up, but still has about 7 to make up, and Magic 8 Ball is sprinting for home. A final furlong left to go. Down to these two right now. Magic 8 Ball, Classic Cara drifting in the lane. Magic 8 Ball hugs the rail. Magic 8 Ball almost there. Magic 8 Ball. Trev McCarthy with another one. Magic 8 Ball wins it over Classic Cara, then Under Agreement. A late run there from Perfect Girl with True Myth at 1:44.
Class dropper, Magic 8 Ball, with Trevor McCarthy for Tom Morley gets the win in the nightcap.
Absolutely. You look at that race 2 back. You know, there's a figure there that was earned that made it look like this horse could potentially be involved. 3 races back on the dirt, showed some early speed that could suggest that this horse would go wire to wire in here. But the Magic 8 Ball, great name, huh? Out of a mare, Predictus? Ah.
There it is. Magic 8 Ball to close things out at 6-1. We get the finale from Monmouth when we come back.
Thank you, Cody.
Back on our Fox Sports coverage, America's Day at the Races. Hope everyone's enjoying their Sunday afternoon. We got a finale to close out our coverage here from Monmouth Park. They're going to close their program with a $10,000 maiden claiming sprint, 5.5 furlongs. So everyone for sale for that price in this race. The 8-5 favorite, JK. Cho.
Yeah, I think that's what that is.
Big drop.
Yeah, big drop. And, man, this horse stops so bad in his last 2 races. And look, has the early pace figures that I'm looking for in a 5.5 dirt sprint. But I need a horse that's going to finish their race a little bit better. I'm going to go to the inside, Wolfie, the 1, Fuji Fire, who's got a wild pedigree to be in for $10,000. A full to Firenze Fire, which
was an incredible sprinter. This horse has not quite lived up to that pedigree.
No, but you know what? You know, they can't all be as fast as Firenze Fire was. But yes, Fuji Fire for me here just has a little bit more tactical speed from the inside, but finishes the races. I don't think this horse will be in front when they in the mid part of the race, but I think when they turn for home, Fuji Fire will come running.
Magic 8 Ball, you see those prices from the finale at Belmont with a win. Tom Morley, Trevor McCarthy, pick 5. Comes back, over $9,200. Pick 6, over $62,700. Well done if you put that together. Here we go in this last race of our Sunday coverage here, closing out things in Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Victory. Post position 4. Moment at Sea. Two back, Lock Barrel and Cho. Waiting for Lock Barrel to take his spot in the gate. Walking up. And to the outside post, Cho. 8 races on Friday. Friday through Sunday racing resumes. First post on Friday, 2 o'clock. Saturday and Sunday will be 12:50 this coming week. But for now, enjoy this nightcap. Cho. Go Zip. We're ready to go. And Leroff, good beginning. Cho on the far outside, popped out of there and goes right to the lead. Aves making waves alongside, Aves making waves to the front. Cho on the outside. Fuji Fire down on the inside, punching forward from the rail. There's room to come forward. Fuji Fire, Aves making waves side by side with Cho. Setting up shop right on those 2 tails is third, now a length off the lead. A gap of 3 to Have No Regrets sent along. Dark Victory also pushed upon, passed by Lock Barrel, the gray horse, who's making an outside run, 6 from the front runners. Joel's Boy had to take up into the 4-turn run and is not recovered after that, is plummeting back to the rear. Moments at Sea takes the second last spot, but is 12 lengths behind. Top of the stretch, Cho is taking command coming off the turn, and he's in front. Aves making waves, calls it a day. Fuji Fire on the inside. Have No Regrets is coming with a ferocious rally on the outside, and Have No Regrets, he's 22-1 and hits the lead with a 16 to go. Have No Regrets, Matilda Burnham in front, in control, and they win by 2. Aves making waves. Re-rallies for the second spot. Lock Barrel checks in third. Cho tires to 4th.
Have No Regrets, big price to close things out at Monmouth. Cho again stops.
Yeah, stops, and if you Have No Regrets, I guess you're pretty happy about that stopping from Cho. Nothing wrong with finishing off the weekend with a 22-1 shot.
It's the get-out race for sure.
Get way out.
You had it. Well done. Concludes our action on this Sunday afternoon. Hope you enjoyed it. We're going to be back next week, 1 Eastern start time on Thursday on, I believe we start on FS2, so we will see you then. It's a good performance this day. Can't Hurry Love, I think, a surprise to a lot of people, pulling off that back-to-back of the Dancing Renee.
Yeah, the blinkers, I think, maybe added a little bit of focus. You heard Dave Duggan say it after the race. It seems as if that was accomplished today. We'll see what she does moving forward from here.
Torpedo Anna back in action, coaching Club American Oaks on the table, and then either Alabama or Travers against the boys. Mystic Dan probably going to train up to the Travers. We got so much to look forward to, 18 days away at Saratoga. Carson's run back in a big way with this performance in the tail of the cat. Hoping to see him at Saratoga as well. And in the Dancing Renee, yes, back-to-back wins. Can't Hurry Love, she does it again. Equipment change, blinkers on, took command on the front end, and goes gate to wire for the win. We'll see you next week on Thursday at 1 Eastern.
New York's leading turf sire is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.